Breaking news about the first floor of the tower, also known as Babylon, was being broadcasted. It was announced that the Black Dragon Guild had made the decision to attack the 40th floor of the tower. They had confidently stated that they would showcase the capabilities of a top-tier guild. However, once again, they had returned empty-handed. The reason behind the Black Dragon's setback was none other than the #1 ranked hunter known as Flame Emperor. In yet another display of his remarkable abilities, he had single-handedly vanquished the 40th floor's boss. The reporter greeted Flame Emperor and praised him, saying that once again, he had set a new record. Since the appearance of the tower until now, Flame Emperor had remained the only one to have defeated a boss single-handedly. The reporter asked if he had any words to share. However, Flame Emperor appeared annoyed and took the microphone from the reporter's hands. He expressed his frustration and questioned why his title Flame Emperor was used instead of his actual name, and he considered it to be a lousy nickname. He expressed his dissatisfaction and declared his determination to find the person responsible for creating this nickname and torture them. Qin Gongya looked at the interview on his laptop and felt envious of how Flame Emperor was able to say whatever he wanted. He shifted his attention to the HunterNet app on his mobile, where people were discussing Flame Emperor. The conversations revolved around Flame Emperor's bad behaviors during the interview, despite the world watching. And rumors about an affair between Flame Emperor and the Saintess were also being discussed. Meanwhile, Gongya repeatedly wrote the same text, expressing his desire to be like Flame Emperor. Eventually, people noticed Gongya's repetitive texts and questioned who he was. Gongya continued to write the same sentence, expressing his envy of the Flame Emperor's ability to captivate everyone's interest, and the rumors of his substantial wealth. Gongya felt jealous and believed that if this world was a novel, then someone like Flame Emperor would undoubtedly be the main character, while he would merely be extra. Just then, Gongya's attention was captured by the reporter asking Flame Emperor a question. He praised Flame Emperor for his achievements and asked for his key to success, knowing that many aspiring hunters looked up to him. Flame Emperor sighed in annoyance and reluctantly responded, saying that he would only provide a few words for them to figure it out. Gongya watched intently, hoping to discover the key to success. Finally, the Flame Emperor spoke, emphasizing that those destined for success would ultimately achieve it. However, a solemn caution followed, warning them against obstructing his path, as such interference would result in their own death. Flame Emperor turned around and started to leave, ignoring the reporter's attempts to ask him about his previous statement. The reporters expressed confusion and frustration but were ultimately unable to get any answers. The broadcast came to an end. Gongya closed his laptop, tears welling up in his eyes. He felt a deep sense of anger and resentment, wondering if it was acceptable for someone as great as Flame Emperor to simply ignore people. He expressed his desire to possess a skill like the Flame Emperor. He believed that having such a skill would free him from living in a studio and being looked down upon as the lowest F-class hunter without any skills. He wanted to become like the Flame Emperor and succeed by using his own skills. He wondered how wonderful it would be if he could acquire the Flame Emperor's skill. Suddenly, a golden glow filled Gongya's room, capturing his attention. Surprised, he looked up and recognized the phenomenon from countless videos he had watched. Gongya wondered if it could be a skill card, a valuable item that could grant him skills. At that very moment, a message materialized in front of Gongya, proclaiming an unprecedented envy that had yet to be witnessed in history. The tower, astounded by Gongya's unsightly envy, bestowed upon them a new skill. Gongya was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events and recalled stories of individuals receiving messages of encouragement and rewards from the tower. This message, however, seemed a bit different. Another message appeared, declaring that the tower was praising him for this achievement. Gongya disregarded the tone of the message and focused on the fact that he had obtained a skill card. With eager anticipation, Gongya closely examined the card, realizing that this was the long-awaited moment he had yearned for ever since stepping into the tower. The card gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, symbolizing an S-rank skill. As Gongya clutched the card tightly in his hands, a new message materialized before him, indicating that a skill card was currently being generated. Soon his skill card was generated, and Gongya's eyes widened as he read the description. The skill name was I Want to Become Like You, and it was an S+ rank skill. This skill would activate automatically upon his death, allowing him to copy one skill from the person who killed him and makes it his own. However, he could not copy a skill from someone who had already killed him before, and the skill copied would be chosen randomly. There was also a note indicating that using this skill would result in his death. Tears welled up in Gong Ya's eyes as he struggled to comprehend the nature of this skill. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of skill this was. The tower emerged in this world without warning, its presence visible on the horizon from any location on Earth. Those with nothing to lose were the first to enter the tower and explore its depths. Each floor of the tower was infested with monsters from other worlds. Some individuals were chosen by the tower and bestowed with unique skills. As rumors spread, more people flocked to the tower, eager to hunt down the monsters and seek their own fortunes. During an interview, a man expressed his awe of Flame Emperor, recounting a battle where he witnessed Flame Emperor's mastery of the Flame Spear. He compared his movements to that of Nataraja, the dancing form of Shiva, the god of destruction. The man emphasized that despite achieving the top rank, Flame Emperor's attitude remained the same. Gong Ya spoke to the shop owner and expressed his desire to watch something else. The shop owner questioned if he didn't like the Flame Emperor. Gong Ya clarified that his lack of enthusiasm was unrelated to the Flame Emperor. He lamented the stark contrast between those who live extraordinary lives and individuals like Flame Emperor, and those who like him faced constant misfortune akin to a game with terrible luck. The shop owner sighed, recognizing Gong Ya as another person burdened by such thoughts. Gong Ya revealed that he had obtained an S+ skill the previous day but refrained from reporting it to the Hunters Association because using the skill would result in his death. Overwhelmed with frustration, Gong Ya broke down in tears, expressing how awful he would feel if he had to claim that skill as his own. The shop owner, exasperated, suggested that Gong Ya go outside to vomit. Gong Ya stumbled through the streets, his steps unsteady. As he trudged along, the current hunter rankings displayed the Flame Emperor in the top spot, followed by the Black Dragon at second place, and the Viper at third. Gong Ya winced, his throbbing head exacerbating his discomfort. Suddenly, a distant cry broke through the fog of his hangover. Intrigued, he redirected his attention toward a narrow side street. In that alley, Gong Ya's bleary eyes made out the figures of the Flame Emperor, and the Saintess engaged in a tense confrontation. Saintess pleaded desperately, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. The Flame Emperor sarcastically commended her acting skills, suggesting that if anyone witnessed their interaction, they would believe her innocence. He revealed a small bottle, claiming that he had poisoned the drink she had just consumed, a substance known as basilisk stomach acid. He accused her of intending to feed it to him. Discarding the bottle, he expressed relief, stating that if it weren't for his skill, he would have found himself in serious trouble. Trembling, the Saintess tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, expressing her desire to team up with the Flame Emperor to clear the tower. The Flame Emperor smirked, remarking that he had initially believed the same but had been proven wrong. The Saintess pleaded with him to engage in a conversation, hoping to clarify the situation. Gong Ya's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the unfolding scene. He had always believed that the Flame Emperor and the Saintess were in a relationship, but their current exchange painted a different picture. With a smirk on his face, the Flame Emperor tightened his grip around the girl's throat, asserting his dominance. He allowed her to speak but made it clear that he dictated the rules of their conversation. Gong Ya's thoughts whirled in his mind as he observed the perilous interaction. It became evident to him that this was not a mere conversation between two individuals. It was a chilling clash between someone who wanted to kill and someone who wanted to survive. Flame Emperor, his tone cold and calculating, took control of the situation, forcing the Saintess into submission. He informed her that he possessed a lie detection skill and demanded the truth. The Flame Emperor asked her if the witch from Black Dragon had sent her to kill him. However, the Saintess remained silent, avoiding eye contact. Unsatisfied with her response, the Flame Emperor's hand glowed ominously with a red hue. He made his intentions clear and said farewell to Saintess. A piercing scream filled the air, echoing the final moments of the Saintess's life. Gong Ya, witnessing the gruesome scene, was struck with horror. The person he idolized, the supposed hero, had revealed a dark and merciless side. Thoughts raced through Gong Ya's mind as he ran, tears streaming down his face. He cursed the Flame Emperor as a murderer, a psychopath. He knew he had to escape, to get as far away as possible. But as fate would have it, Gong Ya's desperate escape was abruptly halted when he accidentally stepped on a glass bottle, causing it to shatter loudly. To his dismay, the Flame Emperor appeared around the corner, his eyes locking onto Gong Ya. The Flame Emperor's chilling words cut through the air, acknowledging Gong Ya's presence as the last remaining rat in the vicinity. Gong Ya stared into the Flame Emperor's eyes, a mix of fear and anger bubbling inside him. He recognized those eyes as the gaze of a murderer. He realized that the Saintess wasn't the first victim. How many lives had the Flame Emperor extinguished? Tens, hundreds, perhaps even more. Suddenly, Gong Ya lost his balance and fell to the ground, his gaze shifting to his foot. Only then did he comprehend the horrifying truth. His own severed foot lay before him. The Flame Emperor closed in, wielding a weapon ablaze with fiery power. Gong Ya, desperate to save his own life, pleaded with the Flame Emperor and begged for mercy. He stammered out his words, expressing his innocence and claiming to have seen nothing. The Flame Emperor, somewhat intrigued by Gong Ya's reaction, questioned him further, wanting to know what he supposedly didn't see. Gong Ya insisted that he didn't see anything and promised not to tell anyone. The Flame Emperor took a seat near Gong Ya and confronted him about his actions. He pointed out that Gong Ya had referred to him as the Flame Emperor while claiming not to have seen whatever he supposedly hadn't seen. The Flame Emperor expressed his disbelief, stating that he would almost believe Gong Ya's words if he were a complete moron. Gong Ya, stuttering, pleaded not to tell anyone and begged for mercy. With an evil smile, the Flame Emperor issued a threat, implying that Gong Ya would suffer the same fate as the Saintess if he didn't cooperate. He demanded to know who had sent Gong Ya and questioned whether he was affiliated with the Black Dragon as well. Gong Ya looked at the Flame Emperor and couldn't help but see him as a demon and wondered how the world could be captivated by such an individual. Gong Ya mustered his courage and brought up the Flame Emperor's proclamation of having a lie-detecting skill. He proposed that if the Flame Emperor used that skill, he would see that Gong Ya was nobody significant. However, the Flame Emperor questioned him about what lie detection skill he was talking about. Gong Ya was taken aback and asked if the Flame Emperor had killed the Saintess without any evidence, solely based on suspicion. The Flame Emperor vehemently denied the accusation, claiming that the Saintess was planning to kill him and poison him the next day. When Gong Ya expressed his astonishment at the Flame Emperor's knowledge, the Flame Emperor simply stated that he had his ways. As Gong Ya thanked the Flame Emperor for believing him, the Flame Emperor placed his hand on Gong Ya's head, the hand glowing with a red light. With a chilling smile, the Flame Emperor declared that since Gong Ya had seen everything, he must die. Before bidding him farewell, Flame Emperor revealed his true name to be Yusuha. Gong Ya had a flashback of his headmaster's words, reminding him that since his name was Kim Gong Ya, he has to live up to his name. Gong Ya smiled and affirmed his determination to live up to his name. On death's door, he pondered the undesirability of meeting his end in such a manner. Suddenly, a notification materialized, announcing his death. Gong Ya questioned why he had to die in such a way and lamented the way he had lived his life. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that the skill requirements had been met due to his death. Another message appeared, informing him that he had successfully copied Hunter Yusuha's skill entirely, and that a skill card was being created. Gong Ya, consumed by a yearning for a better destiny, unexpectedly spotted a gleaming gold card accompanied by a message urging him to choose a skill card. Filled with desperate hope for a fresh opportunity, he extended his hand and grasped the golden card. As Gong Ya held onto it, the message signaled the completion of the selection process, indicating that the skill was being copied. Suddenly, Gong Ya jolted awake in his bed, bewildered by the experience. Shortly thereafter, the sound of news emanating from his laptop captured his attention. Gong Ya's shock grew as he heard the news, the very same news he had watched earlier. Overwhelmed by these unexpected developments, Gong Ya couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, questioning what was truly happening. Gong Ya's face filled with shock as he questioned himself, wondering when he had returned home and what had happened. He quickly checked the news and the HunterNet chat on his mobile, realizing that all these events had occurred just yesterday. It was absolutely certain in his mind that he had died moments ago. In an instant, Gong Ya summoned 2 skill cards with a single phrase, "Skill card open." The first card revealed one of his seemingly useless rare skills called "I Want to Be You." His attention then shifted to the second skill card, and he wondered if he had acquired the Flame Emperor's skill when he died. The skill name was Returner's Clockwork Watch, and it was ranked X. Gong Ya's shock intensified as he realized that this skill allowed the user to go back in time to 24 hours before their death. Upon returning, he retained all his memories and abilities, but the penalties would increase as his hunter level rose. This skill had been copied from Hunter Yusuha. Gong Ya's mind raced with thoughts, contemplating if this newfound power was the legendary ability possessed by hunters. Everything started to make sense. The Flame Emperor's motive for killing the Saintess became clear, as she would have poisoned him the following day. But Gong Ya felt a surge of anger within him. Despite his innocence, he had become a target and fallen victim to the scheme of the Flame Emperor. Gong Ya's focus shifted to his laptop, where an interview with the Flame Emperor was playing. The reporter asked the Flame Emperor to share a key to success in one phrase. The Flame Emperor responded, stating that those who are destined to succeed will do so, but he warned against getting in his way, as it would result in death. Gong Ya, fueled by determination and a desire for revenge, declared that they would see who would meet their end this time. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. There was a massive fire breaking out, and people were frantically trying to extinguish it with water buckets. Gong Ya stepped outside and thought that the place he lived was different from the outside world. It was a city formed by those who aspired to become hunters within the tower. The city went by many names: Babylon, First Floor City, and Lantern City. But regardless of the name, it held the same meaning. Once you entered this city, you could never leave. It was a place where its citizens were forced to live in these extreme and perilous situations, unable to escape the challenges of the tower. Gong Ya ran toward the fire location and checked the time on his mobile and realized that it was the same time as when he was drinking. He realized that the Flame Emperor had set the building on fire to cover up the evidence of his actions and to create chaos and confusion. The Black Witch, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, commanded the water users to cooperate with their temporary takeover of the situation. They were determined to extinguish the fire and help the survivors. Alchemist Castellan, the leader of the Healer and Pharmacist Guild, secured the perimeter and expressed concern for the survivors still trapped inside. They urgently needed a rescue team to save them. Captain Holy Knight, the urban vigilante leader, reassured everyone that the area had been deserted for 5 years, which would make their task somewhat easier. Amidst the chaos, the Castellan noticed the Saintess's absence and grew concerned since she was not known for being late, especially during such crucial moments. The Holy Knight pondered the possibility that she might be on a date with the Flame Emperor, given their frequent sightings together. However, Castellan expressed her distrust of the Flame Emperor, stating that she had a bad feeling about him. At that moment, the Flame Emperor appeared and questioned who was playing with fire without his permission. The Holy Knight welcomed the Flame Emperor and seized the opportunity to ask for his assistance in combating the fire that had engulfed the old slum area. The Flame Emperor responded with a selfish question, questioning what he would gain from helping. Gong Ya tightly gripped the knife in his hand, realizing the audacity of the psychopathic Flame Emperor, demanding a reward to put out the fire that he had started. The Holy Knight tried to convince the Flame Emperor by mentioning the praise he would receive for performing a good deed. But the Flame Emperor made it clear that he did not care about others' opinions. He walked away, stating that he did not engage in community service. Gong Ya's determination to confront and eliminate the Flame Emperor burned within him. He acknowledged that the world saw the Flame Emperor as a legendary figure, despite his despicable personality. Gong Ya believed that no one was unaware of the Flame Emperor's true nature, but they chose to overlook it, considering him a hero with eccentric traits. Only Gong Ya knew the dark reality behind the murderer's facade. He felt the responsibility to kill him for the sake of humanity and the honor of the hunters. As Gong Ya advanced towards the Flame Emperor, a concerned individual attempted to stop him, warning him of the danger ahead. Undeterred, Gong Ya pressed forward, firmly convinced that the monster deserved to be slain, regardless of the personal risks involved. However, instead of attacking the Flame Emperor, Gong Ya walked into the raging fire. He felt hot and burned all over his body and cried out in pain. The onlooker watched in shock as he endured the scorching heat. Gong Ya knew that sacrificing himself was the only way to bring down this monster. Suddenly, the message "You have died" appeared before him, followed by another message stating that he was returning 24 hours prior. As he regained consciousness, he found himself back in time, with the breaking news of the Black Dragon Guild's decision to attack the 40th floor playing on his laptop. Gong Ya took solace in the fact that his skill had worked properly, returning him to a previous point in time. A message appeared, indicating his current hunter rank as F, and there were no penalties for using this skill. He acknowledged that for now, killing the Flame Emperor was impossible. Even if he managed to get lucky, the Flame Emperor possessed a similar skill that allowed him to turn back time by 24 hours. Therefore, as a low-ranking hunter like himself, there was only one way for Gong Ya to hunt down that man. Gong Ya, fueled by his determination, recalled an interview with the Flame Emperor about his awakening. The interviewer questioned the exact time of his awakening, to which the Flame Emperor responded that he had awakened during the summer when he was 21 years old, approximately 11 years ago. He further mentioned that his awakening had occurred on his birthday, which fell on June 7th. Gong Ya calculated that the Flame Emperor had awakened 4,050 days ago from the current day. Realizing the daunting task ahead, Gong Ya understood that he needed to die 4,050 times to confront the Flame Emperor before his awakening. Holding the knife firmly in his hand, Gong Ya made the decision to end his own life. As he died, a message appeared before him, indicating his death and the subsequent return to 24 hours prior. As Gong Ya woke up once more, he looked at the knife, knowing that he now had only 4,049 days left to fulfill his mission. He repeated the process of taking his own life, dying repeatedly, and traveling back in time each time. Due to his low hunter rank, there were no penalties for utilizing his skill. With each death, the remaining days dwindled, 2,020 days, then 543 days. Gong Ya persisted, driven by his purpose and determination. Finally, with a smile on his face, he realized that this time was the last day. As he prepared to face his fate, he knew that now he would finally have the opportunity to confront the Flame Emperor. Gong Ya woke up in his bedroom, and as he rose from the bed, he glanced at the empty wall that once displayed numerous news articles about the Flame Emperor. It was a clear sign that his plan had succeeded. He had returned to a time before the legend of the Flame Emperor had been written. Letting out a sigh, Gong Ya acknowledged that he had died 30 times more than originally planned. Accounting for the time it took to kill himself and the intervals of rest in between, he had endured arduous trials to ensure that the demon's legacy would not live on. Filled with determination, Gong Ya left his room, knowing that the time had come to find his prey. It was 11 years ago, on May 6th, at 11 in the morning. Gong Ya observed the Flame Emperor lying in his bed, with his alarm ringing. The words escaped Gong Ya's lips exactly as the Flame Emperor had spoken them. "My head hurts. I shouldn't have drunk so much." Gong Ya had meticulously planned to replay this day about 10 times for the perfect execution. At 9 a.m., the Flame Emperor would wake up and leave the F-rank hunter's apartment. He would go to work, expressing his dissatisfaction with his miserable life. At 3 p.m., he would hunt slime on the second floor of the tower. Gong Ya noticed the Flame Emperor's frustration with hunting slime every day, and his desire to live a lavish life like the Sword King. As a 21-year-old, the Flame Emperor was a typical F-rank hunter, eagerly waiting for his life to take a turn for the better. Gong Ya understood this, but he knew that the Flame Emperor would not have the future he wished for. To camouflage himself, Gong Ya killed a red slime and used its sticky liquid to cover his body, preparing himself for the next phase of his plan. At 5:31 p.m., the Flame Emperor went to the 6th floor. Gong Ya knew that he would venture into higher difficulty areas, thinking that he could no longer sustain himself by hunting slimes. For the next 36 minutes, Gong Ya knew that there would be no one else but the Flame Emperor in this area. With determination in his eyes, Gong Ya walked towards the Flame Emperor, covered in red slime, and pleaded for help, claiming to have been attacked by wolves and was in need of a potion. Annoyed, the Flame Emperor looked at Gong Ya and dismissed him, stating that if he had already engaged with the monsters in the area, the day's hunt was over. Gong Ya persisted, begging for a potion, but the Flame Emperor responded with frustration, questioning why he should provide an expensive potion for free to a stranger he had never seen before. Confused, Gong Ya asked for forgiveness, not understanding the situation. The Flame Emperor retorted, expressing his own frustrations, stating that he was already struggling to meet his daily quota and couldn't afford to give away expensive potions. Gong Ya tried to reason with the Flame Emperor, explaining that the potion was valued at 20 gold at the Chemist Guild and that he was willing to pay. However, the Flame Emperor interrupted him, stating that Gong Ya seemed to undervalue his own life if he could only afford to pay 20 gold. The Flame Emperor questioned the worth of Gong Ya's life. As Gong Ya desperately tried to secure the potion, he increased his offer to 40 gold. Seizing the opportunity, the Flame Emperor smiled and demanded that Gong Ya give him everything he had. Grabbing Gong Ya by the collar, the Flame Emperor took his wallet. With this, Gong Ya's suspicions were confirmed, as he had anticipated that the Flame Emperor was the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Examining the contents of the wallet, the Flame Emperor counted the money and remarked that Gong Ya was quite poor, questioning why he didn't carry more money with him. Gong Ya insisted that it was all he had. With a smirk, the Flame Emperor declared that he would make good use of the money, further unsettling Gong Ya. When Gong Ya requested the potion, the Flame Emperor reached into his inventory and pulled out a weapon, expressing concern that Gong Ya might seek revenge if he were allowed to go free. He stated that he wanted to live without regret, and since Gong Ya had seen his face, he believed Gong Ya should just die. Reacting swiftly, Gong Ya dodged the attack and retaliated with a well-aimed kick to the Flame Emperor's groin. Determined to live without regrets, Gong Ya drew a knife and launched a counterattack against the Flame Emperor, and the Flame Emperor fell to the ground after being struck. Gong Ya declared that he couldn't allow a life-threatening incident to trigger the Flame Emperor's awakening. With that, Gong Ya resolved to ensure that the Flame Emperor would be gone for good and proceeded to finish him off. In a burst of anger, Gong Ya shouted at Yu Suha, expressing his outrage at the pain and suffering he had caused so many people. Turning away from the scene, Gong Ya noticed a pack of red wolves nearby and offered them the opportunity to devour the Flame Emperor's corpse. As the wolves began their grisly feast, Gong Ya continued on his path, clearing away some grass to retrieve his hidden bag. Changing into fresh clothes, he prepared himself to make his way to the first floor. As he arrived and was teleported to the first floor, doubts lingered in his mind. Was it truly over? He spotted a knight on patrol, feeling a sense of fear and apprehension. Walking towards the exit, Gong Ya and the knight came to the same position, causing him to tense up. However, to his surprise, the knight simply walked past him without any indication of recognition. He then realized that nobody knew what had truly happened. The truth of Yu Suha's actions and his own act of revenge remained concealed, leaving Gong Ya with a sense of relief and closure. As he sat in the bar, he felt a sense of happiness and relief knowing that the disgusting legend of the Flame Emperor, Yu Suha, was no longer in the world. He called out to the boss, requesting another beer to celebrate his victory. The waiter noticed Gong Ya's enthusiasm and asked if his hunt had gone well that day. Gong Ya confidently replied, stating that it was his best hunt yet. He then commanded, "Open Hunter Ability Window," and his stat window appeared, displaying his current abilities. His stat window showed his name as Kim Gong Ya, and his rank as F. He had 2 skills out of 4 slots available. The first skill was I Want to Become Like You with an S+ rating, listed as passive. The second skill was Returner's Clockwork Watch with an X rating, also listed as passive. Gong Ya admired his precious skills but realized that he lacked offensive abilities. He pondered if this was the greed of being human, and reminded himself that with his current skill set, he could still achieve great things. Gong Ya contemplated various possibilities for his future. He considered using his abilities to win the lottery from the Merchant Guild Give and Take or selling valuable information about the secrets of the higher floors. He felt that his life had turned around, and he was now set for life. Excitedly, he wondered where he should go from here, eager to explore the new opportunities that awaited him. Just then an old man entered the bar and the entire bar fell into surprise as they turned to look at him. The old man calmly ordered a drink, requesting warm milk with a little vodka and sugar, mentioning that honey would be preferable to sugar. One of the customers hesitated, explaining that he wasn't a bartender. However, the old man assured him that he would pay extra, alleviating any concerns. A conversation arose among the patrons, with one person noting that the old man seemed to be the real deal. Another questioned why he was there. Meanwhile, a news broadcast on the TV caught Gong Ya's attention. The news anchor mentioned the need for unity among hunters, especially in challenging times, and inquired about the whereabouts and activities of the Sword Saint. To Gong Ya's surprise, the image shown on the TV as the Sword Saint was none other than the old man sitting in the same bar as him. This revelation intrigued Gong Ya, sparking his curiosity about the identity and purpose of the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, whose real name was Marcus Callenberry, used to be the unrivaled top-ranked hunter until Flame Emperor Yu Suha rose to prominence. Gong Ya, observing Sword Saint's reputation and wondered if he possessed a solid offensive skill like an S-rank ability, unlike Gong Ya's own peculiar skill called I Want to Become Like You. A thought struck Gong Ya. What if he could copy the skill of any hunter who kills him, even if that hunter happens to be the current #1 in this era? Realizing that he no longer dies, Gong Ya became confident that he could accomplish this feat. In search of information about Sword Saint, Gong Ya discovered that he hailed from a wealthy European family. However, nobody knew what skills he possessed, and he had a peculiar habit of talking to himself. However, he couldn't find any useful information about Sword Saint. Suddenly, Sword Saint spoke to himself in a loud voice, commanding someone to shut his mouth and not be so loud. Startled by this encounter, Gong Ya realized that Sword Saint truly did talk to himself and wondered if it was a common trait among top-ranked hunters to have something amiss with them. Gong Ya's attention was drawn to an article titled, "Warning, Something You Should Never Say in Front of the Sword King." The author claimed to have witnessed a situation where some high-ranking hunters began provoking the Sword Saint by trash-talking him. However, things took a deadly turn when they mentioned the Sword Saint's grandchildren, leading to their immediate demise at the hands of the Sword Saint. Doubt arose among readers, with some questioning if the author worked for a large guild and was merely spreading rumors. Undeterred by the skepticism, the author responded by stating that he didn't care whether others believed them or not. His intention was simply to share the information, cautioning readers that if they wished to avoid a similar fate, they should never mention the Sword Saint's grandchildren in his presence. Having read the article, he took note of the information and considered that it was worth testing. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint could be heard talking to himself, demanding quiet and expressing his intention to handle something while complaining that his presence had spoiled the taste of his vodka. Placing some gold on the table, the Sword Saint thanked the bar for the drink and left. As he departed, the waiter bid him a good day, and one of the girls at the bar expressed relief that he was finally gone. Her companion wondered if the Sword Saint had dementia, questioning why he talked to himself. Taking cues from the Sword Saint's departure, Gong Ya also stood up, expressing gratitude to the waiter and handing over money. The waiter thanked him in return and encouraged him to come again. Gong Ya left the bar, determined to find the Sword Saint, the current rank 1 hunter. He scanned the surroundings, trying to locate him, thinking that since he left the bar right after the Sword Saint, he couldn't have gone too far. Soon enough, Gong Ya spotted him and began following him, noting that the Sword Saint's distinct attire made it easy to identify him in Babylon. He wondered about the kind of skill the Sword Saint possessed, speculating that it might be even more impressive than the Flame Emperor's rare X-rank skill. Gong Ya harbored hopes of acquiring that skill for himself as long as his lucky streak continued. However, their pursuit took an unexpected turn when the Sword Saint abruptly stopped and called out, instructing him to come out. Gong Ya was taken aback, realizing that the Sword Saint had instantly detected his presence. The Sword Saint remarked that it was a suitable spot, adding that nobody would know what transpired there. Gong Ya emerged and politely addressed the Sword Saint, stating that he had a request. Amused by Gong Ya's approach, the Sword Saint questioned his intentions and wondered why he had approached him in such a manner. Gong Ya was puzzled, realizing that the Sword Saint seemed ready to attack, even though Gong Ya had done nothing more than follow him. Confusion gripped Gong Ya's thoughts as he pondered the situation. At that moment, the Sword Saint commented on Gong Ya's acting skills, praising him as a first-rate assassin. Gong Ya trembled in fear and apologized, expressing his confusion. He inwardly questioned why the Sword Saint would think that and realized that he didn't even need to provoke the Sword Saint by mentioning his grandchildren to be killed. Gong Ya stammered out an apology, denying that he was following the Sword Saint intentionally. The Sword Saint expressed his disdain, finding Gong Ya's continued acting repulsive. He accused Gong Ya of trying to deceive him but claimed that Gong Ya's efforts were futile. Gong Ya, mustering his courage, approached the Sword Saint and pleaded for an explanation. He couldn't fathom how the Sword Saint could perceive him as a first-rate assassin when he believed he appeared ordinary and unremarkable. Sword Saint drew his sword and silenced Gong Ya, stating that he possessed numerous skills, including one that revealed the number of humans Gong Ya had murdered. Gong Ya acknowledged that he had a reason for his actions. He had killed the Flame Emperor to prevent him from becoming a future monster. However, Gong Ya realized that to the people in the present, he had no excuse for his deeds. He imagined that Sword Saint could see the number 1 above his head, indicating the single murder he had committed. Gong Ya pleaded with the Sword King to listen to him, emphasizing that he had a valid reason for that particular count and was willing to swear on his life. Sword Saint removed his hat, finding it repugnant that someone like Gong Ya, who had ruthlessly killed so many, would try to place value on their own life. While acknowledging that he had not lived a clean life himself, Sword Saint claimed that he had not engaged in the same level of ruthless murder as Gong Ya. Startled, Gong Ya expressed his surprise, stating that he had only ever killed 1 person. However, Sword Saint aimed his sword at Gong Ya, accusing him of shamelessly lying. According to Sword Saint, the count of how many people Gong Ya had killed was clearly displayed as 4,091 above his head. Gong Ya realized that the count of 1 was for killing Yusuha, while the staggering number of 4,090 indicated the times he had taken his own life. To Sword Saint, Gong Ya appeared as a legendary assassin responsible for 4,091 deaths. Sword Saint questioned if the Black Dragon's witch had sent Gong Ya. In a panic, Gong Ya started running away, leaving Sword Saint to ponder his lack of response. While fleeing, Gong Ya realized that the situation had escalated beyond the matter of copying skills. As long as the Sword Saint possessed that particular skill, he would always attempt to kill Gong Ya upon seeing him. Sword Saint swung his sword at Gong Ya, determined to use all his power to end Gong Ya's life, and referred to him as a demon. Gong Ya miraculously managed to evade Sword Saint's attack, leading Sword Saint to praise him as a first-rate assassin. However, Gong Ya's luck ran out when he tripped over a small rock and fell to the ground. Realizing that he couldn't dodge the next attack, Gong Ya braced himself for what was to come. Suddenly, Sword Saint exclaimed that they should capture and interrogate Gong Ya, referring to him as a devil. Gong Ya observed Sword Saint talking to himself and wondered if the conversation was too real to be attributed to a mental disorder. He contemplated the possibility that Sword Saint was using a skill, such as telepathy, to communicate. Gong Ya concluded that if Sword Saint was sharing his information with others, revealing that there was a murderer responsible for 4,091 deaths, he would become a wanted man by the Hunters Association and become the target of large guilds and top-ranked hunters. Ultimately, he feared being publicly executed in Babylon Plaza. Determined to prevent this fate, Gong Ya believed he had to die within 24 hours or he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. With resolve, Gong Ya rose to his feet and addressed Sword Saint, asking about the well-being of his grandchildren and mentioning the potential dangers they might face as members of a wealthy European family. Gong Ya subtly hinted at the dangers present in the outside world. He expressed his belief that since his grandchildren carried his bloodline, they would grow up to become wonderful individuals. In response, Sword Saint swung his sword, and Gong Ya's gaze turned to the moon. He marveled at its beauty and questioned if the moon was always upside down like this. At that moment, Gong Ya couldn't even perceive the Sword Saint's attack. Overwhelmed with admiration, he yearned to be like Sword Saint and wondered what he could do to reach such heights. He felt a deep sense of jealousy and expressed his desire to possess that level of skill and power. As Gong Ya's life came to an end, a message appeared informing him of his death and the creation of a skill card due to meeting the skill requirements. Gong Ya was elated, believing that he would acquire the skills of both the rank 1 hunters from 2 different eras. However, when prompted to select a skill card, he was disappointed to find that there were no gold cards available, only bronze and silver ones. This revelation shocked him, as he had assumed that there would be a gold card like the one he obtained from the Flame Emperor. He struggled to believe the situation and questioned the legend. Could Marcus Callenberry have reached the top without any S-rank ability, relying solely on his own strength? He doubted that such a feat was possible. Despite this, he forced himself to believe that one of the silver cards might contain a super overpowered skill. Ignoring the 3 bronze cards, Gong Ya decided to choose from the 4 silver cards, hoping for an exceptional skill like the one possessed by the Sword Saint. He understood that his chances were only 1 out of 4. As he made his selection, Gong Ya desperately pleaded for an overpowered skill to manifest. He didn't want a mediocre skill like the kill count, he needed something extraordinary. With his choice made, a message appeared indicating that the skill would be copied and he would return to a time 24 hours prior. Gong Ya was perplexed as he woke up in his bed and immediately commanded, "Open Hunter Ability Window," hoping to find his newly acquired skill there. He eagerly searched for the supposed overpowered skill he had obtained. To his surprise, Gong Ya discovered a skill called Sword Constellation, which turned out to be an A+ rank passive skill. Although he acknowledged that an A+ rank skill was still commendable, he expressed his preference for rare martial arts or aura awakening active skills. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of greed for more powerful abilities. Lying back on his bed, Gong Ya mused that the skill he received was another passive skill. However, he consoled himself by recognizing its A+ rank status. Curiosity getting the better of him, Gong Ya uttered, "Skill card open," hoping to uncover more about the skill he had obtained. He realized that its name alone did not provide a clear understanding of its effects. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, asking who was being so loud. Gong Ya turned to the side and saw a red-haired man sleeping with his back turned toward him. The man, referring to Gong Ya as Old Man, scolded him for making noise during nighttime training and requested that they maintain proper manners. Gong Ya's face twisted in confusion and disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the identity of the red-haired man before him. The red-haired man expressed his frustration, reminding him to maintain quietness while training at night. He emphasized that there was no need to disturb him, as he would naturally follow the old man's movements. Gong Ya, taken aback by this interaction, asked the red-haired man who he was. Surprisingly, the red-haired man responded by questioning whether Gong Ya could see and hear him. Gong Ya confirmed that he could indeed perceive the red-haired man's presence since they were engaged in conversation. Perplexed, the red-haired man stood up and remarked that it was strange for someone to see and hear him. He then inquired about their location, expressing his astonishment at its small size, comparing it to a dog house. Additionally, he asked about the whereabouts of Old Man Marcus. Gong Ya, curious, asked if he meant Marcus Callenberry, the Sword Saint. The red-haired man affirmed it, acknowledging that it may be absurd to call a beginner a Sword Saint, but explained that was what people referred to him as. Gong Ya wondered in disbelief if the Sword Saint was truly a beginner. As the red-haired man peered out of the window, He complained about the limited visibility from the small window. Gong Ya examined the information about the red-haired man and discovered that he was a sword master from another world. He had reached the 99th floor of his world's tower, but was defeated just before reaching the 100th floor. Due to his overwhelming resentment, he became a wandering spirit unable to physically interact with the current world. But he could mentally interact with the ability holder and provide advice based on his extensive knowledge and experience. However, only the ability user could perceive and communicate with him. Gong Ya pondered this and concluded that the red-haired man was a ghost. Curious, Gong Ya asked the red-haired man if he was the spirit connected to the Sword Saint. Confirming Gong Ya's suspicion, the spirit acknowledged his role as the sword spirit. Gong Ya expressed his apologies, revealing that he had inadvertently copied him from the Sword Saint. In disbelief, the sword spirit opened its mouth wide and demanded to be returned to the old man immediately. Overwhelmed with emotion, the spirit began to cry, imploring Gong Ya to cancel the ability and demanding a refund. Gong Ya felt helpless and covered his ears and explained that he couldn't do anything to reverse the situation. In frustration, the sword spirit sat upside down on the room's roof and berated Marcus Callenberry, the sword saint, calling him a failure of a pupil since his teacher had been kidnapped by his enemy. Gong Ya was startled by the sword spirit's crying and pleaded with the sword spirit to live quietly. The sword spirit retorted that since he was already dead, he could not live quietly. Gong Ya, exasperated, requested that the spirit at least die quietly then. In response, the sword spirit continued to cry and accused Gong Ya of being insolent, pointing a finger at him while expressing disbelief at his audacity to tell a ghost to die again. Gong Ya wondered why the sword spirit was so talkative and suddenly recalled the sword saint's habit of talking to himself. He then realized that it was because of the spirit's presence. Frustrated, Gong Ya lamented the fact that he now had to hide from the sword saint for the rest of his life, in addition to dealing with the burden of the skill he had inadvertently copied. The sword spirit inquired about Gong Ya's need to hide from the sword saint, claiming that there was no other hunter as kind as him, as long as you don't mention his grandchildren. However, Gong Ya interrupted, stating that he already knew about this, but he had a skill that let him see people's kill count. Sword Spirit stated that the skill was Detective's Insight, but the Sword Spirit dismissed the skill as useless, merely providing an idea of whether someone was a killer or not. Gong Ya pointed to his own head and revealed his kill count, stating that it was 4,091. The sword spirit looked at him in disdain and declared Gong Ya to be insane and a beginner among beginners. He criticized Gong Ya for not possessing any aura and questioned how he could have possibly killed 4,091 people. Gong Ya explained that out of the 4,091 kills, only one was an actual person who would become a future villain. The remaining 4,090 kills were instances of him killing himself to activate his ability. His ability allowed him to copy a skill from someone who killed him, and the person he targeted possessed a skill that allowed them to return to a day before their death. This made Gong Ya practically immortal, as he would reset back one day even if he died. His primary motive was revenge, but the target, who was the #1 ranked hunter in their world and had a rare skill, proved too powerful for him to defeat. Thus, Gong Ya decided to go back in time to a point before the person awakened their powers. The sword spirit, intrigued, questioned Gong Ya's decision to turn back time solely to seek revenge on that one person, leading him to kill himself repeatedly for 11 years worth of days. The spirit then moved closer to Gong Ya and asked for his name, to which Gong Ya responded that his name was Kim Gong Ya. Surprised, the sword spirit questioned why Gong Ya chose to copy the skill of the old man right after getting revenge on the Flame Emperor. Gong Ya explained that the old man was the #1 hunter in the current era, and he needed to acquire the strongest skills to become stronger himself. The sword spirit made an observation, noting that Gong Ya was answering his questions honestly because the skill card indicated that only he could perceive him. Since information couldn't leak to others, he had nothing to worry about. Gong Ya confirmed this, stating that it was indeed the case. The sword spirit gestured for him to stand up and closely examined his body. The spirit commented on Gong Ya's impressive resolve, noting that his physical condition appeared decent, and that he possessed commendable ambitions. The sword spirit pondered about Gong Ya's talent, considering its potential. Curious, the sword spirit asked Gong Ya to show him how he hunted monsters. They arrived at a hunting ground with numerous red slimes present. Gong Ya sought clarification on the number of slimes he should kill, to which the sword spirit confirmed that he should eliminate a few of them. Gong Ya began hunting the slimes one by one, utilizing his knife skillfully. While Gong Ya engaged in combat, the sword spirit observed him closely. After some time, the spirit expressed his conviction, stating that his intuition had been correct. Gong Ya wiped the slime liquid off his face and inquired about the spirit's mention of intuition. The sword spirit explained that in his previous life, he was known as the Sword Emperor. He hailed from a different world where a tower similar to the current one had emerged. He boasted of ascending the tower at an unparalleled speed compared to others. Gong Ya reflected on this information, realizing that while the Flame Emperor had become a legend by clearing the 40th floor, the Sword Spirit had managed to reach an impressive 99th floor. He couldn't help but admire the spirit's remarkable achievement. Sword Spirit believed that the true measure of a hunter's talent could be seen through their actions. That's why he had asked Gong Ya to demonstrate his hunting abilities. Gong Ya responded with a faint smile, admitting that Sword Spirit's efforts would be in vain as he had no talent for fighting whatsoever. Taken aback by Gong Ya's self-deprecating statement, the Sword Saint strongly refuted it. He asserted that Gong Ya did possess talent and a remarkable one at that. Gong Ya was taken aback by the Sword Spirit's statement and thought the spirit was trying to mock him. However, the spirit explained that Gong Ya's lack of fear in the face of death was his unique talent. While most people naturally try to protect themselves in fights, Gong Ya's repeated experiences of dying, approximately 4,000 times, had likely diminished his fear of death. Gong Ya expressed surprise, questioning whether something like the absence of fear could be considered a talent. The Sword Spirit confidently affirmed that talents are not merely innate abilities, but can be awakened as individuals live their lives. Among all talents, conquering the fear of death is one of the most difficult to acquire, making it a remarkable achievement. Gong Ya reflected on the revelation, realizing that no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before, including himself. He initially sought revenge against the Flame Emperor due to being treated poorly, but that anger had driven him to die without hesitation 4,000 times. Now, he discovered that death had become his talent, something he had never expected. The Sword Spirit asked Gong Ya about his thoughts when he died at the hands of Old Man Marcus. Gong Ya recollected the moment and replied that he found it beautiful. The Sword Spirit burst into laughter, thoroughly amused by Gong Ya's response. After laughing for a while, the spirit expressed his delight, finding their situation highly entertaining. Realizing that Gong Ya's skill was not to steal but to copy, the Sword Spirit speculated that Old Man Marcus likely possessed a duplicate of himself. Curiosity sparked within the spirit as he contemplated who between Gong Ya and Marcus would become the superior hunter. With unwavering confidence, the Sword Spirit declared that he would assist Gong Ya. He vowed to ensure that Gong Ya wouldn't lose to Marcus, but rather surpass him in strength. Together, they would aim to conquer the tower and rise to greater heights. Sword Spirit shouted loudly, calling out to Kim Gong Ya, who was still sleeping. Gong Ya in a sleepy tone requested 5 more minutes. The Sword Spirit was outraged by this request, expressing disbelief that he would dare ask for more time. He mentioned that Old Man Marcus might already be on the 10th floor, while Gong Ya was still snoozing. After seeing that he was covering his ears to avoid listening, the Sword Spirit declared that he would sing a song from his homeland. He boasted that his singing could burst the eardrums of 30 people at once. Annoyed, Gong Ya finally got up and asked about the time. He showed his phone, revealing that it was 4 o'clock in the morning. The Sword Spirit cleared his throat and remarked that since it was now 4 a.m., the bugs would have started to crawl about, implying that Gong Ya, being weaker than a bug, should have woken up earlier. Gong Ya retorted, suggesting that the Sword Spirit was simply bored and couldn't sleep. The Sword Spirit flinched upon hearing this, and Gong Ya continued, commenting that he had always wondered why the Sword Saint woke up at 4 a.m. for training. He humorously noted that it wasn't due to the Sword Saint's diligence but because the Sword Spirit was incredibly loud. The Sword Spirit admitted that Gong Ya was right, confessing that he had woken him up out of boredom. He stated that Gong Ya should be grateful since he now had the opportunity to wake up and train. The Sword Spirit demanded gratitude and asked Gong Ya to bow down and praise him. In response, Gong Ya expressed his desire to kill the Sword Spirit. With a smirk, the Sword Spirit confidently mentioned that he was already dead, so Gong Ya couldn't kill him. He sarcastically suggested that if Gong Ya was jealous, he should try dying himself, but quickly added that Gong Ya couldn't even die if he tried, calling him a little zombie. The Sword Spirit playfully renamed Gong Ya Kim Zombie from that moment onward. He looked at the Sword Spirit in frustration and muttered his annoyance. As he was out for his morning run, the Sword Spirit interrupted him once again. Referring to him as Kim Zombie, the Sword Spirit emphasized that Gong Ya had nothing but his determination. The Sword Spirit expressed his usual preference for teaching from the very beginning, but in his case, the Sword Spirit felt that he was not even at the starting point. Meanwhile, Gong Ya reflected on the past 4 days since he had acquired the Sword Master skill from the Sword Saint. He had killed Yusuha once more and had been avoiding meeting the Sword Saint. The Sword Spirit, observing Gong Ya's abilities, remarked that Gong Ya possessed the power of an endless void, finding it incredibly cool and expressing his envy. Gong Ya, feeling exhausted from his run, pleaded with the Sword Spirit to stop bothering him. However, the Sword Spirit interjected, suggesting that Gong Ya needed special training, and jokingly mentioned an expensive registration fee. He playfully suggested that they should go and win the lottery. Within the tower, there existed a guild called the Merchant Troop, officially known as the Merchant Alliance. The guild leader held the title of the third-ranked hunter and was named Countess. The Countess possessed the unique skill that allowed her to trade items from the outside world. Due to this powerful skill, the Merchant Troop held a complete monopoly within the tower, and it became the sole place to purchase lottery tickets in Babylon. As they arrived at the Merchant Troop, an employee wearing a cat hat greeted them warmly, asking how they could assist them. Gong Ya handed the employee his lottery ticket and stated that he had come to claim his prize. The employee examined the ticket and excitedly announced that Gong Ya had won the Merchant Troop's happiness lottery, offering his congratulations. Curious, the Sword Spirit asked Gong Ya about the employees always wearing cat ear hats. Gong Ya explained that he had heard the guild leader was fond of cats. The Sword Spirit jokingly speculated that even though she loved cats, she must be a huge pervert to make normal people wear cat ears. The employee informed Gong Ya that tickets couldn't be cashed in after 2 years from the purchase date. Gong Ya assured the employee that the ticket was from the previous week. He thought to himself that he needed to win the lottery at least once, as the spirit had been mentioning the need for money. The employee smiled and mentioned that he would need to conduct some background checks. However, as he looked at the ticket, a shocked expression appeared on his face, and he exclaimed that it was the first place prize. The Sword Spirit excitedly remarked on how easy it seemed to earn money. The employee confirmed the number and requested a moment to bring his supervisor. Gong Ya agreed and told the employee to take his time. The Sword Spirit warned him about the possibility of being ambushed in a shady place. Gong Ya responded, recalling Yusuha's use of power to win the lottery. He shared his insight, stating that even if one tried to hide it, you won't be able to do that. So it was safer to have the win publicly announced. If the winner were to be murdered, it would have the greatest impact on the Merchant Troop's reputation. The supervisor, Arthur Taylor, arrived and greeted him and expressed gratitude for his patience. He introduced himself as the safekeeper and requested to be called by that name. Gong Ya reciprocated with his own introduction and remarked that the supervisor's nickname suited the guild well. Gong Ya realized that if the supervisor had a nickname, he must be a hunter who was at least rank 300. The supervisor chuckled, acknowledging that he received that comment frequently, and invited Gong Ya to follow him to the upper floors. Gong Ya thought to himself that he couldn't challenge someone of the supervisor's caliber normally, but today was different. As a customer with 50,000 gold, he felt a newfound confidence. Observing Gong Ya's happy expression, the Sword Spirit commented on his easily triggered happiness, noting that Gong Ya had never been treated this nicely before. The Sword Spirit reminisced about the time when he had mentioned his talent for dying, and his overjoyed reaction. Gong Ya, annoyed, told the Sword Spirit to be quiet. The Sword Spirit advised Gong Ya not to be so easily swayed and encouraged him to believe that the world was there to support his existence. The supervisor looked at Gong Ya and asked if he was feeling unwell. Gong Ya quickly dismissed the concern, stating that he was lost in thought. The supervisor expressed relief, mentioning that Gong Ya hadn't appeared well earlier, and he was worried that he had crossed a line. Gong Ya wondered if the supervisor was an angel, but the Sword Spirit observed Gong Ya's reactions and commented on how easily influenced he was. The supervisor led him to a door, explaining that it was the VIP lobby. Opening the door, he revealed the first place prize that Gong Ya would receive, 53,000 gold. Gong Ya was shocked as he looked at the gold and realized that it was equivalent to around $5 million in his homeland. With such a sum of money, he could live like a king. He pondered that if his goal was success, he would have already achieved his dream. The supervisor offered him the choice to either take the money away immediately or store it in the Merchant Troop's safe. Gong Ya contemplated his decision, thinking about his determination to conquer the tower and reach the top as a hunter. He realized that money was merely a means to an end, and he had already seen a more enticing golden light than gold coins. Gong Ya decided to keep the money with the Merchant Troop. The supervisor commended his choice, stating that he personally recommended that option to prize winners. He explained the potential risks of taking the money with bad people around. However, Gong Ya interrupted him with a smile and expressed his desire to purchase an honorary guild membership. He asked if 10,000 gold was the cost for a second-tier honorary membership and offered to pay right away. The supervisor seemed surprised and asked if Gong Ya was not affiliated with any other guild, to which Gong Ya confirmed that he wasn't. The sword spirit commended Gong Ya's intelligence, noting that a guild wasn't just a friendly group of hunters. He explained that one of the main reasons hunters joined guilds was for the protection offered by the guild's name, and Gong Ya had figured that out. Gong Ya thought to himself about the city's lawlessness, where relying solely on vigilantes and the Hunters Association wasn't enough. He reflected on the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint, realizing that they were able to kill him without consequences. The Flame Emperor had never belonged to a guild and lived with his own pride. Although he won the lottery twice, he probably never paid any protection money. By rejecting every guild, he had made enemies of large guilds and ultimately faced poisoning. Gong Ya decided not to follow in his footsteps, understanding the importance of not making enemies of influential guilds. He then expressed his additional request to the supervisor, mentioning that he currently lived in a cheap studio and asking if the guild could recommend a different home for him. He also requested that if the newspaper company inquired about the identity of the first-place lottery winner, the supervisor should inform them that he was an honorary member of the merchant troupe. The supervisor's face tensed up upon hearing Gong Ya's thoroughness and remarked that he was quite cautious. The sword spirit commented to Gong Ya that the supervisor's initial plan to treat him like a fool had backfired. Gong Ya responded to the supervisor, acknowledging the need for caution given the current state of the world. The supervisor agreed with him. The sword spirit teased Gong Ya, saying that he was doing pretty well on his own and didn't need to be treated like an infant anymore. Gong Ya retorted that the sword spirit would be more bearable if it couldn't talk. The spirit pointed out that Gong Ya looked happy, to which Gong Ya confirmed and stated that this was only the beginning. He mentioned that after 4,000 deaths and 4,000 returns, a special privilege he had not taken advantage of due to his fixation on revenge. He declared that it was time for him to enjoy his newfound success. Sword Spirit reminded Gong Ya about their previous conversation regarding the importance of tuition fees and pointed out that he had now acquired those funds. When asked about the next thing they needed, Gong Ya suggested a skilled teacher, to which the Sword Spirit hinted that he already had one in front of him. Gong Ya thought to himself that the Sword Spirit had no shame. The Spirit continued, emphasizing that what he needed now was a textbook. He compared it to something like an elixir that could enhance his physical abilities or a scroll containing martial arts principles. However, considering Gong Ya's current level, the spirit concluded that he wouldn't even be able to comprehend secret martial arts manuals and suggested obtaining high-quality elixirs instead. The sword spirit mentioned a guild called the Alchemy Castle with skilled doctors and pharmacists, where they could potentially find an elixir created by the best master from that guild. The spirit also mentioned knowing a store that might have what they needed. Gong Ya expressed concern about the expensive cost of elixirs, and the sword spirit confirmed that they were indeed costly. The spirit whispered the estimated price in his ears, causing him to have a shocked expression. Realizing that even with all his leftover assets, he would only be able to afford a few elixirs, Gong Ya grew worried. The sword spirit teasingly mentioned the possibility of getting a bulk discount for 5 bottles. Gong Ya reluctantly agreed to follow the spirit but requested that it go slower. Suddenly, the sword spirit abruptly stopped, causing Gong Ya to question the sudden change in pace. The sword spirit, with a serious expression, told him to hide and admitted that he had forgotten to mention something important. Confused, Gong Ya asked what it was, and the sword spirit looked around the corner and spotted the sword saint approaching and revealed that the store they were going to was sword saint's favorite store. Gong Ya thought to himself, frustrated that the sword spirit had only informed him now. The sword saint glanced in the direction of the dustbin behind which Gong Ya was hiding, causing him to cover his mouth anxiously, worried about being discovered. Fortunately, the sword saint turned around and left. After the sword saint was gone, Gong Ya expressed his frustration at having to hide in a rubbish bin. The sword spirit realized the gravity of the situation, realizing that if the old man was there, he must be buying the elixirs as well. The spirit urgently called Gong Ya and they ran together. As they witnessed the sword saint entering the shop, the sword spirit lamented that they were one step behind and wondered what they should do. Gong Ya thought it was too dangerous to enter the same store as the sword saint. He then checked the ranking on his mobile but couldn't find what he was looking for among the top 20 rankings, or even the top 100. Even when he had extended the search range to the top 300, he still couldn't find her. The sword spirit questioned what he meant, and Gong Ya smiled and explained that they might not have to spend as much as they expected. He claimed to know an excellent pharmacist who could provide them with top-grade elixirs for a small amount of money. As Gong Ya and the sword spirit walked into a poor area, they attracted the attention of some people who appeared to be gangsters. The sword spirit expressed doubt about the talented pharmacist living in such a place, but Gong Ya insisted that the pharmacist was not only talented but also a genius. The sword spirit became frustrated and questioned why a genius would live in such a neighborhood. Gong Ya replied that the sword spirit could choose not to believe it if he didn't want to. Meanwhile, Gong Ya noticed the people around him and realized that they had been eyeing him, possibly considering robbing him. He thought to himself that they probably thought he was insane due to his muttering, but he wondered what their reaction would be if they knew about the money he had in his pockets. Just then, they heard a voice pleading not to touch her experiment equipment. Another person responded dismissively, and Gong Ya looked ahead and confirmed that they had arrived at the right place. The situation unfolded as a guy demanded payment for a past deadline, threatening to take away the experiment equipment. The green-haired girl pleaded with the loan shark not to take everything, as she wouldn't be able to make a living. The loan shark was stubborn and ordered his men to take everything. In desperation, the green-haired girl asked for just a week or even 5 days and explained that there was still an unfinished elixir. The guy who was pulling a cart expressed frustration and pushed the cart back, causing the girl to fall. He advised her to never get involved in making medicines again. As the girl sat on the ground, people who had been observing the scene started discussing the situation. Some remarked on the downfall of her business, saying they had expected it. Others criticized her for not taking the business world seriously at a young age. There was also a discussion about the high prices of her health potions, with someone questioning why they cost 40 gold for a single bottle. In response, the green-haired girl defended her prices, stating that the quality of her potions justified the cost and that they couldn't find the same quality elsewhere in Babylon. She felt unappreciated for doing business in such a terrible town. As the people started leaving, the green-haired girl tried to convince them to buy at least a bottle of her special health potion. Meanwhile, the sword spirit looked at Gong Ya with disbelief, asking if the loser they had encountered was really the best pharmacist of all time that Gong Ya had mentioned. Gong Ya approached the green-haired girl, who was crying, and asked if she was still in business. When she looked at him, he expressed his desire to place an order, mentioning that it would be quite expensive. Gong Ya recognized her as the alchemist Castellan, who had climbed to the top 5 rankings and become the leader of the Alchemy Castle Guild. Castellan was shocked by Gong Ya's order and asked for clarification on the expensive price. Gong Ya casually mentioned a sum of around 20,000 gold worth. Castellan was taken aback, and Gong Ya urged her to take his orders. He saw the potential in establishing a connection with her before she even reached the rankings, and envisioned her as a goose who would lay 100% pure gold eggs. So he was determined to become a regular customer through and through. Castellan opened the door of her lab and said that it was a disorganized and messy space. Meanwhile, the sword spirit expressed concern to Gong Ya about taking an elixir made by Castellan in such an environment. Castellan confirmed with Gong Ya if he was truly commissioning her for 20,000 gold. Gong Ya offered to pay her upfront if she doubted his trustworthiness, but Castellan remarked that it wasn't necessary. However, if possible, she would like to be paid first. Gong Ya thought to himself that her financial situation must be dire if she couldn't even show basic courtesy. He told Castellan to take as much money as she needed from his account and assured her that he would inform the party beforehand. However, he mentioned that he would like her to keep the budget within 20,000 gold, as his funds were not unlimited. Castellan then asked what kind of elixir he needed, and she further added that she would decline if it involved drugs, as that was the one thing she wouldn't make. Gong Ya admired her conviction, noting that despite her naivety, she had strong beliefs that would lead her to become the Alchemy Castellan. Gong Ya reassured Castellan that it wasn't any kind of drug he was requesting. Curious, Castellan asked for the specifics of the request. The sword spirit told him the formula, and he repeated the words to Castellan, mentioning the liver of a rabbit pig, the eyes of the balloon cat, the skin of the giant desert earthworm, and the tail of a black salamander. Castellan confirmed that there were a total of 23 ingredients. The sword spirit confirmed to Gong Ya that those were indeed all the ingredients, and he then affirmed to Castellan that her understanding was correct. The sword spirit was surprised when Castellan mentioned that the mixture formed by the ingredients greatly increased reflexes, and that it was a high-quality formula. She explained that the ingredients were not individually refined but boiled together at once. The sword spirit wanted to ask how she knew about this, but Gong Ya interrupted and confirmed Castellan's explanation. Castellan smiled and continued explaining. She mentioned that the skin of the giant desert earthworm usually contained a small amount of poison, and one way to neutralize it was by taking the liver of the rabbit pig. However, depending on how it was refined, different side effects could occur. Accelerating the base metabolism would be one of the effects. Gong Ya interjected her explanation and asked how many days it would take to make the elixir. Castellan replied that it would take 4 days, explaining that she could do it quicker under normal circumstances, but she needed to buy new equipment as well. Gong Ya recalled a time when people used to wait for a year outside Castellan's door to get her to make potions. He smiled and remarked that 4 days was a steal. After leaving Castellan's shop, the sword spirit expressed his disapproval of her and doubted her abilities. He believed that many people who talked big ended up being swindlers, and he thought they had wasted their money. Gong Ya asked the sword spirit where he learned the formula, to which the sword spirit replied that he created it himself by consuming various poisons. Gong Ya pointed out that Castellan praised the formula and recognized its true potential immediately, urging the sword spirit to place some trust in her. He also mentioned that despite Castellan's current appearance, she would become the most powerful person in the alchemy castle in 10 years. However, the sword spirit looked away and remained skeptical, believing that she would take their money and run. 4 days later, in a hotel room, Gong Ya and the sword spirit sat on chairs as Castellan brought 3 boxes with her. She apologized for the delay, explaining that it took longer than expected to combine different ingredients. Gong Ya reassured her, saying it was okay and reminding her that she initially mentioned it would take 4 days. Castellan then handed the boxes to him and explained that there were 30 bottles in each box which would last for at least 30 days. Gong Ya thought to himself that it was 15 times more efficient than the store the sword spirit knew, realizing the value of their investment. The sword spirit, noticing Gong Ya's thoughts, questioned if he was bad-mouthing him in his mind. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Castellan asked why Gong Ya entrusted such a costly request to a nameless pharmacist like her. She acknowledged her skills but expressed her frustration that people only saw her as a freak, despite being capable of understanding and making the requested formula, which she believed only a few people in Babylon could do properly. Gong Ya thought to himself that the reason he entrusted the costly request to the pharmacist before his eyes was because she was a genius of the century. However, there was another reason. He remembered that she was the first person to arrive at the scene when the city caught on fire, and that she saw the true personality of the Flame Emperor. She possessed skill, kindness, and the ability to read people. It would be a loss not to get close to someone like her. Gong Ya expressed his reason for helping her, saying it was because she looked kind. He believed that kind hunters like them should be the ones to succeed so they could support each other in the future, rather than seeing a lunatic psychopath be the only one to succeed. He extended his hand, genuinely expressing his thoughts. Castellan shook his hand, agreeing with his perspective. She said that in order to change the world, one had to succeed first. As she prepared to leave, she assured Gong Ya that he could always call her when he had any requests, and she would prioritize them. Gong Ya expressed his gratitude, and the sword spirit approached his ear, questioning the phrase kind hunters like us. Gong Ya acknowledged that he might have said some embarrassing things and suggested they start training instead. As Gong Ya arrived on the 3rd floor hunting grounds, he was greeted by the sight of orcs and goblins. Feeling overwhelmed by the monsters, he wondered what he should do next. The sword spirit advised him to drink the elixir first. Gong Ya followed the advice and found the taste to be surprisingly normal, with hints of lemon and honey. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and noticed something different happening. The sword spirit smirked and praised the skill of the pharmacist, implying that the elixir was working as intended. Gong Ya felt his head bursting with pain, and the sword spirit explained that the elixir slowed down his perception of the present, allowing him more time to react. The sensation of sweat dripping down became vivid for Gong Ya. Confused, he asked what the sword spirit was talking about. The sword spirit pointed out that the thing moving around in his heart was his aura. It was formed inside the bodies of hunters who entered the tower, but many lived their daily lives without recognizing its presence. The sword spirit emphasized that controlling one's aura proficiently would determine the outcome of a fight. Gong Ya placed his hand on his ears, trying to cope with the overwhelming sensations. The sword spirit smirked and commented that normally, one would feel the flow of aura through meditation, but they didn't have the luxury of time. He mentioned that Gong Ya's body would have to suffer due to his lack of talent. As an orc attacked him from behind, the sword spirit urged him to run if he wanted to avoid getting hurt. As Gong Ya dodged the orc's attacks, he expressed his frustration towards the sword spirit, calling him a damned ghost. In response, the sword spirit smiled and dismissed Gong Ya's words, stating that it didn't listen to someone who couldn't even use aura. The sword spirit continued to taunt Gong Ya, suggesting that he should kill himself if he didn't like the situation. He hinted that the kill count would increase and that the old man Marcus would surely appreciate him for it. Despite feeling the slowness of the orc's attacks, Gong Ya realized that his body wasn't reacting to them as he expected. The sword spirit appeared near him and encouraged him not to give up, explaining that low-level mobs like orcs have simple attack patterns that can be identified and evaded. He instructed Gong Ya to charge up the aura in his legs. Gong Ya thought to himself that executing the sword spirit's advice was easier said than done, but he mustered his determination to dodge the attacks. He focused on charging the aura in his legs and felt a connection being established between his aura and his legs. Gong Ya realized that he had done it. The sword spirit commented that it was harder than Gong Ya had anticipated because he didn't have a clear path for the aura to flow. He compared Gong Ya's body to a small footpath in a deep forest, emphasizing the need to open up a wider path like a highway in order to effectively use aura. The sword spirit reminded Gong Ya that he was only able to taste the aura's power due to the elixir, and without it, he wouldn't stand a chance. Gong Ya successfully dodged an attack from the orc and asked what would happen when his footpath became a highway. He tried to force the aura to flow through him, urging it to flow and break through the obstacles within him. He wondered what would happen if he could achieve that breakthrough. The sword spirit responded by reminding Gong Ya of the time when his head was helplessly chopped off by Old Man Marcus. Gong Ya acknowledged the memory, and the sword spirit stated that the attack from Old Man Marcus was just a horizontal slash. Sword spirit said that the old man still has a long way to go, but compared to him he was nothing. As the orc attacked Gong Ya from behind, he managed to dodge the attack. The sword spirit observed the scene and complimented his creativity. Gong Ya then took out a knife and fused his aura with his legs, allowing him to jump toward the orc. He swung the knife and struck the orc in the chest. The sword spirit warned him not to let his guard down, as orcs had thick skin. He advised him to focus his aura on the tip of the blade, acknowledging that it might be too difficult for Gong Ya. Nevertheless, he encouraged him to pour all his aura into the tip of the knife. As Gong Ya poured his aura into the tip of the knife, he shouted "Die," and the orc's green blood splattered as it fell to the ground. The sword spirit asked Gong Ya if he was alright, acknowledging that it must have been painful. The sword spirit taunted him, suggesting that the pain was a consequence of using aura when the path wasn't even there. The sword spirit mocked, saying that his weakened body was on the verge of death, and he had brought it upon himself just to kill a single orc. Gong Ya looked at the sword spirit and called him a bastard in response to its taunting. The sword spirit, however, smiled and applauded Gong Ya for the part where he bent the aura like a spring, recognizing his strategic thinking in the fight. He emphasized that hunters needed to know how to fight with their heads. Gong Ya expressed his unwillingness to listen to the sword spirit's words. The sword spirit asked him if he was in so much pain that he felt like dying. Gong Ya struggled to respond, and the sword spirit suggested that he should just die, as things would supposedly get better after that. Gong Ya looked at the sword spirit in confusion, unable to comprehend its words. The sword spirit explained that he recommended such a training method to Gong Ya because of his regression skill. He mentioned that even Old Man Marcus would simply meditate after taking an elixir, and wouldn't push his body recklessly like Gong Ya. Gong Ya pondered the meaning behind the sword spirit's words. The sword spirit continued, highlighting the advantage of Gong Ya being able to return even after death due to his regression skill. He expressed envy towards Gong Ya's ability to undergo tough training without any physical harm. He jokingly mentioned that if Gong Ya were to kill himself, his kill count would go up, but he suggested using a method that wouldn't increase his kill count. Suddenly, a huge orc appeared behind Gong Ya. The sword spirit commented that since he had already experienced the taste of using aura, he suggested that dying 100 times should be enough. He compared 100 deaths to a 1,000-mile journey that starts with a single step, implying that Gong Ya needed to go through many deaths to progress. As the orc swung his weapon at Gong Ya, the sword spirit said, "Let's start with death number 1. And he received a message saying, "You have died." Gong Ya placed his hand on his forehead as he felt the pain throbbing through his head. The sword spirit looked ahead and questioned what was all this. Gong Ya looked at him and questioned if the sword spirit had also arrived there. He then explained that this place, which he called the Netherworld for now, was where he stayed for a bit when he died. He mentioned that he would always hear the phrase, "You will regress to 24 hours ago," but at other times, he was able to copy skills. Suddenly, a message appeared before him, stating that the skill requirements had been met due to his death. It informed him that he could randomly copy the skills of the monster orc. Both Gong Ya and the sword spirit were astonished by the message. Gong Ya exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that monsters also possessed skills. The sword spirit expressed excitement, considering the skill to be incredibly overpowered. Another message appeared, prompting him to choose a skill card. The sword spirit exclaimed in jealousy, saying that he also wanted this skill. The sword spirit was furious and shouted, demanding to know who was in charge of the tower. He couldn't understand why they would give such a valuable skill to a newbie like Gongya instead of an experienced hunter like himself. He believed it was a disgrace to hunter culture. Gongya, on the other hand, thought to himself about the skill, realizing it belonged to a monster. He extended his hand towards one of the cards and decided to pick one to begin. Curious about Gongya's choice, the sword spirit asked why he was picking that particular card. Gongya responded nonchalantly, stating that it didn't matter which one he picked since all the cards seemed equally unimpressive. To him, it appeared to be a game of luck with no way of knowing which skill was better. The sword spirit questioned how Gongya couldn't determine which skill was superior. Frustrated, Gongya expressed annoyance, explaining that all the cards looked the same from the back, and he could only see the backs of the cards. He couldn't discern which one was better without seeing the fronts. The sword spirit casually remarked that he could see the fronts of the cards. Gongya was taken aback and realized that he could only see the back of the card as the cards moved along with him. However, the sword spirit could move as he wished and see the front of the card. Suddenly, in a moment of happiness, Gongya shouted Eureka. The sword spirit, angered by the outburst, questioned Gongya's sanity and why he was screaming. Eager to proceed, Gongya urged the sword spirit to reveal the skills he currently saw. The sword spirit reluctantly agreed to read the skill information on the cards. He warned Gongya to pay attention because he would only read it once. The first card described the orcs and their ability to overcome the challenges of nature by maximizing their fertility. It mentioned that there were always more orcs hidden from view. The skill was called Blessing of Reproduction and had a low rank of F. However, it came with the drawback of experiencing mating urges throughout the year. The second card had a peculiar description, mentioning the phrase chick repeatedly and emphasizing the enjoyment of it. The skill was named chick and also had a rank of F. However, the drawback associated with it was unclear. Gongya was taken aback by the absurdity of the skill information. The sword spirit pointed out that if he hadn't intervened, Gongya would have chosen the chick skill. He suggested that since Gongya was a man, he should at least wield the power of an orc once. Gongya couldn't believe what he was hearing and questioned the sword spirit's seriousness. In his thoughts, he considered both skills to be worthless, but if he had to choose, he leaned towards chick. The sword spirit noticed the discrepancy between Gongya's thoughts and words, expressing his concern. Gongya confidently stated that his thoughts were correct and that chick was better than the Blessing of Reproduction skill. Panicking, the sword spirit requested some time to think things over, but Gongya, with a cunning smile, suggested that the sword spirit was thinking the same as him. Before the sword spirit could respond, Gongya grabbed the card, triggering a message that indicated the skill had been selected and would be copied. The sword spirit exclaimed in despair, realizing that Gongya had made his decision. Upon waking up in his new house, Gongya received a message stating that his current hunter rank was F, and there was no skill penalty. Excitedly, Gongya expressed his satisfaction, noting that the pleasant environment had refreshed his mind and body. The sword spirit, enraged, shouted in frustration, realizing that Gongya hadn't fallen for his trick. Gongya questioned who would willingly choose the Blessing of Reproduction skill and urged the sword spirit to stop being upset and focus on hunting instead. He then opened his hunter status window, which displayed his hunter status. He was currently a F-rank hunter and all of his skill slots were full. The 4 skills he had were I Want to Be Like You, Regressor's Wind-Up Clock, Blade's Constellation, and chick. Gongya expressed satisfaction with his current skills and didn't see any issues. The sword spirit, after some contemplation, proposed that Gongya could train through meditation to avoid the pain of dying. He suggested sitting down, crossing their legs, and focusing on aura training for 6 months. As he arrived at the gate and announced his intention to go to the 3rd floor hunting ground, the sword spirit repeated his question, wondering if Gongya could hear him. Gongya consumed an elixir and remarked to the sword emperor, asking if he knew something. Confused, the sword spirit asked what Gongya meant, questioning if he wanted to assume the lotus position. Gongya pointed out that the sword spirit referred to him as zombie when he was at an advantage, and as Gongya when he was at a disadvantage. He noted that the sword spirit had been calling him Gongya lately, and in a kind gesture, he brought it to the sword spirit's attention so that he could work on that habit. Gongya launched an attack on an orc, noting that he could see its movements just as he did last time. The orc retaliated by attacking Gongya while growling aggressively. In response, Gongya activated his skill and uttered chick. The orc halted its attack, expressing confusion with the word chick. Gongya repeated the word, and the orc's eyes filled with joy as it echoed the same sound. Seizing the opportunity, Gong Ya swiftly swung his knife and decapitated the orc in a single strike. The orc collapsed to the ground, defeated. Gong Ya felt pleased with the outcome and exclaimed in relief. The sword spirit infuriated and berated Gong Ya, accusing him of cheating and disregarding the feelings of the orc. He criticized humans like Gong Ya for causing suffering to the pure orcs in the world. Gong Ya, wearing a smile, responded to the sword spirit by saying Chiik. The sword spirit expressed his frustration, feeling both angry and annoyed. He questioned why such a powerful skill was given to a deceitful human like Gong Ya, lamenting the tower's decision. Gong Ya urged the sword spirit to stop complaining and sweating, urging them to continue their journey. He suggested heading to the 4th floor. A week later, Gong Ya encountered the boss monster of the 5th floor, the Great Goblin King. The Great Goblin King looked at Gong Ya curiously, and as Gong Ya opened his eyes, a message appeared, indicating the activation of his skill named Goblin High Society with a rank of F. Gong Ya shouted Gorak and charged at the Goblin King. The Goblin King was taken aback, realizing that someone other than himself could possess such perfection in the language of the king. As Gong Ya defeated the Goblin King, he bid the Great Goblin King a farewell, admitting that he was the toughest enemy he had faced in the past week. The sword spirit, scratching his ear, sarcastically commented that Gong Ya was getting emotional just because he killed a monster. Gong Ya exclaimed in frustration, expressing his desire for some time to be emotional after hunting the Goblin King with only 6 coins. The sword spirit defended his previous statement, emphasizing that the fight wasn't even honorable. Gong Ya explained that the fight was legitimate, as he fought using a skill obtained with the equivalent of 5 lives worth of coins. The skill information displayed that Goblin High Society was an F-rank skill. It originated from the Great Goblin, who had once contemplated the uncultured nature of goblins and decided to abandon their traditional language, Karek, in favor of speaking with Gorak, which he believed better described his royal self. However, this change caused backlash within the tribe. Gong Ya expressed his opinion that goblins spent too much time on unimportant details. The sword spirit remarked that this was typical of goblins and added that humans were not much different. Confused, Gong Ya questioned the sword spirit's statement, to which the sword spirit brushed it off, claiming he was merely talking to himself. As Gong Ya tried to inquire about what the sword spirit was trying to say, his attention was diverted by a message that appeared before him. The message stated that his existence became more apparent and his level increased. Gong Ya was surrounded by an aura, and he thought to himself that finally it had happened. Another message followed, indicating that his skill slots had expanded. His hunter rank was now E-class, and it wished him luck. The sword spirit looked at Gong Ya and speculated whether the effect was fireworks or blood, finding it confusing. Gong Ya simply regarded it as a level-up effect. The sword spirit explained that the aura type of a hunter is determined by the kind of effect they exhibit when leveling up. The example given was the Flame Emperor Gong Ya had killed, whose aura type was likely fire due to the nature of his abilities. The form of the aura is usually influenced by the hunter's memorable events, scenes, and things that have had a significant impact on their lives, sometimes even related to their trauma or unconsciousness. The sword spirit then shared his opinion that he was either fire or blood in terms of aura type. Gong Ya asked about the aura of the Sword Saint, to which the Sword Spirit responded that Sword Saint's aura type was Moonlight. When the Sword Saint was young, he once got lost in the mountains and was captivated by the beauty of the moon shining with a strength that was not its own. This experience led him to embrace the idea of living with what is given and shining like moonlight, which became his guiding principle since he was a 12-year-old boy. Gong Ya pondered that the Sword Saint was also abnormal in his own way. Sword Spirit then remarked that now that they had cleared the 5th floor, they should start heading toward the 6th floor. However, Gong Ya proposed the idea of skipping these floors and going directly to the 10th floor boss. The Sword Spirit reacted with surprise and questioned if Gong Ya was starting to overestimate himself. He warned him about the number of experienced hunters who had died on the 10th floor. However, Gong Ya confidently stated that if he couldn't clear the 10th floor in 2 attempts, he would start calling the Sword Spirit a master. The Sword Spirit started mocking him, saying that he had taken 6 coins to defeat the goblin boss and now he wanted to spend only 2 coins on the 10th floor. So, this would be an easy win for him. However, Gong Ya further added that he had one condition. The Sword Spirit had to tell him the skills of the 10th floor boss. Smiling, the Sword Spirit acknowledged Gong Ya's request and agreed to reveal the skills of the 10th floor boss. Gong Ya then added that if he won, the Sword Spirit would have to address him as Gong Ya and be as polite as possible. However, he noticed the Sword Spirit's weird expression and asked if he was scared. The sword spirit, now fueled by the challenge, declared that Gong Ya would fail on the 10th floor and would serve him as his master until death. He then started mocking Gong Ya for not being able to die, remarking that he would have to get used to the word master. Undeterred, Gong Ya responded by questioning if the sword spirit had skills that made him delusional and confidently told him to get ready to serve Gong Ya. Both of them erupted into laughter, creating a rather unusual scene for onlookers who perceived Gong Ya standing alone and laughing. Some people commented that they thought he was insane. As Gong Ya and the sword spirit arrived outside the 10th floor gate, he was informed by the guard that Gong Ya could not enter the floor. When Gong Ya questioned the reason, the guard simply stated that solo hunting on this floor was considered an act of suicide. The guard asked him if he hadn't heard the news that the Black Dragon Guild had failed after organizing a 34-member elite team. In response, Gong Ya said that it was the law to allow entrance to any hunter who was willing to challenge it. The guard explained that he was obligated to record all hunters entering and exiting, and auditors would later review these records. He expressed his reluctance to allow entrance to someone who would likely die and asked Gong Ya to understand his position. The sword spirit expressed disbelief, as the concept of auditors was unfamiliar in his world. Gong Ya pondered on what to do in this situation, contemplating his options. The sword spirit suggested beating up the guard and entering anyway, but Gong Ya had a different idea. Gong Ya approached the guard and acknowledged the difficulty of his position. With a determined gaze, he confessed that he truly wanted to commit suicide. Both the guard and sword spirit were taken aback by this revelation. He revealed that his lover had passed away a year ago, and he had recently been diagnosed with an incurable disease by the Ministry of Alchemy. They had given him a lifespan of only 6 months, but he couldn't bear to live without his lover. Despite his weakness, he as a hunter expressed his desire to challenge monsters in his final moments, rather than wait for his end in a hospital ward. Touched by Gong Ya's story, the guard's eyes welled up with tears. Gong Ya handed him a red bag, explaining that it contained the money he had saved for his hospital bills. The guard hesitated, feeling unable to accept the money, but Gong Ya insisted, stating that he couldn't spend it anyway and wished to leave this world without anything on him. He also requested the guard not to record his entrance, considering it his last wish as a hunter. Moved by Gong Ya's sincerity, the guard understood his perspective and allowed him to proceed. He promised not to report that Gong Ya had entered the floor. Meanwhile, the sword spirit observed the scene and sarcastically remarked that it seemed like they were recording a movie. Gong Ya, determined and prepared to leave a greater legacy than the Flame Emperor, entered the villa on the 10th floor. As he opened the door, he was confronted with the sight of many small laughing dolls. The entire room started to burn, and the dolls invited him to play with them, suggesting a game of hide and seek. They expressed excitement and urged Gong Ya to join in their play. He then received a message indicating that he had entered the boss stage and that the challenger was Kim Gongja, a single person. Gong Ya acknowledged the doll's invitation and responded confidently that he would play with them. Another message appeared, wishing him luck in his endeavor. The Black Dragon Guild, which had maintained its position as the strongest guild since the tower opened, experienced a setback today as they recorded their 30th failure. Reporters approached the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, and inquired about the reason behind their failure. The Black Witch confidently stated that their skills were not lacking and attributed their misfortune to sheer bad luck. However, after successfully clearing the 10th floor, the Flame Emperor began to question their certainty. He mentioned that luck was a skill and referred to the group as pushovers. Gong Ya, deep in thought, anticipated that this interview would be remembered as a declaration of weakness in the future. He had one burning question. Out of all the different types of hunters, why was the Flame Emperor the only one capable of conquering the 10th floor? At that moment, Gong Ya received a message indicating his entry into the boss stage. The 10th floor boss monster was revealed to be the Hellfire Maiden. Dolls taunted Gong Ya, challenging him to play with them and urging him to find the real one. The task to clear the 10th floor was simple. He had to locate and destroy a single real doll hidden within the mansion. The sword spirit warned him about the flames, explaining that they were not ordinary, but rather hellfire infused with aura. Gong Ya realized that even with a protective aura barrier, anyone would only last a maximum of 10 minutes within these flames. However, for a hunter utilizing a fire-based aura, the impact would be significantly reduced. Frustrated, Gong Ya exclaimed that the Flame Emperor was able to safely clear the floor precisely because of this advantage. He expressed his annoyance at the Flame Emperor's subsequent boast about luck being a skill. The sword spirit retorted, labeling Gong Ya as the one who relied on luck, referring to him as a zombie. The dolls began singing the hide and seek song, adding to Gong Ya's predicament. He desperately tried to protect himself from the flames and expressed his confusion regarding the claim that he relied on luck to survive. He emphasized that he was currently struggling to endure using his aura. The sword spirit responded, stating that despite Gong Ya's efforts, his aura would reach its limit in approximately a minute. The sword spirit mentioned old man Marcus, who could endure flames like these for 30 minutes and was waiting for the opportunity to surpass an hour. The sword spirit made a remark about Gong Ya impulsively barging in without proper preparations. Gong Ya sarcastically thanked the sword spirit for the information, to which the sword spirit questioned what he planned to do with only 2 coins. Gong Ya retorted, saying that he would consider his options after dying first. The sword spirit smirked and commented on Gong Ya's expectation that his aura would suddenly expand dramatically upon death. The sword spirit explained that there were 2 ways to clear the area. Either find the real doll with slim odds or possess enough skill in using aura to endure the flames until locating the real doll. However, Gong Ya had foolishly bet only on 2 coins, making it unlikely for him to succeed. Gong Ya smiled and confidently stated that the sword spirit only knew half the situation. He declared that they would see who would come out on top after he experienced death once. Gong Ya calculated that he had approximately 10 seconds remaining until his aura depleted. He contemplated randomly grabbing a doll for now. One of the dolls turned toward him and asked if he wanted to play with it. He placed his hand on the doll's head. However, the doll's mouth opened, and it revealed that his choice was incorrect. As Gong Ya's time dwindled, he expressed his frustration at the way the boss stage was designed. The sword spirit remarked that understanding the tower's intentions was futile, as it was a perverted psychopath that bestowed broken skills upon slackers like Gong Ya. Gong Ya glanced at the sword spirit, intending to comment on his choice of words, but before he could finish, his aura reached its limit, and the fire engulfed him. The sword spirit taunted Gong Ya, declaring that his time was up and calling him a masochist who surpassed even the tower itself. Gong Ya, engulfed in flames, desperately wished for a quicker death. The sword spirit smirked at his painful screams and commented on Gong Ya's acceptance of a plan that involved burning to death, highlighting his masochistic tendencies. Gong Ya longed for a swifter end to his suffering. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that he had died and that the skill requirements had been met. And another message stated that randomly copying the skills of the monster Hellfire Maiden. Gong Ya looked at the sword spirit and reminded him of their promise. The sword spirit examined the skill card and confirmed that he hadn't forgotten, assuring Gong Ya that he wasn't a narrow-minded person who failed to keep his promises. He pointed out a gold skill card, describing it as a jackpot. The skill information for the Inferno Barrier was displayed, indicating it was an S-ranked skill. It harnessed grudges, resentment, and anger, allowing the user to burn away all unresolved resentments, unheard voices, and unfulfilled hopes. It enabled the creation of a fiery aura-filled hell within a 2-kilometer radius, but the user had to be inside the barrier for it to work. The sword spirit insisted that this was the skill they should choose. He emphasized the power of the S-ranked skill, envisioning the unleashed hellfire at will. However, the sword spirit noticed a change in Gong Ya's expression and questioned what was troubling him and what he was thinking about. Gong Ya expressed his uncertainty, admitting that he couldn't explain why, but something was troubling him. He knew that the skill was undeniably powerful, but he pondered what could be causing this unease. He requested that the sword spirit read the other skills as well. Reluctantly, the sword spirit began listing the skill names, including Labyrinth Planning Rank A, Doll Control Rank B, Remote Control Rank B, and Trap Placement Rank C, but he suddenly stopped before mentioning the last skill. Gong Ya looked at the last skill card in shock, while the sword spirit's face twisted with annoyance. Gong Ya smiled and confidently stated that he already knew what it was. The sword spirit tried to interrupt, expressing his concern, but Gong Ya reassured him, saying that it was okay and that he already had an idea about the skill. Pointing at the gold card, the sword spirit enthusiastically described its capabilities, emphasizing its attractiveness and devilish style. However, Gong Ya's thoughts contradicted the sword spirit's excitement. He knew that this was the card he desired. Gong Ya explained that something felt strange from the beginning. The real doll possessed the aura of fire, so it wouldn't burn. Yet, the fake dolls also remained unscathed. Gong Ya believed there was only one answer to this puzzle. As Gong Ya picked up the chosen card, the skill information appeared, describing it as be careful of fire, awake, or sleep. It had a rank of A and allowed the caster to prevent a designated target from burning. The skill ensured a safe life free from the fear of flames, but it increased the damage received by water and ice types by 300%. Gong Ya realized that the skill enabled him to choose a target that wouldn't burn, and a message appeared, indicating the completion of the skill copying process. The sword spirit expressed his frustration, considering this to be a lousy bet. However, Gong Ya laughed and urged the sword spirit to address him as Sir Gong Ya. Another set of messages appeared, informing Gong Ya of his death, and resetting the timeline to 24 hours prior. His current hunter rank was E. Gong Ya, feeling confident with his new skill, expressed his excitement about going back without any worries and exploring the mansion to find the real doll. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as a message suddenly appeared, indicating a penalty due to the skill. Gong Ya quickly realized that this penalty might be related to trauma. Another message confirmed his suspicion, stating that the penalty would recreate the trauma of the enemy who killed him, though the level of the penalty was weak. Another message appeared stating that the penalty was commencing, recreating the trauma of the Hellfire Maiden. A small beggar girl, desperate for food, approached houses in the neighborhood, asking for even a slice of bread or scraps to eat. However, she was met with rejection and judgment from the people. They discussed the increasing number of orphaned children begging in their neighborhood, attributing it to the ongoing famine. Despite the indifference of some, the girl persisted in her plea for food, expressing her hunger. People commented on the situation, expressing their frustration and wishing someone would clear up all of them. Amidst her attempts, the beggar girl accidentally bumped into a man. The man, showing compassion, placed his hand on her head and inquired about her parents. He noticed her emaciated appearance and the pain she must be feeling all over her body. Offering a glimmer of hope, he introduced himself as a doctor and invited her to his mansion. He mentioned having many other children in need of treatment and companionship, suggesting that she could receive care and play with them. She stood in a cage, her hands tied with chains. As hunger gnawed at her, she longed to go out and play. The mister overseeing her smirked, denying her request, and preached about patience. He believed that those who seek food merely out of hunger are akin to animals. Eventually, he released her from the confines of the cage, asserting his familiarity with orphaned children like her. With a sinister smile, he accused them of spreading diseases like a virus as they wandered from village to village. He portrayed himself as a doctor and a guard, claiming to eradicate such diseases. He demanded that she sacrifice herself. Meanwhile, other children languished in their cages. The mister proclaimed that these orphans, whom he deemed to be the offspring of witches, were to blame for the famine plaguing the country. According to him, they carried the poison of Xeracua and other viruses that afflicted the land. He promised to save the country by offering them as sacrifices to God. Helpless, the little beggar girl watched as her fellow beggars suffered the same fate. The people surrounding them eagerly chanted for their execution. In her own cage, she pondered the mister's actions, questioning why he inflicted harm on them and wondering about the whereabouts of her friends. Outside her cage, Gong Ya observed the scene, accompanied by the sword spirit. They both reacted with shock and disbelief. Gong Ya wondered if only their consciousness floated in this strange state. The sword spirit, filled with anger, condemned the cruelty of sacrificing innocent children. Gong Ya theorized that this might be the original copy of the 10th level boss stage. He found it surprising that a monster could have been a human before. The sword spirit interjected, asserting that not all monsters were like this. Boss monsters, in particular, were influenced by events from the other world, including creatures and heroes. From the 11th floor onwards, it became more apparent. Gong Ya questioned why the sword spirit hadn't informed him earlier, to which the sword spirit replied that Gong Ya hadn't asked. It was the spirit's first encounter with the original copy and acknowledged the challenge of comprehending what these monsters had gone through in the other world. The situation frustrated the spirit. Suddenly, a butler carrying a candle slipped and dropped it, igniting a fire that quickly engulfed the mansion. The maids, butlers, and other individuals rushed out of the burning building. Gong Ya attempted to stop them, reminding them that there were children in the basement. Meanwhile, the little beggar girl, facing the flames, called out for help but found the heat unbearable. She called out to the kind mister as she burned in the fire. The young beggar believed that they didn't do anything bad. They simply didn't want to starve and desired to play with their friends. They just wanted to play for a little while longer. A message appeared, indicating the completion of the reenactment of trauma and the end of penalty. Gong Ya woke up in his bed, his mind heavy with thoughts. He remained silent, unsure of how to process the events that had unfolded. The sword spirit observed him for a moment before expressing its view on the matter. The sword spirit acknowledged the unfortunate fate of the children but stated that there seemed to be no viable solution or course of action to rectify the situation. Gong Ya was taken aback by the spirit's response, finding it disheartening and discouraging. The spirit acknowledged being trash but pointed out the harsh reality. The boss had transformed into a monster, and the original children were long deceased in the other world, events that transpired before Gong Ya's birth. There was nothing they could do about it now. Even if it had occurred within the tower, Gong Ya could die countless times in an attempt to save them. However, this tragedy happened in the other world, an issue no one could solve. The spirit urged Gong Ya to find the real doll, kill it, and continue climbing the floors, from the 11th to the 20th, 30th, 40th, and 50th. The only way to clear those floors was by resolving these problems independently. To become the strongest hunter, the one standing at the top, Gong Ya had to tackle such challenges himself. Gong Ya reflected on the Flame Emperor's mindset, recognizing that Yu Suha would have swiftly located and defeated the real doll without hesitation. However, he expressed his reluctance to emulate the Flame Emperor's ruthless approach, and he stated that he didn't want to be like the Flame Emperor. As they approached the mansion, the sword spirit berated Gong Ya, questioning whether he was acting like a child and refusing to defeat the boss simply because he didn't want to be similar to the Flame Emperor. The spirit emphasized that killing the boss was necessary to clear the floor. Gong Ya questioned who decided that killing the boss was necessary. He banged his hand on the door, expressing frustration and admitting his past foolishness. The sword spirit asked about his outburst, and Gong Ya replied, calling himself a fool, and stating that the sword spirit was also a fool. He reminded him of the incident involving the S-class skill selection. He recited a phrase, resentment, hostility, vengeance. The resentment that you couldn't pacify, the voices unheard, the dreams unfulfilled, burn all of that. If you desire it, a fiery aura-infused hell will descend within a 2 kilometers radius around you. No one shall escape this hell without your permission. Gong Ya questioned the oddity of the situation. The sword spirit demanded Gong Ya to clarify, to which Gong Ya pointed out the last part of the phrase, where nobody could escape hell without your permission. He questioned how the Black Dragon Guild managed to return alive without killing the boss. Realizing the inconsistency, the sword spirit agreed with his observation. Gong Ya opened the door, stating that there was only one possible answer: the boss had given permission to escape. Gong Ya contemplated the stage that seemed impossible for any human to clear. The boss had only one desire for the visitor: to play with them. The dolls looked at Gong Ya and eagerly asked him to play. Gong Ya agreed and activated his skill called Be Wary of Fire, which prevented him from getting burned. The dolls wondered why he wasn't affected by the heat. Approaching one of the dolls, Gong Ya confirmed that they could indeed play together. He suggested playing hide and seek and warned them to be careful. He expressed confidence, claiming he never lost a round of hide and seek when he was little. The dolls found him strange. Gong Ya covered his eyes and began counting, while the dolls hurriedly hid. Sword Spirit observed Gong Ya playing hide and seek with the immobilized children. The dolls encouraged each other to run far away and not get caught by Gong Ya. Gong Ya walked toward the dolls and declared that he found one. However, the doll denied being the one. He repeated this process with other dolls, enjoying the game and the laughter it brought. Sword Spirit noticed the scene and realized it was a memorial of sorts, a touching moment unfolding before them. Gong Ya continued playing with the dolls, receiving the same response that they weren't the ones he was looking for. However, as he continued playing, he eventually arrived at a location where a doll sat inside a cage. Gong Ya knelt down outside the cage, and the doll asked if he would play with them. Gong Ya placed his hand on the doll's head and confidently declared that he had caught them. He then informed the doll that it was their turn now. The doll started to melt, expressing gratitude, and said, "Kind mister, thank you." The little girl smiled and once again thanked him. As the doll vanished, messages began to appear, congratulating him and informing him that he had cleared the regular stage, the hidden stage, and the boss stage. As Gong Ya cleared the 10th floor, messages started appearing, informing him that the rewards were being calculated. Once the calculation was completed, Gong Ya was notified that the reward would be granted to him 24 hours later upon entering the 11th floor. The sword spirit noticed his troubled expression and inquired about it. The spirit acknowledged that clearing hidden stages was no easy feat, and remarked that the rewards were pretty good too. Gong Ya, feeling the weight of the world, responded, saying that the spirit wouldn't understand since he was not human. Gong Ya expressed his contemplation on how unfortunate and distressing the world could be, drawing parallels between the boss stage they just encountered and the realities of both their worlds. In the following moment, both Gong Ya and the sword spirit stood in silence. Suddenly, the sword spirit broke the silence, exclaiming that he couldn't engage in such discussions. Instead, he praised Gong Ya for his remarkable performance in clearing the boss in his unique way. He congratulated him, emphasizing that it was his own skill, and not mere luck that carried him through. As partners, they should rejoice when good things happen. At that moment, fireworks illuminated the sky, creating a dazzling display. An announcement appeared, stating that the 10th floor stage had been cleared and that the 11th floor would be accessible in 24 hours. As the announcement and fireworks filled the sky, people on every floor of the tower began to question the reason behind the spectacle. In the HunterNet open forum, discussions unfolded regarding the fireworks and their significance. One person asked if the fireworks were exclusive to the first floor, to which another responded that they were witnessing the same display on the 3rd floor. Amidst the discussions, someone brought up the news of the 10th floor being cleared, prompting speculation on who could have achieved such a feat. The possibility of the Black Dragon Guild being responsible was raised, but another participant revealed that the guild had plans to raid the 10th floor 2 weeks later. As Gong Ya and the Sword Spirit observed the fireworks, the spirit disclosed that he had seen this exact scene in his past life, and this was his second witnessing such an event. Meanwhile, on the HunterNet open forum, people deliberated on the identity of the individual or group who cleared the 10th floor, eliminating the top-ranking hunters and guilds as potential candidates as they knew they were not on the 10th floor. The question on everyone's mind remained, who was it? Who had managed to conquer the 10th floor? The Sword Spirit commented on Gong Ya's transition from an extra to the main character, asking how it felt. Gong Ya responded with a smile, expressing the incredible sensation of having the world within their grasp. The Sword Spirit smirked and acknowledged his achievement, noting that while they had only just managed to clear the 10th floor, they were the closest in their world to reach the top. Gong Ya acknowledged this fact, understanding that their next goal was to actually ascend to the top of the tower. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Gong Ya, and a guard rushed towards him, asking if he was the one who cleared the 10th floor. Gong Ya questioned the guard about the situation. The guard stammered, explaining that he was the only one known to have challenged the 10th floor that day. The chaos was escalating, with higher-ranking officials demanding information about what had occurred. Gong Ya responded defiantly, asking the guard what he would do if he was indeed the one who cleared the floor. The guard, in shock, watched as Gong Ya began to leave. Desperate, the guard pleaded with him to at least disclose his nickname. However, Gong Ya simply stated that he didn't have one. The Sword Spirit chimed in, telling Gong Ya that he had made the right decision. Hiding his identity was crucial, and he should make others seek him out. Gong Ya realized something and turned to the spirit. With an evil smile, he revealed that he understood why the spirit had been praising him so much. He reminded the spirit of their previous agreement, where the spirit had promised to address him as Lord Gong Ya if he cleared the boss within 2 attempts. Gong Ya gloated about his accomplishment, claiming to have cleared the 10th floor with just 2 coins. The Sword Spirit attempted to reason with him, emphasizing their partnership and equality. He massaged Gong Ya's shoulders and spoke of their shared journey, with him being a hunter who had reached the 99th floor and the Gong Ya being the one who would conquer the 100th. The spirit saw them as partners and friends. Ignoring the spirit's words, Gong Ya commanded to return to the 1st floor. Before leaving, he looked back at the Sword Spirit and proclaimed that from that moment on, the spirit should address him as Lord Gong Ya for the rest of his life. As Gong Ya sat in a Starbucks cafe, people around him engaged in discussions about someone actually clearing the 10th floor. One individual suggested that the Black Dragon Guild might have cleared it but was intentionally hiding the achievement. Gong Ya turned to the Sword Spirit, referring to him as Mr. Sword Emperor, and asked for his opinion, remarking on the sweetness of victory, much like his caramel macchiato. He then pretended that his earphones weren't working and playfully called out to the spirit, using various exaggerated titles such as Mr. Psychopath and Mr. Lunatic. The frustrated Sword Spirit finally responded, asking what Gong Ya wanted. Gong Ya smiled, teasingly stating that he could finally hear the spirit's voice, playfully chiding him for making his lord worry. He suggested that they should talk casually, as it would be strange if Gong Ya addressed the spirit formally while the spirit referred to him as his lord. The Sword Spirit cried out, expressing his desire to be replaced with a new skill and return to being Old Man Marcus. Gong Ya acknowledged that it was a significant decision and emphasized that they were lifelong partners and would be together forever. After some time passed, Gong Ya looked at the clock and realized it had been an hour and a half. Just then, he noticed a cat and thought to himself that such an important figure had come to find him. Although no one else knew about the cat yet, so he decided to pretend not to know. Gong Ya took the cat onto his lap and asked if it was lost, inviting it to play with him. The cat responded with a Naya sound. Gong Ya mused about the person inside the cat, noting their incredible acting skills. Suddenly, a group of people approached Gong Ya and asked if he was Hunter Kim Gong Ya. Gong Ya, expecting their arrival, commented on how he had wondered how long it would take and noted that it had been exactly 1 hour, and 30 minutes. Gong Ya displayed his hunter card to verify his identity, and upon confirmation, the group immediately began to contact their superiors. The lead recruiter for the Vigilante Guild expressed interest in Gong Ya joining their guild. However, Gong Ya interrupted and emphasized two important points. Firstly, he requested that his name not be leaked to the press, as he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention before entering the 11th floor. When they questioned how long they should hide his name, he pointed toward the clock and said to wait till it hits 0. The group acknowledged the request. Secondly, he reminded them to be mindful of the customers in the public cafe. As a result, the group emptied the cafe and gathered around his table to continue their discussion. They began offering him various incentives, including money and positions within their guilds. Gong Ya observed that they seemed surprised by the mention of the Sword Saint, the top-ranked individual who was not affiliated with any guild. People had been cautious about guilds and their intentions because of the Sword Saint, and now they sought someone who could surpass the rumors surrounding him. Gong Ya noted that they shouldn't attempt to recruit him while hiding their true intentions. Suddenly, the cat sitting on Gong Ya's lap spoke, offering 500,000 gold on behalf of the merchant troupe. The cat then gracefully hopped down from his lap, revealing herself as the rank 3 Merchant Alliance guild leader, Countess. She extended an invitation to Gong Ya, offering him the title of vice guild leader, and sought his opinion on the matter. Gong Ya, intrigued by the unfolding negotiations, removed his earphone and remarked that it was finally starting to feel like a real negotiation. As the conversation continued, Countess acknowledged Gong Ya's lack of surprise at her transformation from a cat to a human. Gong Ya thanked her and mentioned that he even had the ability to see ghosts, jokingly indicating his relaxed nature. Gong Ya couldn't believe that Countess was in her 40s. She was the richest individual at the top of the tower. He speculated that she probably consumed some sort of youth potion daily to maintain her appearance. At this point, a blonde man stood up and expressed his concerns about the offer of 500,000 gold in the position of Vice Guild Master for Gong Ya. He questioned Gong Ya's unknown skills despite his impressive feat of clearing the 10th floor. Countess dismissed the man's concerns and instructed him to bring his superiors to continue the conversation. She made it clear that she couldn't hold a discussion with them and would only consider those who could offer more than 500,000 gold. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the entrance, cursing the cat. Countess turned her attention towards the door and stated that the people they were waiting for had arrived. The rank 5 Heavenly Martial Clan Guild Leader Viper entered and cursed the Countess. The rank 4 Pantheon Guild Leader Cult Interrogator followed, admitting his mistake of arriving one step behind. The rank 8 Vigilante Guild Vice Guild Leader Paladin also arrived, suggesting that the term mistake wasn't appropriate, and emphasizing their role in preventing confusion among existing hunters. The rank 2 Black Dravigon Guild Guild Master Black Witch arrived silently. Gong Ya looked at them in shock, realizing that all the highest-ranking individuals had gathered in one place. Countess reminisced about the rarity of their gathering and how it felt like just yesterday when they conquered the 2nd floor together. Viper, filled with anger, interrupted her and threatened her by boiling her into soup. He continued shouting, questioning the 500,000 gold reward and her tendency to flaunt her wealth. Cult Interrogator suggested ordering coffee, bringing a momentary pause to the tension. After placing their drink orders, they turned their attention to Gong Ya and asked him what he would like. Sensing their tests and the pressure to maintain composure, Gong Ya speculated whether the presence of the guild masters was a coincidence or part of a strategy to unsettle him. The sword spirit reassured Gong Ya, reminding him not to be scared and that they were merely testing him by trying to intimidate him. Gong Ya acknowledged this and decided to show them relaxation instead of fear. He requested a menu from the manager and, after browsing through it, asked for a hot chocolate instead of coffee, explaining that he wasn't in the mood for coffee at the moment. Gong Ya reflected on his lack of fear towards the guild masters, admitting that the worst they could do was kill him. Cult Interrogator found Gong Ya's transformation from a seemingly inexperienced hunter to his current state interesting, remarking that he had suddenly become an entirely different person. Countess acknowledged that Gong Ya was not completely inactive and possessed luck, guts, and likely some skills. She revealed that Gong Ya had recently been chosen as the lottery winner for her guild. According to Countess, young individuals with these qualities would succeed no matter what they pursued. Viper agreed, stating that someone who cleared the 10th floor couldn't be a newbie. He urged the others to stop pretending and simply recruit Gong Ya. Black Witch intervened, suggesting that their reputations shouldn't overshadow the main issue at hand. She then turned her attention to Gong Ya, bluntly asking him which guild he planned on joining. She warned him that if he had no intention of registering with a guild like the Sword Saint, they would need to discuss how to handle the media. Gong Ya, curious, asked what would happen if he did plan on joining a guild. Black Witch explained that an intense auction would ensue. She mentioned that they had spent too much time on the 9th floor, but clearing the 10th floor provided an opportunity to advertise the tower's value to the outside world. This could attract people beyond just war refugees and renew the sense of adventure among hunters residing on the 1st floor. She emphasized the curiosity that would be generated about the world waiting on the 11th floor and how it would sustain the tower. Gong Ya added that resolving the food shortage would also be possible. Countess admitted that while she had kept a route from the outside world open, it wasn't enough. She believed it was time for a new approach. They needed to bring adventurers to the land beyond the 10th floor and discover things that could only be found there. They also needed a positive way to promote the tower to the outside world, a symbol that could advertise the start of a new era. Gong Ya, understanding the implication, questioned if Black Witch was suggesting that he was that symbol. Gong Ya contemplated the situation, remembering that the Black Dragon had attempted to assassinate the icon before. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, he saw an opportunity to turn the enemy of his enemy into his friend. Gong Ya acknowledged the proposal, understanding that the guild that successfully captures him would become the new symbol of the tower's growth, while other guilds would likely have to act as subordinates. He expressed his concern about that outcome and suggested a different approach. Taking out a deck of cards, Gong Ya surprised them all. He proposed that he would join the guild that wins first place in a game of poker. He didn't desire money or positions. However, if he emerged as the victor, he would simultaneously apply to join all of their guilds. In the public eye, he would be a guild member, but in reality, they would have to treat him as an equal. The Countess laughed at the audacity of the youngster who had only just cleared a floor, wanting to be on the same level as them. She accepted the challenge. Cult Interrogator expressed agreement as long as there were no tricks involved. Viper suggested refraining from using their skills to avoid unfair advantage, and anyone caught using skills would be disqualified. Paladin mentioned that their guild was poor, so bidding on Gong Ya would result in a loss, making the proposition favorable. Black Witch also agreed to the proposal. Gong Ya turned to the Sword Spirit and asked if he disliked calling him Gong Ya. The Sword Spirit was taken aback by the question, and Gong Ya told him to call him that until the end of the game. In exchange, he requested that the Sword Spirit inform him of the cards each player held. Excitedly, the Sword Spirit began to dance and express gratitude for Gong Ya's offer. He promised to even detect if anyone was cheating, praising Gong Ya for his generosity. Gong Ya nodded and declared that they should begin the game. As the poker game commenced, the Sword Spirit positioned himself behind the Countess. He advised Gong Ya to fold his cards as the Countess seemed to have a straight. Following the Spirit's guidance, Gong Ya folded his cards. Moving on, the Sword Spirit approached Viper and took a peek at his cards. Disappointed, he remarked on Viper's audacity to bluff with just one pair. He urged Gong Ya to call and eliminate Viper without hesitation. Gong Ya heeded the Spirit's advice and made the call. Now, the Sword Spirit stealthily went underneath Paladin's desk, where he declared that Paladin was aiming for a full house. However, he assured Gong Ya that after inspecting both the table and the deck, there was no way Paladin could achieve a full house. Encouraged by the Spirit's words, Gong Ya decided to go all in. There was a brief moment of silence, followed by Viper tossing his cards onto the table in frustration. He pointed his finger at Gong Ya and exclaimed that it didn't make sense. Viper claimed that they had already played 30 rounds, and Gong Ya hadn't lost a single one. He believed it was a scam and that bluffing was ineffective against Gong Ya. Remaining composed, Gong Ya asked Viper if he had any evidence to support his accusations. He reminded Viper that he could be a skilled poker player, and expressed his disappointment if Viper accused him without proof. In response, Viper insisted that Gong Ya's gloating gave him away, emphasizing that there was no way Gong Ya could be an F-rank player. Surprising Viper, he revealed that he had recently been promoted to E-rank, though he hadn't had a chance to report it. Caught off guard, Viper stumbled over his words while Gong Ya playfully thanked him for the compliments. He then inquired about Viper's chip count, teasingly referring to him as the gatekeeper. Viper, caught in an awkward position, struggled to respond. As Viper walked to the side, the Cult Interrogator welcomed him and mentioned that it was time for the Heavenly Martial clan to be expelled and ordered another espresso for Viper. However, Viper vehemently expressed his disinterest in the drink. With only 3 players remaining, Paladin, Black Witch, and Gong Ya, the tension in the room grew palpable. Realizing his defeat, Paladin admitted his loss and expressed his confidence in his poker face. He questioned whether Gong Ya was using a mind-reading skill. Gong-ya playfully responded, stating that he might be using mind reading or X-ray vision. Viper noticed Paladin's resignation and angrily shouted at him, urging him not to give up so easily. He accused Gong-ya of cheating and questioned why Paladin would let the supposed cheater off the hook. Paladin defended Gong-ya, calling him the new hero, and dismissed Viper's claims, stating that he knew about Gong-ya's skill from the beginning. Viper was taken aback by Paladin's revelation, questioning how he could have known. Paladin explained that it would have been strange not to notice Gong-ya's skill. He pointed out that a newcomer wouldn't propose a game and bet everything on luck. The fact that Gong-ya had challenged them to a game indicated his intention to defeat them without them realizing his true abilities. Paladin also expressed that from the start, they had nothing to lose. Winning would have been great, but even losing had its own merits. Viper protested, worried about their pride and how a newbie could stand alongside their ranks. Paladin retorted, asking Viper if his pride could put food on the table. The cult interrogator intervened, placing a cup of espresso in Viper's mouth. Now, only Gong-ya and the Black Witch remained in the game. The Black Witch expressed her relief to Gong-ya, stating that she was glad he was a reasonable person. She revealed her origins in Ukraine, or rather, what used to be Ukraine. Having lost her family in the Civil War, she had lived as a foreigner her entire life. She conveyed that whether it was in their current location or the outside world, it was no place for a girl to live alone. Gong-ya contemplated the Black Witch's words and acknowledged her perspective. He agreed that the people within the tower, especially those from the first generation, all had their own stories. He admitted to being a normal orphan himself. The Black Witch regarded the tower as her homeland, where people's origins didn't matter. She emphasized that in the tower, they could understand each other's words and that they were all equal challengers, at least more so than in the outside world where they were considered disposable. She used the analogy of a rose blooming from a garbage can to illustrate that even in unfavorable circumstances, greatness could emerge. Addressing Gong-ya directly, the Black Witch warned him about the imminent attention he would receive when the clock struck 0, and his life would be turned upside down. She urged him to choose wisely. Gong-ya responded confidently, expressing his desire to receive attention and hoping to be praised and become an inspiration for others. The Black Witch commended Gong-ya's honesty and contrasted him with the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, Gong-ya contemplated the Black Dragon Guild leader's strong hand, realizing that his own hand might not be enough to beat it. However, he decided to go all in, displaying his confidence. Gong-ya declared that clearing the 10th floor would not be his only accomplishment. He boldly proclaimed his intention to conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and ultimately the 100th floor of the tower. He respected the tower and the value it held for everyone, but expressed his desire to explore the world beyond its confines. He admitted his lack of knowledge about the famine and poverty within the tower, but encouraged others to use his name to address those issues if they wished. In return, he requested their assistance in climbing the tower, as he yearned to taste the exhilaration of reaching the top. Black Witch let out a sigh and admitted her earlier mistake, declaring that Gong-ya was indeed similar to the Sword Saint. Gong-ya questioned if it was meant as a compliment, to which Black Witch clarified that it was an insult, as she saw them both as greedy individuals. The Countess revealed the final hands, with Black Dragon having a flush and Gong-ya holding a full house. Gong-ya smiled, considering it a compliment and expressing his expectation to be treated as an equal now. Black Witch asked if he would carry the responsibility that came with it, to which Gong-ya replied that climbing the tower was the responsibility of a hunter, assuring her not to worry. Black Witch smiled and remarked on Gong-ya's flippant nature as a newcomer. The Sword Spirit, filled with joy, praised Gong-ya, stating that if being flippant was a skill, Gong-ya would have an S rank. He then started calling him a zombie bastard and expressed happiness at how beautiful this word was. Gong-ya felt embarrassed by the Sword Spirit's enthusiastic outburst, and questioned if this guy was truly the Sword Emperor. As Gong-ya prepared to leave, Black Witch asked if he was already departing. Gong-ya confirmed, mentioning that the 11th floor was opening soon, and he needed to get ready to avoid falling behind. Black Witch questioned how he could prepare when he didn't even know what awaited him. Gong-ya smiled and explained that the theme of floors 11 through 20 was roleplay. He had obtained a hint for clearing the 10th floor but had no knowledge beyond that. As Gong-ya left, Black Witch expressed her intention to repay the debt she felt towards him someday. As people eagerly awaited the opening of the 11th floor, excitement filled the air. The timer on the sky showed only 11 seconds remaining, and as it reached 0, everyone erupted in happiness. An announcement was made, declaring that the tutorial had ended. The crowd eagerly shouted for the 11th floor to be opened. Suddenly, an angelic figure appeared in the sky and addressed the warriors, the climbers of the tower, congratulating them on resolving the grudge of the Inferno Mansion. Some people marveled, considering the figure to be an angel or even a goddess. However, the sword spirit stated that it was merely a system that explains quests. Gongya asked the sword spirit if it was like an NPC, to which the sword spirit replied that even if there were a thing as a goddess, what they were seeing was nothing more than a recorded video. The goddess spoke of a world in need of the warriors' help, where people were suffering from the Demon King's invasion. It offered them a mission to protect mankind, asking them to say transmit if they wanted to accept. Gongya asked the sword spirit how he knew what they were seeing was not a goddess. Sword spirit started to explain, however, before the sword spirit could respond, the sword saint suddenly jumped into the sky and sliced the hologram with his sword. However, the hologram of the goddess remained intact and continued to speak, repeating its message to say transmit. The sword spirit declared that he had accomplished what the sword saint had just done in his previous life, thus realizing that the figure was an NPC. The sword saint's gaze briefly connected with Gongya's, and he uttered the word transmit before vanishing. In a hurry, people started saying transmit and rushed to the 11th floor, eager to continue their journey. The goddess's message resonated with the climbers, stating that from the 11th to the 20th floor, they would face a test of faith. They needed to find their own answers, as those answers would reveal who they truly were. Just then, Paladin appeared near Gongya and expressed his disappointment. Gongya asked Paladin what was he talking about, and Paladin explained that whoever created the tower had put a lot of effort into making it, and they have also left a message for them. However, people had become indifferent and failed to appreciate the miracle of the tower's existence and its skills. Gongya commented on Paladin's unexpected sensitivity, to which Paladin revealed that he had majored in music in the outside world, adding a touch of charm to his character. Gongya mentioned that earning money through music might be difficult. Paladin jokingly responded that the truth could sometimes be painful. The sword spirit cautioned Gongya to be careful around Paladin, as he found the human suspicious. Suddenly, a horde of reporters approached Gongya and asked if he was the hunter kin Gongya. Paladin smiled and took responsibility, apologizing to Gongya for the attention he had brought. He bid Gongya farewell, mentioning that he would see him on the 11th floor. Gongya questioned Paladin if his approach had been for this purpose, to which Paladin revealed his ability to read people and saw it as a way of showing interest. Gongya then asked what kind of person Paladin thought he was, and Paladin cryptically replied that the answer was in his heart. Paladin then said transmit and proceeded to the 11th floor, leaving Gongya behind with unanswered questions. Gongya was still in disbelief after Paladin had run away, and the sword spirit reminded him about his earlier warning regarding Paladin's suspicious behavior. He was bombarded by reporters, and they asked if it was true that he cleared the 10th floor on his own, and questioned his simultaneous memberships in guilds was a plan orchestrated by the large guilds. Gongya thought that he needed to find a way to the 11th floor. Ignoring their questions, he declared that he was also going to conquer the 20th floor. The reporters were momentarily shocked, and Gongya seized the opportunity to bid them farewell, saying, transmit. As he vanished from their sight, a message appeared wishing luck to all the climbers. Upon arriving on the 11th floor, hunters found themselves amid a massive war. The sword saint, also shocked by the chaotic scene, questioned what was happening. Amid the chaos, someone shouted for everyone to hold their ground and stop the Demon King's army for the Aegis Empire. The Aegis Empire's soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against the menacing demons. The commander motivated them, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He urged them not to back down, highlighting that the fate of the empire depended on their perseverance. Amidst the chaos, the hunters arrived on the 11th floor and observed the scene with confusion. Suddenly, someone warned everyone about incoming arrows, prompting the hunters to swiftly dodge them. The shocking sight before them left them in awe and disbelief. However, Gongya remained calm as he knew that the tutorial stage had come to an end after surpassing the 10th floor. From this point onward, every stage would likely present similar challenges. Just then, a commander approached the hunters and requested their assistance. He regarded them as the warriors who could save the empire and pleaded for their help. He explained that the port they were in was the empire's final lifeline. To ensure continued support for the capital, it was crucial to secure the port. The warriors from another world were asked to lend their strength to the Aegis Empire. A quest notification appeared, presenting a new quest to the hunters: secure the supply line. The quest's difficulty ranged from F rank to A rank. The objective was to counter the disaster that had befallen the Aegis Empire, as the cunning, evil, and powerful Demon King had finally raised an army. His first target was to sever the Empire's supply line. Securing the port became the initial step in saving the Empire. Failure to complete this quest would result in the 12th floor remaining inaccessible. The hunters were filled with various questions, expressing their surprise and uncertainty about the existence of the Demon King and the Aegis Empire. They pondered how to clear the quest. In response, the Sword Saint, who was engaged in combat with goblins, admitted uncertainty regarding the details but suggested that the only course of action was to defeat these creatures. Inspired by the Sword Saint's words, the hunters charged toward the goblins. Their battle cries echoed through the air. Fueled by anger, one of the hunters taunted the goblins, stating that for 6 years he had killed 6,000 of their kind. Amidst the intense fight, Gongya received a message that welcomed him and acknowledged his accomplishment of clearing the 10th floor. The message also mentioned a reward awaiting him. Gongya glanced at the map while the Sword Spirit voiced his frustration, anticipating some form of overpowered special privilege. He expressed his disappointment, implying that relying on such cheap skills was unnecessary when Gongya could have trained himself instead. Gongya continued to receive messages, indicating additional bonuses. One message mentioned a hidden stage skill bonus, while another proclaimed the blessing of a god upon him. The messages informed Gongya that he now had access to all non-playable character abilities and locations from the 11th to the 20th floors, accompanied by a hidden stage bonus. Sword Spirit's face reflected disbelief, while Gongya couldn't help but smirk at the new developments. But the messages didn't cease there. Another notification appeared, revealing that the blessing of the merchant god was upon Gongya. It granted him the opportunity to choose and own one item that existed within the 11th to 20th floors. Gongya's smile widened, his eyes closing in satisfaction, as he realized that this was a game entirely based on skill. Meanwhile, the Sword Spirit erupted in anger, shouting its frustration at what it perceived as a luck-based game that relied too heavily on chance. The tower had designated themes for each floor, with the first 10 floors serving as a tutorial. It was a beginner's city where newcomers could acclimate themselves to the tower's challenges, and the hunting grounds were carefully arranged. From the 11th to the 20th floor, the Demon King quest took place. Gongya contemplated the two options to defeat the Demon King. The first was to possess enough power to face the army alone, while the second involved leading an army. The Sword Spirit concluded that he was going to choose the second option and questioned if he had ever led an army before. In response, Gongya opened his skill window and pointed to his skill "I want to be like you." He confidently stated that while he hadn't led an army in the past, he believed he could acquire the necessary talents. Addressing the Sword Spirit as Mr. Sword Emperor, Gongya referred to their previous conversation about the game being luck-based. He challenged the Sword Spirit, saying he would now demonstrate why the game was entirely skill-based. A message appeared and showed the NPC list, and then he ordered to show only the NPCs on the 11th floor. He further specified that the list should display the top 100 individuals based on skill. The Sword Spirit trembled, protesting that this wasn't right and urging Gongya to take small steps in becoming stronger. It accused Gongya of being a cheater and crossing the line, questioning his lack of embarrassment. Gongya brushed off the Sword Spirit's concerns, asserting that he felt no embarrassment. He then instructed the system to show NPCs with skills to lead soldiers, limiting the display to only the top 3 individuals. A list appeared before him, and Gongya requested to see the locations of these 3 individuals on the map. Once the locations of the 3 NPCs, and he also requested his current position to be marked on the map. Gongya smirked at the Sword Spirit, questioning if it still believed the game was not skill-based. He argued that the initially decent privilege had now become a truly valuable privilege. He attributed the outcome to one's ability to utilize their wits effectively. As Gongya began his journey toward the location of the NPCs, the Sword Spirit expressed anger, dismissing the situation as a joke and accusing him of merely resorting to tricks. Gongya chuckled and replied that the ability to employ such tricks was also a part of one's skills. Gongya pondered the location of the blue dot on the map, realizing that the closest place to it was where he spotted an NPC engaged in combat. He identified the NPC as Commander Sarbazejim and called out to him. Surprised, Commander Sarbaz looked at Gongya and inquired about his purpose. Gongya admired the commander's mustache and believed him to possess a nice skill. In a serious tone, Gongya requested that if the commander believed him to be a warrior, he had something to ask of him. The Sword Spirit, however, shouted to the commander, warning him to run and labeling Gongya as a scammer. Unfortunately, the NPC couldn't hear the Sword Spirit's outcry. The commander expressed his willingness to listen and help if he could. Gongya then shocked the commander by asking him to kill him. Commander Sarbaz's face displayed a mixture of shock and confusion. Gong Ya revealed that he possessed a secret ability. If he died, the entire battlefield would receive a blessing from God. It was a sort of suicide skill that guaranteed the Empire's victory as long as the blessing was activated. Taken aback, Commander Sarbaz hesitated, unable to bring himself to kill a warrior. Gong Ya emphasized the importance of considering what was truly crucial. He explained that if the commander didn't kill him, Gong Ya would take matters into his own hands and commit suicide. He believed that this was the greatest way to assist the Empire and pleaded for the commander's help. Commander Sarbaz questioned the notion of such a blessing, but Gong Ya pressed on, stating that the commander, as the leader in charge of the harbor city, was the one he preferred to end his life at the hands of, a patriot and a skilled leader, rather than dying at the claws of a monster. Gong Ya urgently appealed to the commander, emphasizing the limited time available. Commander expressed his reluctance to have the Empire resort to taking the life of someone who had come from another world to offer their assistance. Commander Sarbaz, acknowledging the cursed nature of their world, lamented the necessity of taking the life of a warrior like Gong Ya. Preparing his sword, the commander sought forgiveness from God and vowed to send Gong Ya off without pain. Gong Ya expressed his gratitude to the commander, who then requested to know his name. Gong Ya revealed his name, and the commander thanked him on behalf of the Empire, recognizing him as a true warrior. As the commander swung his sword at Gong Ya, messages appeared, announcing Gong Ya's death, and the complete copying of NPC Sarbaz Ijam's skill. Gong Ya contemplated a saying, "For every person who runs, there is someone who flies." A hunter attacked the goblins, boasting that for 6 years he had killed 6,000 of their kind. Gong Ya pondered another saying, "For every hunter that uses his sword, there is a hunter that uses soldiers." It was a saying by Gong Ya Nim. At that moment, the hunters looked ahead in shock, questioning the kind of hunter Gong Ya was and why he was riding the horse. Gong Ya confidently rode the horse along with the commander, while wielding a white sword in his hand as they moved forward. Gong Ya marveled at his new skill, battlefield perception. It was a B-rank skill that allowed him to analyze the battlefield, instinctively recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy, and finding faults in their defense. He had copied this skill from NPC Sarbaz Ijam. Addressing the commander, Gong Ya informed him that if they continued down the current path and turned right, they would encounter a commander of the demon army. He noted that there were a few nearby monsters, but not too many, and suggested that they wipe them all out. The commander enthusiastically agreed and raised his sword, declaring that the warriors of the goddess were on their side. Gong Ya reflected on how the skill he gained by acting as a military strategist had earned him the trust of the general. He glanced at the minimap and directed them to turn right at a certain point. He acknowledged that his success was not solely due to his skill, but also to the preparations he had made by repeating the day tirelessly. As they fought, Gong Ya noticed a goblin being flung into the air, remarking that it seemed to be flying that day as well. He realized that not everything could be attributed to his skill alone. Suddenly, Gong Ya drew his sword, and it began to shine. The soldiers, witnessing this, exclaimed in awe, recognizing it as the light of the goddess. It was La Fanta Ijam's holy sword of protection, a legendary weapon. Gong Ya reveled in the significance of wielding the holy sword of the ancestors, a legendary weapon tied to the Ijam Empire's founding. According to the legend, the sword was bestowed upon the empire's founder by the goddess herself, and its disappearance had remained a mystery. The founder's prophecy spoke of the promised one appearing with the sword on the fated day, and the wielder would earn the absolute trust of the Ijam Empire. The soldiers, upon witnessing the holy sword in Gong Ya's hands, exclaimed in awe and proclaimed their loyalty to the Ijam Empire. They hailed the return of the founder's holy sword, believing that the heavens had not betrayed the empire. Encouraged by their support, Gong Ya expressed his satisfaction, remarking that the view before him was worth clearing the hidden stage for. However, Sword Spirit was livid, questioning why Gong Ya had traded everything for what he considered to be a shiny, useless sword. Gong Ya justified his choice, emphasizing the sword's shiny and durable qualities, which could be used to dazzle the NPCs until the 20th floor. He explained that NPCs were not just tools for quests, but could also aid in completing those quests. The soldiers looked up to Gong Ya and pleaded for his protection, while some hunters observed him with envy, wondering why he was the only one allowed to ride with the commander. Gong Ya reveled in the attention and the jealousy that surrounded him, relishing the fact that his actions had drawn such reactions. Sword Spirit criticized him for using his enhanced hearing to eavesdrop on gossip rather than focusing on more important matters. Gong Ya cheekily admitted his love for attention. With a swing of his sword, Gong Ya signaled the completion of annihilating the demon army's left wing, and the commander declared their momentum, and determination to push all the way to the enemy base. As they advanced, the soldiers noticed the Goblin King, the boss monster of the 11th floor, appearing confused with a look of uncertainty on his face. Goblin King attempted to flee, but Gong Ya was hot on his trail. Leaping off his horse, Gong Ya activated his skill Goblin High Society. With a powerful swing of his sword, he struck down the Goblin King, defeating him in a single blow. The soldiers celebrated their victory, proclaiming that the warrior of the goddess had vanquished the demon army. The Ejim Empire was hailed once again, and the defeated goblins fled in fear upon seeing their leader fall. The hunters, witnessing the retreating goblins, expressed their disdain, considering solo hunting their specialty and vowing to kill them all. A message appeared, indicating that the 11th floor stage had been cleared. The hunters were shocked, realizing that they had cleared the floor in just one day. They marveled at their own strength and questioned if such a feat was even possible. Another message displayed the calculation of the top 10 raiders, and Kim Gong Ya was ranked first in raid contribution. The hunters were surprised that the first ranked player didn't have a nickname and that the Sword Saint was ranked second. It was then revealed that Kim Gong Ya was the one who had cleared the 10th floor, leading someone to speculate if he was some kind of secluded master. Sword Spirit scoffed at the notion, dismissing Gong Ya as a cunning and lazy bum. Gong Ya challenged Sword Spirit's perception, asking if he now acknowledged the game as a test of skills. Sword Spirit, in anger, turned around and adamantly refused. Gong Ya noticed his anger and realized that this ghost truly valued basic skills over abilities. He assured him that he would diligently train his sword techniques before reaching the 20th stage. The Sword Spirit questioned if he was telling the truth, to which Gong Ya confidently stated that how could he not, with the Sword Emperor by his side. Instead, it should be he who should beg the Sword Spirit to train him. The Sword Spirit was pleased by his response and remarked that he had finally realized his worth, and started reminiscing about the towers he had climbed in his own time. Gong Ya found Sword Spirit's simplicity amusing and marveled at his straightforward nature. Just then the commander approached Gong Ya and expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that their victory was made possible thanks to Gong Ya's contribution. Gong Ya responded modestly, stating that it was a collective effort, and they had all played their part. The commander continued, reflecting on an old prophecy that foretold the arrival of a warrior summoned from a different world to confront the invading demon army. Initially skeptical about the resolve of a warrior fighting for a world not their own, the commander admitted his reservations. However, seeing Gong Ya's unwavering determination and the successful outcome of their battle, the commander realized that his concerns were needless. He extended his hand toward Gong Ya while offering gratitude once again. Gong Ya thought to himself, recognizing the significance of the handshake between him and the commander. Despite their different worlds and origins, the gesture held a universal meaning. They were both humans, connected by their shared humanity, and the ability to extend a hand in gratitude and respect. As they shook hands, the commander expressed his anticipation for Gong Ya's future accomplishments. Gong Ya replied with determination, promising to surpass the commander's expectations and continue striving for greatness. Just then a message appeared saying calculating rewards. The top raiders would receive their well-deserved rewards and be granted first entry to the 12th floor, while the remaining raiders would have to wait until the rewards had been distributed among the top performers. A radiant light enveloped the top raiders, signaling their teleportation to the 12th floor. Gong Ya, too, began to fade away as he prepared to embark on the next stage of his journey. The commander entrusted him with a final request, urging him to take good care of their empire. Gong Ya was on the verge of being teleported to the 12th floor when the Sword Spirit interjected, questioning the summoning of only the top 10 individuals. He wondered if the elderly Marcus would also be present and expressed concern about his potential hostility. Gong Ya brushed off the worries, stating that the worst that could happen is death, but reassured the Sword Spirit that he had a plan. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Gong Ya surveyed his surroundings and pondered if this was the royal palace of the Ejim Empire. Viper and Black Witch materialized behind Gong Ya, with Black Witch expressing surprise at finding themselves in such a place. Suddenly, Heretic Questioner, also known as Cult Interrogator, appeared and hailed Gong Ya, praising his incredible performance on the 11th floor. Gong Ya was taken aback and noticed that Heretic Questioner had utilized his abilities to appear younger. Heretic Questioner continued his admiration, remarking on Gong Ya's clever use of non-playable characters and the peculiar sword he wielded, speculating whether it was a reward from the 10th floor. Gong Ya modestly confirmed this, but Heretic Questioner commended his exceptional aptitude for leading the raid on the 11th floor using the 10th floor's reward. Gong Ya smiled and downplayed the flattery. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when Heretic Questioner swiftly employed the holy technique Inner God to block an attack from the Sword Saint, directed towards Gong Ya. Gong Ya was taken aback by this sudden attack. Heretic Questioner showed surprise and mockingly questioned Sword Saint's transition into an assassin. Sword Saint maintained a cold, determined gaze as he spoke, expressing his intention to kill Gong Ya. Heretic Questioner sought clarification, asking if Sword Saint was referring to Hunter Kim Gong Ya. Sword Saint confirmed this, threatening to take an arm from Heretic Questioner if he didn't move aside. Heretic Questioner pointed out the inconvenience of losing his arm and emphasized the detrimental impact Gong Ya's death would have on the reputation of the 5 great guilds. He asked Sword Saint to explain his reasons for targeting Gong Ya, but Sword Saint refused, stating he had no obligation to do so. Undeterred, Heretic Questioner unleashed the holy technique Godly Transmission, causing Viper and Paladin to appear behind Sword Saint. However, Sword Saint swiftly countered their attacks and scoffed at their presence, referring to them as pesky flies. As Viper was pushed back, he exclaimed his frustration, questioning what the Sword Saint had consumed to possess such strength. Sword Saint retorted by pointing out that Viper himself was in his 40s. Viper took offense to the insinuation of being old, arguing that life truly begins at 40. Paladin intervened, urging Viper to focus on the ongoing battle, acknowledging that the odds were not in their favor. Assessing the situation, Heretic Questioner acknowledged the unfavorable circumstances. Turning to Countess, Heretic Questioner made a request, asking for 10,000 gold. Countess responded by proposing a compound interest rate of 15%, to which Heretic Questioner clarified that he wasn't asking to borrow the money. Countess expressed annoyance at being asked for a donation from an entrepreneur, but Heretic Questioner insisted that the money was dirty and suggested offering it to the church for salvation. Countess playfully remarked that Heretic Questioner was an even bigger bandit than herself. She summoned a small pouch and instructed it to withdraw 10,000 gold, causing a rain of gold coins to cover the ground. Heretic Questioner expressed gratitude for her assistance. Heretic Questioner activated the holy technique called Devotion, initiating the holy transfer and physical strengthening. Paladin and Viper were chosen as the targets and the buff duration was 300 seconds. Heretic Questioner declared that for the next 300 seconds, Paladin and Viper would be noticeably different. He then stated that even for Sword Saint fighting against him, Countess, Crusader, and Viper would pose a big challenge. Furthermore, Heretic Questioner mentioned that Countess' vault had yet to be depleted, offering a choice between her bankruptcy or the enemy's demise. Countess expressed confusion, questioning why her vault was being brought into the situation. At that moment, Black Witch interjected, offering a word of advice. She made it clear that it wouldn't just be the 4 of them fighting. She revealed that Hunter Kim Gong Ya had officially entered into an agreement with the 5 great guilds the previous day. Sword Saint expressed surprise at this revelation. Black Witch explained that Gong Ya had simultaneously joined all 5 great guilds, possessing the authority of a guild master. She emphasized that drawing a sword against Gong Ya would be tantamount to fighting against all of them. Black Witch challenged Sword Saint, questioning if he was truly prepared to face all of them combined. Gong Ya's thoughts raced as he reflected on the plan he had devised. He reminded Sword Spirit of their conversation on the 11th floor, asking if he remembered what he had said. Sword Spirit expressed confusion, prompting Gong Ya to explain that he had mentioned 2 ways to confront a strong opponent. One way was to acquire enough strength to single-handedly crush an army, while the other was to gather an army of allies to fight alongside him. Gong Ya emphasized that as a solo player, he was powerless against a hunter with an alliance at his disposal. With determination, Gong Ya approached Sword Saint and requested a moment to speak with him. Sword Saint questioned his intention, to which Gong Ya replied that he was genuinely taken aback by the situation. He admitted that he wasn't sure why Sword Saint was after him, but he wanted to express his admiration. Gong Ya gazed into Sword Saint's eyes, realizing that his act was not convincing enough. Sword Saint likely still saw him as an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. Sword Spirit chimed in, acknowledging Gong Ya's impressive capabilities from a third-party perspective. To Sword Saint in particular, Gong Ya might appear as a mercenary employed by a major guild rather than a self-made hunter, or possibly in collusion with them. Sword Saint expressed his thoughts about the outside world and the Babylon, emphasizing their similarities. Inside the tower, he faced daily pressure from others to join a guild, but he resolutely refused their offers. The reason behind his rejection was simple. He wanted to demonstrate that one could achieve greatness on their own. In this tower, unlike the outside world that is filled with the stench of bloodlines, nationalities, and affiliations, one could rise to the top with just a single sword. Here, success could be attained through talent and effort alone. Sword Saint's intention was to inspire people with the hope that they too could achieve their dreams. With determination, he pointed his sword at the group and demanded an answer. He questioned their actions, expressing his disappointment in them. In his eyes, they had all become stagnant, like moldy, murky water. In response to the Sword Saint's statement, Black Witch expressed anger, questioning how he, of all people, could say such a thing. She believed that he survived by only caring about himself and that if he had helped others, many more hunters could have survived. Viper shouted at Sword Saint, accusing him of not participating in various raids, including on floors 5, 7, and 9. Viper argued that if Sword Saint had helped, the casualties could have been reduced by half, expressing frustration towards him. Countess expressed disdain towards Sword Saint, stating that if he had used his outside influence to help, the current food shortage wouldn't have been as severe. Furthermore, she claimed that the current tower society could have been established in a much more secure manner. She criticized the Sword Saint for lacking a sense of responsibility and compared him to a child. With full anger, Black Witch demanded that if the Sword Saint held the rank of number 1, he should display a sense of responsibility befitting that rank. Just then, a strong killing intent enveloped the group, and Sword Saint uttered a single word: silence. With an angry expression, he continued, expressing his frustration at their constant bickering. He dismissed their talk and challenged them to fight with their swords if they wanted to fight at all. The Sword Spirit, filled with excitement, praised Sword Saint as expected from his one and only disciple. Interrupting the tense atmosphere, Gongya spoke up, reminding them that even the NPCs on floor 11 had come together to save their country. Black Witch looked at him and dismissed his involvement, claiming that it was about something more serious than him. Gongya acknowledged her point but emphasized that as hunters, their primary focus should be on clearing floor 12. Instead of pointing fingers and holding grudges, they should strive to act better than the NPCs, not worse. Gongya turned to Sword Saint and informed him that they were asking for his help, even if they were just NPCs. They claimed that their nation was on the brink of collapse, and as summoned heroes, they couldn't put the Empire second. Gongya questioned the essence of being a hero, stating that if they could solve problems others couldn't, then were heroes. In response, Sword Saint pointed his sword at Gongya and called him insolent. However, Gongya continued undeterred, urging them to focus on clearing the remaining stages like floor 11. Paladin stepped forward and supported Gongya's statement, stating that although it was hard to understand why the Sword Saint attacked Gongya, it was clear that this was not the time for them to be fighting amongst themselves. Sword Saint looked at the Paladin in confusion, and she reiterated that the current situation required them to set aside their differences and work together. Paladin announced her willingness to make a small sacrifice and revealed her unique skill to everyone present in the room: lie detection. The skill allowed the user to discern whether someone was telling a lie or not. This effect applied not only to people but also to NPCs and monsters. It cautioned that what the other party believed as the truth might be objectively false. Ultimately, the choice to believe or suspect was left up to each individual, and there was no guarantee that people would believe their words. Paladin asserted that her ability to discern lies was instrumental in her position as vice captain of the Vigilante Corps. She offered Sword Saint and Kim Gongya her guarantee of validating the validity of their statements, emphasizing that suspicion was a poison that ate away at people, while truth served as the antidote. Recognizing that they couldn't change the built-up distrust, Paladin suggested that they could at least cooperate on floor 12. Gongya saw this as the perfect opportunity and raised his hand and confirmed his willingness to cooperate. Sword Saint acknowledged Paladin's integrity, noting that she was the only one present who had never harmed another human being. He decided to put his faith in her as well. Paladin, with the agreement of both parties, declared that she would proceed to fairly validate their answers, putting her honor and that of the Vigilante Corps on the line. She asked Sword Saint to pose his question to Kim Gongya. Sword Saint pointed his finger at Gongya and asked him if it was true that he had murdered over 4,000 people. Gongya answered with a simple yes. The Sword Saint triumphantly shouted, accusing the others of using Gongya as an assassin for unknown purposes. However, Paladin intervened and declared that it was false. Sword Saint froze in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Paladin clarified that Gongya's response of yes was a lie, meaning that he had not killed 4,000 people. Paladin turned to Sword Saint and asked if he had any more questions. Sword Saint, still shocked, looked back at Gongya with a mixture of surprise and a visible sweat drop appearing on his forehead. Paladin commented on the strangeness of the initial question, questioning whether one person could even kill that many people. Sword Saint, pointing his finger at Gong Ya once again, stammered, blaming the group for raising Gong Ya as an elite assassin. Gong Ya responded with a smile, confirming that he was indeed an elite assassin. However, Paladin quickly declared that it was a lie, leaving the Sword Saint with his mouth wide open in disbelief. Sword Saint expressed his complete misjudgment of Paladin and believed that she would mediate without lying. Paladin reminded him that she had asked if he would actually trust her from the beginning, questioning if he was now going back on his words. Sword Saint, shocked and overwhelmed, claimed that it was impossible that Gong Ya hadn't murdered a single person. Gong Ya then chimed in, agreeing with the Sword Saint's statement, and Paladin reiterated that it was the truth. Gong Ya acknowledged that murder was still murder but insisted that the person he killed truly deserved it. Paladin confirmed that his statements were true, including the fact that the person had attempted to kill Gong Ya first and was, in fact, an unbelievable mass murderer. Sword Saint's face was covered in sweat as he stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the revelations. Heretic Questioner laughed and dismissed the theory, revealing that it was all an interesting misunderstanding. He stated that they had only met Hunter Kim Gong Ya for the first time yesterday. Sword Spirit sighed, commenting on how relying on skills had led to the Sword Saint's downfall. Gong Ya approached Sword Saint and acknowledged that he had answered all the questions. He expressed relief that it was merely a misunderstanding but pointed out that if the guild masters hadn't protected him, he likely would have died. Gong Ya then looked at Sword Saint and stated that, at this point, he believed he deserved an apology, so he asked the Sword Saint for his thoughts on the matter. Paladin also said to Sword Saint that it is a complete truth, and that Sword Saint was fully in the wrong. She asked him to apologize to Kim Gong Ya already. The Sword Saint struggled to speak, and Gong Ya wondered how he would react. He knew that the Sword Saint was famed for his clean image, whereas the Paladin was a member of the 5 great guilds. He considered the possibility of the Sword Saint claiming that Paladin lied or revealing his skill card Eyes of a Detective as evidence to exonerate himself. Sword Saint asked him if his name was indeed Kim Gong Ya, to which Gong Ya confirmed. Gong Ya thought that the Sword Saint might try to silence him by killing him, similar to what the Flame Emperor had done. He recognized that when people are in the wrong, they often make excuses or distrust others. He believed that the way the Sword Saint resolved the situation would define the kind of person he truly was. Sword Saint gazed at his sword, contemplating the situation. If Gong Ya hadn't actually massacred innocent people, then. However, he abruptly halted his words and declared this wasn't the right way. He resolutely sheathed his sword and declared his intention to make another attempt. He bowed down to Gong Ya and sincerely apologized. He admitted that he was in the wrong and had made assumptions without giving them due consideration. He acknowledged that his hasty actions could have led to someone's death. Sword Saint reflected on his past belief that anyone deserving of death should be eliminated from the world, even a second sooner. He confessed to having acted according to his own judgment in the past, but he promised that such actions would never happen again from that point onward. The Sword Saint acknowledged that words alone were useless, so he stated that if there was anything else Gong Ya desired, he would do it. He believed it to be the gentlemanly thing to say. However, he requested to be spared from taking his own life and asked him to forgive this shameless old geezer so he may live on to reach the top of this tower. Gong Ya was shocked by Sword Saint's response. Instead of doubting Paladin or making excuses with his skills or attempting to silence him, the Sword Saint accepted his mistakes and humbly pleaded with the inexperienced hunter for forgiveness. Gong Ya thought about how the Sword Saint sincerely apologized, admitted his potential wrongdoing, vowed to change his ways, and expressed his wish to live. Gong Ya turned to Paladin, who confirmed that everything Sword Saint had said was the truth. Gong Ya then made a request to Sword Saint, asking to be taught the ways of the sword. He clarified that he wanted Sword Saint to accept his duel request whenever he asked. He mentioned that he had managed to find a teacher, but lacked someone to practice dueling with. Thus, he asked Sword Saint to be his sparring partner. Gong Ya stopped and said, "Sorry, please let me try this again." He expressed his willingness to forgive Sword Saint without any payment, but he would feel embarrassed if he did that. He didn't want to appear to be a bigger man as he wasn't someone great. Instead, he would feel content if someone as great as Sword Saint didn't view him as an enemy. Gong Ya's face flushed red as he acknowledged that swords had already been crossed, so he felt ashamed to forgive the Sword Saint merely to appear as the bigger person. That was why he wanted the Sword Saint to teach him his best sword technique. Gong Ya felt embarrassed and questioned himself on how Sword Saint could express his feelings so openly. Paladin looked at Gong Ya in astonishment and affirmed that everything he had said was true. Viper expressed his skepticism, questioning whether Gong Ya was truly serious. He couldn't understand how Gong Ya could be fine with not asking for anything, suspecting that it was because he felt too embarrassed to appear arrogant or superior. Black Witch responded, remarking how surprising it was to witness someone like Hunter Kim Gong Ya after observing immature children preoccupied with self-interest for so long. The heretic questioner expressed admiration for the scene in which someone earnestly apologized and was earnestly forgiven. Humans engage in endless fights, which is why a genuine apology is regarded as a holy miracle. Countess, despite the happy ending, mentioned her disappointment that her 10,000 gold had seemingly been wasted. Suddenly, Sword Saint caught Gong Ya by his shoulders and exclaimed with a happy face how he had misunderstood such a kind young man. Gong Ya, taken aback, asked for clarification. Sword Saint shook Gong Ya's hand continuously and expressed his enthusiasm for being a dual partner. He even insisted that Gong Ya call him Grandpa Marcus. He then asked about Gong Ya's age, guessing that he couldn't be older than 30. He mentioned his kind granddaughter in the outside world and remarked that he would promote Gong Ya's charms to her if she ever entered the tower. Gong Ya, feeling unsure, politely declined the offer. Sword Saint, with a serious face and tone, asked if Gong Ya was implying that he wasn't interested in his granddaughter. Gong Ya apologized and explained that he simply wasn't interested in pursuing a romantic relationship. Sword Saint dismissed Gong Ya's response, asserting that the spring of love should never be absent from youth. According to him, being in love enables one to perceive things previously unseen, including their own depravity. He proceeded to inquire whether Gong Ya understood the significance of recognizing one's own depravity. As Sword Spirit observed the scene, he remarked to Gong Ya about the Sword Saint being a stubborn old man and referred to him as a boomer geezer. He explained that a boomer is someone who refuses to listen to others, but also mentioned that the Sword Saint's unwavering determination could even lead him to godhood. Sword Saint assured Gong Ya not to worry and promised to take care of him. He noticed Gong Ya's shabby clothes and suggested starting with a suit. Gong Ya, feeling overwhelmed, thought about killing himself and starting the day over. However, at that moment he received a message stating that he had ranked first while clearing floor 11, and would receive the associated rewards. Gong Ya realized that since he had ranked first, he was being rewarded first. He remembered hearing about the clear conditions for floors 12 to 20 before his return. He wondered what the rewards would be. Just then, a message appeared offering him a choice between two rewards, one from the goddess and one from the demon. The goddess reward was the goddess of protection, which explained that the goddess was deeply moved by Gong Ya's efforts and offered him an important position within the Ijim Empire. He could become the Chancellor, the Great General, or even the Head Knight. Selecting a position would grant him corresponding abilities and status befitting the role. The message urged Gong Ya to gather forces with fellow heroes and destroy the Demon King's core on floor 20. However, Gong Ya realized that if he chose the goddess's reward, he would not be able to select the Demon King's reward. Gong Ya recognized that this was part of the theme for floors 11 to 20, which involved role-playing. Hunters would assume positions within the Ijim Empire and receive corresponding abilities and status. The top contributors of the previous stage were given the exclusive right to select these special positions before anyone else. Just then another message appeared, displaying the special classes available for floor 12. He read the new positions and recalled that previously he could only choose from positions like a security guard. But he wondered about the Demon King's reward. Curiosity got the better of him, and he turned around and read the description of the Demon King's reward, which was called the Demon King of the Autumn Rain. It explained that the Demon King was deeply moved by Gong Ya's efforts and sought his cooperation and secrecy. The Demon King promised the same rewards as the goddess but added one additional gift. Gong Ya would have to kill all the top 10 heroes, excluding himself. If he achieved this feat, the Demon King would immediately elevate Gong Ya to floor 99. However, there was a catch. Only one person from the top 10 could receive the Demon King's reward. If multiple people chose this reward, it would randomly select one person. And if no one chose the reward, it would perish. Gong Ya was shocked as he read the reward and questioned about the reward. Viper looked at him and questioned why he was suddenly staring into thin air. Gong Ya looked around nervously, sweat forming on his face. He pondered the possibility of making his way to floor 99 in one go by killing everyone present. But before he could fully process the situation, a message appeared, addressing him as Hunter Kim Gong Ya, and prompting him with the choice of rewards once again. As Gong Ya carefully considered his options for rewards, Sword Spirit interrupted with a sense of urgency, and warned him that it was undoubtedly a trap. Gongya acknowledged this, fully aware that Flame Emperor would have chosen the Demon King's reward. However, since Flame Bastard was still on the 40th floor instead of the 99th, Gongya deduced that the Demon King's reward must be a trap. Sword Spirit, having climbed to the 99th floor alone and failed, passionately advised him against falling into the trap. With his current skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat the top 10 rankers, let alone conquer the 99th floor. Curious about the strength of the 99th floor's boss, Gongya questioned Sword Spirit, who revealed that there was no boss monster on that floor. Instead, there was something far more dangerous. Gongya became increasingly concerned as Sword Spirit's behavior took an unusual turn, leaving him frightened and perplexed. However, Sword Spirit reluctantly admitted that Gongya was making progress, and encouraged him to continue his current approach, assuring him that he would automatically clear the 99th floor. After thoughtful consideration, Gongya made a decision. He resolved to abandon his current attempt and take only the safest routes, disregarding the rewards. He decided to observe the situation for now. Although Sword Spirit questioned his choice, Gongya reassured him, emphasizing that he was willing to sacrifice the battle to win the war. Gongya turned to the group and announced that the rewards for the 11th floor had appeared before him. Black Witch expressed relief, as she had grown tired of waiting for the quest. She further added that once he had chosen his rewards, the queue would continue to the next person. However, he informed everyone that he had already made his decision not to choose a reward, which left everyone shocked and questioning his choice. Notifications appeared, indicating that Gongya had not selected a stage reward. The Goddess of Protection questioned his decision, while the Demon King of Autumn Rain laughed menacingly. Paladin, in a state of shock, confronted him, seeking an explanation. Sword Saint, as the second-ranked member, understood Gongya's cautious approach but questioned the necessity of completely giving up on a reward. Gongya expressed gratitude for the concern but stood by his decision, having no regrets. Sword Saint, relieved by Gongya's response, made his own choice to select the Goddess of Protection's reward and the Grand Master of the Ejim Empire. Suddenly, soldiers appeared and pledged their allegiance to the Sword Saint, acknowledging him as the mightiest swordsman of the Empire. Observing the situation, Heretic Questioner recognized the roles that had been decided and compared them to the Mafia game. Using a skill, Heretic Questioner revealed both rewards to everyone. Viper expressed surprise at the revelation regarding the 99th floor, while Black Witch appeared taken aback. Heretic Questioner explained the dynamics, referring to those who chose the goddess as knights and those who chose the Demon King as traitors. However, Heretic Questioner emphasized that the traitors had a significant disadvantage compared to the Mafia game. There were 9 knights, as well as Paladin on their side. Paladin affirmed her ability to identify the traitor as long as they trusted her. Heretic Questioner highlighted that the game heavily favored the knights, as demonstrated by the support they had. Hunter Kim Gongya's decision to give up the reward seemed unnecessary in this context. Although respecting Gongya's choice, Heretic Questioner proceeded to choose the Supreme General of the Empire. Soldiers appeared once again, pledging their allegiance to the highest flag of the Empire, solidifying their support for the Heretic Questioner's decision. Viper understood the importance of choosing a reward and confidently selected the Captain of the Guards. Paladin followed suit and opted for the Director of Foreign Affairs, considering it to be the most ordinary choice. Black Witch decided to become the Chancellor and expressed her trust in everyone not to side with the Demon King. She reminded them that the reward would disappear if nobody chose it. Countess decided on the Director of Financial Affairs, asserting her choice with certainty. Once everyone finished selecting their rewards, a message appeared, indicating that the distribution had ended. Sword Spirit expressed concern to Gongya, questioning if this decision was truly okay, considering that he had mentioned throwing this run. Gongya reassured Sword Spirit, stating that he was confident it was the answer. Another message appeared, stating that all top contributors had completed their selections. The message revealed that 1 person had forfeited their rewards, while 8 had received the goddess's reward, and 1 had received the Demon King's reward. In anger, Black Witch scolded the others, emphasizing her earlier warning about not choosing the Demon King's reward. Heretic Questioner smiled and expressed surprise at the decision to choose the Demon King's reward despite the overwhelmingly unfavorable odds. Viper sensed a tension reminiscent of when they cleared the first parts of the tower, and expressed anticipation for heads rolling that day. Countess reminisced about the past when the 5 great guilds used to be the 10 great guilds, during which she witnessed and caused numerous deaths. Black Witch ordered Paladin to question everyone with a lie detector skill, and not miss a single person. A message appeared, wishing them all luck in their endeavors. Black Witch asserted her position as the leader of the Black Dragons and expressed her determination to bring the traitor the most painful death for daring to betray them. She demanded that Paladin immediately use the lie detector to question everyone present, threatening to kill anyone who tried to avoid the questioning. Paladin, prefacing the interrogation by stating that she was not the traitor, directed the first question to Hunter Kim Gong-ya. Despite Gong-ya forfeiting the rewards and not being a suspect by default, Paladin still asked if he had selected the Demon King's reward. Gong-ya truthfully replied with a no. Paladin confirmed that it was the truth. Paladin then turned to Sword Saint and asked if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. Sword Saint swore on his honor that he had not. Heretic Questioner, Viper, and Countess all denied being the traitor as well. Paladin confirmed to Black Witch that everyone was speaking the truth. When Black Witch was questioned about selecting the Demon King's reward, she also denied it, which Paladin confirmed as the truth. Viper interjected, questioning that if none of the 10 present individuals was the traitor, then who could it be? Paladin suggested that the traitor might possess an ability to hide or conceal lies, or that there could be someone among them with multiple personalities, although it sounded far-fetched. Sword Saint looked at Paladin and accused her of being the dirty traitor. Black Witch questioned whether he was suspecting them at that moment. Sword Saint responded affirmatively, suggesting that even if Paladin were not lying, she could have lied to protect the 5 great guilds. Paladin acknowledged the possibility that she could be the traitor and emphasized the importance of not losing their composure. She reminded everyone of the countless obstacles they had overcome together and urged them to trust each other once again. Heretic Questioner smiled and responded, expressing his difficulty in trusting anyone outside of the 5 great guilds. He believed that building trust takes time and patience, which not everyone may have at the moment. Paladin shouted in shock, realizing that this was not the time to prioritize efficiency. However, Heretic Questioner used his holy technique, Divine Body, and ordered Viper to take care of the 10th rank Hunter. Paladin protested, but Heretic Questioner used another holy technique, Divine Transmission, and appeared behind the 8th rank Hunter, finishing him off. Viper did the same to the 10th rank Hunter. 2 messages appeared, confirming that the slain warriors were not subjects of the Demon King. Sword Saint drew his sword and confronted Heretic Questioner, calling them disgusting and accusing them of showing their true colors. He threatened them to stop immediately, but Heretic Questioner used holy technique again, finishing off the 9th rank Hunter who was trying to escape. Gong-ya looked on in shock as another message appeared, announcing the death of another warrior who was not a servant of the Demon King. Heretic Questioner wiped his red hands and remarked that it wasn't any of those 3, realizing that the situation had become complicated. He had been certain that one of them was the traitor, but now it meant that the culprit was among them, and their 10 years of trust was about to crumble. Paladin shouted in frustration, expressing her plea for everyone to wait and remain calm. She was disappointed that her request had been ignored. Heretic Questioner responded, claiming to be calm and stating that he had logically concluded that the 3 warriors had the highest probability of being the traitor. He acknowledged his mistake but mentioned that at least the media wouldn't have access to this information. Suddenly, Sword Saint attacked the Heretic Questioner, chopping off one of his arms. Viper intervened and fought against Sword Saint, urging him to let them know before killing someone. Heretic Questioner acknowledged that the situation had become complicated and without both of his hands, he couldn't perform his holy techniques effectively. He apologized to everyone for not being able to be of much help alone. Viper called for someone to come and help, fearing for his own life. Paladin turned to Gong-ya, who had not selected a reward and entrusted everything to him. She believed that Gong-ya, as an innocent and impartial party, could stop Sword Saint. Heretic Questioner poured a healing potion on his arm and suggested that they give authority to Gong-ya, who they believed was certainly not the traitor. He expressed his willingness to honor any decision made by Gong-ya until the traitor was caught, as he did not trust his own judgment. Gong-ya, speaking to Sword Spirit, expressed his disbelief at the situation and the authority he had been given by Paladin and Heretic Questioner. Sword Spirit congratulated him on his promotion and mentioned that it was likely the reason why Gong-ya had given up the rewards. Gong-ya regretted the tense situation among the rankers and the deaths that had occurred. He realized that at this point he had to regress at some point. Gong-ya raised a question to Paladin, asking if Heretic Questioner had always been that way. Paladin explained that religious conflicts were a serious issue when they first entered the tower, with constant fighting among different religions and sects. Heretic Questioner emerged during that time and killed them all, which became the only way he knew to deal with such conflicts. Gong-ya thought about the media covering up the peaceful understanding among religions, realizing that the truth was different from what he had believed. Heretic Questioner apologized for his lapse in judgment and requested Gongya to stop Sword Saint in exchange for full authority. Gongya expressed his frustration but agreed to talk about it later in detail. He then shouted at Sword Saint, appealing for him to stop fighting and suggesting that they talk it out. He even proposed asking out the Sword Saint's granddaughter and dating her once she comes to the tower. He even mentioned becoming his grandson-in-law, hoping to defuse the situation. However, Sword Saint responded coldly, stating that he hadn't stopped fighting because of Gongya's words, but rather because he realized he could kill them whenever he wanted and would deal with them after catching the traitor. Viper questioned if they were done, and Gongya urged everyone to calm down. He acknowledged that they didn't know who the traitor was and might not even be able to find them. Instead, he suggested focusing on a different goal, killing the Demon King. Paladin inquired about the means to achieve that goal. The mere fact that the traitor had chosen the Demon King's reward indicated their intention to target the goddess follower's life. Gongya pointed out that the Demon King's core was located on the 20th floor and proposed that they prioritize defeating the Demon King. By doing so, the reward tied to the traitor would disappear. Gongya believed that regardless of how the tower tried to test them, the solution would always be simple. Just then a message appeared informing them that the 12th floor's quest was being given. Gongya looked at the others and encouraged them to climb the tower and destroy the Demon King's core. As they reached the 12th floor, a message appeared, indicating that the 12th floor quest had begun. They looked around and witnessed red rain falling down. The Empire's soldiers were filled with horror, recognizing it as the Rain of Nightmares, a sign of the Demon King's presence. Viper expressed confusion, questioning why everyone suddenly reacted in such a manner. He wondered if it was all scripted and why the NPCs were behaving this way. Gongya stepped forward and broke a window to get a better view. He saw a massive figure standing outside and realized that the Demon King of Fall Rain had arisen. The Demon King spoke, mocking them for thinking that bringing humans from another world and giving them high positions could turn them into shields. The Demon King declared that no matter how many warriors or knights they called, they were still human and pitied them for their foolishness. Those who failed to see humans as humans would be consumed by their ill intent. Gongya opened the mini-map and discovered that they were surrounded by numerous demons. A message displayed the quest details for the Empire Capital Defense, indicating that their mission was to secure a supply route by bravely fighting against the Demon King's army. Sensing the danger, the Demon King himself had appeared. The Demon King could summon monsters at will, and his target was the center of the Ejim Empire, the capital city of Hakemenia. Thankfully, the Demon King's strength had weakened as it had to manifest in a place far away. Their goal was to stop the Demon King, as losing the battle would prevent the opening of the 13th floor. Viper expressed his shock and frustration, questioning whether that thing had been weakened. Paladin reminded him that she had previously stated that this was not the time to engage in internal conflicts. Viper shouted that it was unfair and questioned if this was even a quest meant to be cleared. He felt that the difficulty difference was too much, especially after the tutorial-like experience of the first 10 floors. Gongya intervened and urged everyone to stay calm. He reassured them that they could overcome this challenge because the tower never gave quests that couldn't be cleared. He reminded Viper that they were not simple hunters. Viper was the captain of the royal guards of the Ejim Empire, and it was his duty to lead them. They couldn't clear the stage with just their group of hunters. They needed to convince and rally the NPCs, treating them as real humans. Gongya turned to Sword Saint, acknowledging him as the captain of the knights. He emphasized the importance of unity, stating that a country where the captain of the knights and the royal guards drew swords against each other wouldn't be able to defend against external threats. They had been given leadership roles, and now was the time for them to fulfill their duties. Gongya then requested Paladin's help in finding the king and the civil officials in the throne room. Without their leader, it would be difficult to control the NPCs effectively. Paladin agreed to assist, and Gongya addressed Heretic Questioner, acknowledging his role as the commander. Gongya expressed his dislike for hunters like the Heretic Questioner, but recognized the importance of his position. He instructed Heretic Questioner to go to the walls and boost the soldiers' morale, as the walls were crucial to the defense of the stage. If the walls were breached, it would be the end. Heretic Questioner pledged to protect the walls with his life, emphasizing his commitment to keeping his promises. Gongya then declared that he would go ahead and take the lead. As he was going to the front lines, he was surprised to see Black Witch appear in front of him and called her Miss Witch. She corrected him, asking to be called the Black Dragon Master instead. Gongya questioned how she appeared out of nowhere, and she explained that teleportation was one of her skills, allowing her to move to any place she could see. Sword Spirit suggested Gongya that he should let Black Witch kill him since teleportation was such a powerful skill. Gong Ya then asked her why she was there instead of going ahead to the castle. Black Witch responded that she had come to take him to the castle because she had seen something on the 11th floor. She believed that Gong Ya possessed a sword that worked on the NPCs, and with it, they could raise the morale of the soldiers. She emphasized that it was Gong Ya whom the soldiers on the wall needed, not her. Black Witch extended her hand towards him and proposed making an agreement. She explained that for her to teleport him, they needed to make a clear verbal agreement. Gong Ya hesitated, mentioning that teleportation was typically an S-ranked skill, and he found it strange that she would reveal its restrictions. He questioned if it was okay for her to disclose that information since it could be her ace in the hole. Black Witch found his remark odd and reminded that according to him she was the Chancellor of the Empire. She considered it obvious for a Chancellor to use her ace in the hole to protect her country. Urging Gong Ya, she emphasized that there was no time to waste, and he only needed to agree to it, regardless of how simple it seemed. Gong Ya caught Black Dragon Master's hand and agreed to her skill usage. As they traveled towards their destination, Gong Ya reflected on the fact that although they called them NPCs, they were no different from humans. Even if they were just illusions, their fears were real. Upon landing on the castle wall, Gong Ya began to express his gratitude, but Black Witch interrupted him, refusing to be chased away after showing her junior her bad sides. She remarked that she hadn't become a guild master by sitting still. Then, she shouted to the soldiers of the Ejim Empire, urging them to rise. She questioned whether they truly believed that the stone walls would protect them. She reminded them that the true guardians of the Empire were the soldiers themselves. The soldiers looked at her, realizing that she was the Chancellor. Black Witch continued her speech, urging them to rise and emphasizing that while the walls may one day fall, and their homes may perish, as long as the soldiers were standing, the Empire would not fall. She encouraged them to rise as the final walls of the Ejim Empire, as warriors who were the Empire itself, and to fight for the Empire and for themselves. She raised Gong Ya's hand with his sword glowing and proclaimed that God was with them. At that moment, a message appeared, stating that the goddess of protection thanked them for the choice they had made and that she was giving out the last of her power. A bright glow erupted from Gong Ya's sword and covered the entire battlefield. As the sword's light shone on the battlefield, the soldiers noticed that the rain had stopped. They exclaimed in awe, realizing that the goddess must be protecting the empire. However, Gong Ya, deep in thought, believed that the power of the sword was not extraordinary. It simply halted the rain in its illuminated path. Yet he recognized that sometimes even small things could make a significant difference, especially for humans who had little left. In the beginning, the throne room lacked any NPCs because all the higher-ups had abandoned the country. The tower had chosen this empire as a stage, akin to how abandoned children were left in a mansion on the 10th floor. Black Witch shouted for the soldiers to rise and behave appropriately in front of the Chancellor. As the soldiers started getting up, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Spotting Gong Ya staring at her, she questioned him why he was staring at her like that. She asked if he had never seen someone from Ukraine make a speech before. She mentioned the presence of many communists in their country, although she personally didn't approve of them but admired their speech-giving abilities, and she claimed to have learned this skill from them. Gong Ya was left dumbfounded by her words, and Sword Spirit suggested that she was trying to make a joke, but she messed it up. Addressing Gong Ya, Black Witch inquired about his plans moving forward and proposed holding off the enemy at the castle walls. Gong Ya agreed with her suggestion. He pondered the S-rank skill of the Black Dragon Master, which was teleportation. However, he considered the risk of instantly being surrounded by monsters if they were to fly directly to their destination. Gong Ya proposed a strategy to create a one-on-one situation with the Demon King by bringing the hunters while the soldier NPCs held off the enemy. He suggested that if the Demon King deployed more monsters to penetrate the castle walls forcefully, Black Witch should teleport him in front of the Demon King. Upon hearing Gong Ya's plan, Black Witch questioned whether he intended to sacrifice himself. Gong Ya realized that anyone would have doubted his plan, but he knew that death didn't mean defeat for him. So he responded with confidence, stating that he planned on winning and had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Black Witch acknowledged that hunters usually had secret weapons and expressed hope that Gong Ya's blade would be strong enough to face the boss. The Demon King spoke, accusing the goddess of playing pitiful tricks and belittling the resistance. He dismissed the power of light and claimed that those who didn't harvest the rice grains of tomorrow had no use for it. He told the goddess that the times you've spent caring for those pitiful things have made you pitiful as well. The Demon King prepared his sword and said, "Then let me show you my light as well." With a powerful swing, his sword unleashed a devastating force, obliterating everything in its path. Soldiers were sent flying through the air, and buildings crumbled to the ground. Suddenly a message appeared, announcing the death of a warrior, who was not a pawn of the Demon King. Black Witch, shocked by the turn of events, realized that the direction of the attack was towards the throne room. She mentioned that the Sword Saint, Heretic Questioner, and Viper would be heading there with their respective troops. The Paladin was given the task of searching for the king, which left Gong Ya in shock, and he realized that it was the Countess, who had just died and she was not the traitor. Black Witch became enraged by the death of Countess and, in her fury, cursed her for dying first. However, Gong Ya interrupted her and pointed out that Countess's death signified the tower's connection to the outside world. Black Witch urged him to focus on the present situation, emphasizing that even the Demon King shouldn't be able to constantly unleash such powerful attacks. She instructed Gong Ya to protect the fallen castle door alongside her. Gong Ya glanced at the mini-map, noticing that the Demon King's army had changed its formations. He questioned whether they were attempting to break through. He agreed with her thoughts and extended his hand toward her. Black Witch swiftly grabbed his hand and activated her teleportation skill. As Gong Ya looked ahead, he realized that no allies were watching out for him on the front line. The Sword Spirit addressed him, referring to him as a zombie and emphasizing the importance of holding back the enemy by himself. To win the war, Gong Ya needed to become a beacon of hope, even if it was just for a minute or 30 seconds. The duration didn't matter as long as he showed himself bravely holding off the monsters alone. Sword Spirit emphasized that true heroes were not defined by surviving for 30 years, but rather by providing those desperately needed 30 seconds to others. Gong Ya took out an elixir bottle and drank it in one go. Sword Spirit reminded him of their promise to teach him swordsmanship until they reached the 20th floor. Though it might be a bit early, it was time for a practical lesson. Sword Spirit guided Gong Ya on foot positioning, asking him to angle his back foot and point his front foot forward. He then instructed Gong Ya to focus ahead. He explained that there were 2 goblins at the front. He remarked that their normal eyesights were poor and their eyes were even closed due to the dust clouds. With Gong Ya's shiny holy sword, he could exploit their vision. Sword Spirit explained that the important thing in a fight is not an absolute second, but a relative second. He instructed him to steal the opponent's vision to gain that 1 second. Gong Ya readied himself, and just like that, his 1 second was slightly faster than his heart, and his blade would be even faster than his that 1 second. The Sword Spirit called out to him and declared that it was time to be a hero. As Gong Ya relentlessly eliminated the goblins, Sword Spirit provided him with instructions, emphasizing the importance of tackling each enemy individually. With every goblin on the verge of defeat, Gong Ya swiftly moved on to the next, orchestrating a fluid and seamless dance of his sword. Sword Spirit stated that 1 second has passed up till now. He then advised him not to pause between swings, urging him to maintain a continuous flow of attacks akin to a musical composition. Just as in music a lower tone sets the stage for a higher one, Gong Ya was encouraged to connect each strike to the next, utilizing his sword in a harmonious rhythm. Sword Spirit emphasized that wielding a sword is essentially a battle against time. Novices can barely hold their ground for a second, whereas experienced swordsmen can dominate for 5 seconds. The key was to seize every moment and not merely rely on a single strike, but rather anticipate the next move. While ordinary individuals allow time to pass naturally, a true swordsman must actively engage with it to truly live. Addressing Gong Ya as a swordsman, the Sword Spirit challenged him to survive for 10 seconds, reminding him of the difficulties involved in becoming a true master of the sword. Gong Ya, however, had his doubts. He questioned why the tower bestowed an exceptional skill upon someone he considered a psychopath. He wondered if surpassing the tower's challenges required such ruthlessness and whether he had to emulate Flame Emperor. Refusing to accept this notion, Gong Ya made a firm determination. He vowed to surpass not only the Flame Emperor, but also the 20th, 30th, 50th, and even the 100th floor of the tower. He was determined to prove that one didn't have to follow in the footsteps of a deranged individual to achieve greatness. As Gong Ya continued his battle with the monsters, a message materialized before him, indicating that his existence had become clearer, and that his level as a hunter had increased to D rank. The message concluded with a wish for luck to remain by his side. Acknowledging Gong Ya's accomplishment, Sword Spirit congratulated him as 30 seconds had now passed, recognizing his growing prowess. As Sword Saint joined the fray, he directed his attention towards Gong Ya, offering a smile and introducing himself as Marcus Callenberry. Gong Ya, reflecting on this encounter, realized it was the second time the top-ranked hunter had revealed their name to him. Each time, it was a different person, distinct from his own existence. This revelation filled Gong Ya with newfound confidence, knowing he could achieve feats beyond his wildest dreams based on his previous experiences. Returning the smile, Gong Ya responded to Sword Saint, stating his name is Kim Gongja. Sword Saint proposed that they fight together, uniting their strengths. And just like that, the rank number 1 hunter, Sword Saint, the captain of the Empire's Night Order, deployed a combination attack. At that moment, Cult Interrogator arrived at the scene, expressing apologies for their tardiness and acknowledging the efforts Gong Ya had made in buying them time. As the rank number 4 hunter, Pantheon Guild leader, Cult Interrogator, vowed to take over from there, thanking Gong Ya for his contribution. He issued orders to everyone present, instructing them to eradicate any threats against the Empire, and urging them not to be pushed back. He emphasized that the goddess was on their side, fueling their determination. Amidst the ongoing battle, Gong Ya's thoughts remained focused on one thing: advancing. As he fought, Viper approached him and commended his performance, explaining that his delayed arrival was due to dealing with guards and members of his guild. Viper, as member of the Heavenly Martial Clan, promised to demonstrate why they held such a prestigious reputation. Noticing Gong Ya's apparent lack of response, Viper mused that he must be in a trance and expressed admiration for him. With a smile, Viper introduced himself as Liao Fan and acknowledged Gong Ya's life-saving intervention in the audience chamber. Determined to repay the favor, Viper took charge of the left side, granting Gong Ya the privilege of fighting alongside him, assuring him that no one had ever died fighting on his right side. Paladin arrived, apologizing for her late arrival and explaining that although she had found the Emperor, but he had already consumed poison to end his life. Sword Saint reassured her, suggesting that joining the attack would be more beneficial than leading troops. Noticing Gong Ya, Paladin questioned what he was doing. However, Sword Saint advised her not to interrupt him, as he was experiencing a rare and precious moment. Suddenly, the Demon King spoke, belittling their efforts and claiming that even the goddess who had been watching over them was weakening. He challenged them, raising his sword and demanding them to show him what they were capable of. In response, someone shouted at Black Witch, urging her to use the mirror. Determined not to miss the opportunity this time, she acknowledged their advice and activated her mirrors, commanding them to scatter. She then called out to Sword Saint and Viper, both of whom swiftly cut apart the Demon King's attacks and approached her. With all of them gathered in one place, Black Witch announced her plan to teleport them in front of the Demon King, instructing everyone to stick close to her. She shouted to Gong Ya, urging him to grab on. Gong Ya glanced back at her outstretched hand, and she warned him that if he didn't comply, they would leave him behind. At that moment, Gong Ya contemplated the scene before him, realizing that it was about to vanish. He recollected his memories with these hunters and recognized that even if they were to forget everything that transpired, it didn't negate the fact that it had happened. He likened it to a person who had perished on the first floor and a soul who had died on the 99th floor of the tower, but still they had managed to reach their current point. Sword Spirit addressed Gong Ya as his partner and expressed their intention to defeat the boss mob. Gong Ya grabbed Black Witch's hand, determined to proceed. He acknowledged that going back would leave things unresolved, but he believed he had grown stronger and would be able to handle the situation better this time. Black Witch then used her skill and they teleported in front of the Demon King. Demon King found their trust in each other intriguing, considering that there was a traitor among them. However, he questioned whether they believed a mere torn rag could protect them. In a sudden turn of events, Gong Ya released Black Witch's hand, causing her to exclaim in worry. Gong Ya launched an attack on the Demon King, knowing that it might be their final encounter. He internally apologized and expressed his hope to meet them again in his next life, even if they wouldn't remember what happened that day. The Demon King mocked Gong Ya's foolishness and questioned if he intended to kill him. However, Gong Ya smiled defiantly, showing his middle finger and clarifying that he was there to be killed by the Demon King instead. Messages appeared, informing Gong Ya of his death, and that the skill requirements had been met. Gong Ya will receive the skill of the monster, the Demon King of Autumn Rain, randomly. Undeterred by his demise, Gong Ya declared now it was time to start round 2. A notification materialized in front of him, informing him that he was randomly copying the skill of the monster, the Demon King of Autumn Rain. But Gong Ya still had one more doubt. He couldn't help but question why the tower granted immense power to individuals like Yusuha, as well as providing an opportunity to someone like himself, who considered himself a nobody. He speculated that perhaps the tower was disappointed with the attitudes displayed by hunters. Sword Spirit, after having seen the skill cards, offered to read the skills he had acquired from the monster. Gongya eagerly accepted the offer. Sword Spirit began listing the skills. The first skill was called Grudge Falls Like the Rain Does, ranked as S. The effect of this skill revolved around the concept of invisibility. It challenged the ignorant notion that if something cannot be seen, it does not exist. It urged for a revelation of the truth and the consequences of ignorance. It emphasized that innocent bloodshed does not exist in this world, and the heavens willingly rain down crimson blood. But only the blood that one has witnessed will become the rain that falls. Gongya pondered the fact that Flame Emperor Yu Suha would undoubtedly have caused widespread destruction on the 10th floor. He wondered why the tower wasn't disappointed with Suha's actions. Before Gongya could delve further into his thoughts, Sword Spirit revealed the next skill, called the Heart Howls, ranked as a plus. This skill harnessed one's emotions as fuel to strengthen their aura. The stronger the emotions, the more powerful the aura became. It didn't matter what kind of emotion it was, the path of fire would burn regardless of the fuel it used. However, the user will slowly become addicted to that emotion. Gongya concluded that the hidden quests existed on every floor of the tower, so he was sure that the 12th floor was no exception. Sword Spirit proceeded to introduce the final skill, 100 Soul Summon, ranked as SS. This skill allowed the user to summon the people he had killed as monsters. However, the summoned creatures would not retain their previous skills or memories, appearing only as basic monsters such as goblins, orcs, zombies, or skeletons. The skill could only be used once a week. Examining the 3 skills, Gongya determined that these were the ones he desired the most. He confidently declared his decision, despite Sword Spirit expressing disagreement. Gongya believed that this skill would be most useful for clearing at least up to the 20th floor. While Sword Spirit remained uncertain about Gongya's choice, Gongya selected the skill card, expressing anticipation for what he would accomplish with it. He then turned to Sword Spirit, addressing it as Sword Emperor and inquiring about the daily schedule of Sword Saint. Sword Spirit confirmed his knowledge of Marcus's fixed schedule, and Gongya asked for details about the evening activities. Sword Spirit agreed to provide the requested information. Soon, Gongya received notifications indicating the completion of the skill selection process and the copying of the chosen skill. He was informed that he will be returning to a point 24 hours earlier. Another message revealed that his hunter rank was now D rank, so the penalty for his skill was taking effect, which involved recreating the trauma experienced by the enemy who had killed him. The level of the penalty was categorized as medium, referred to as the Hungry Demon's Path, and that was how Gongya witnessed the trauma of the Demon King. But we will talk about that nightmare a little later. Black Witch questioned Gongya's decision to leave already, to which he confirmed that he needed to start preparing for the opening of the 11th floor if he didn't want to fall behind others. Black Witch expressed doubt about his ability to prepare without knowing what the 11th floor was like. He internally acknowledged that there had been no issues up to the 10th floor. However, on the 12th floor, where the Demon King appeared, he had concerns. Suddenly, Black Witch noticed his troubled expression and inquired about his well-being, wondering if he was injured. Gongya assured her that he was fine, but became emotional when he saw how amazing people like her were gathered there. Gongya revealed that he did, in fact, know what the 11th floor was like and even had information about its quest. He had received this information as a reward for clearing the 10th floor. This revelation shocked everyone present. Black Witch deduced that Gongya wanted to share the information with them as well. Gongya agreed, but with the condition that they fulfill one favor for him in the future. He couldn't disclose the nature of the favor at the moment, but he assured them that it wouldn't endanger anyone's life or involve acquiring money. If they found the request impossible to fulfill when the time came, they could reject him. Cult Interrogator found the condition favorable and agreed to accept the information. Countess also agreed, emphasizing that they still had the choice to refuse. Viper expressed willingness to hear Gongya out for now, while Paladin saw no disadvantage in the deal and also agreed. Gongya thought to himself that with this stage 1 was now cleared. He proceeded to share the details about the Ejim Empire on the 11th floor to the 20th floor with the gathered individuals. They began discussing the implications of having the tutorial only up to the 10th floor, realizing that they could potentially be involved in large-scale battles from the 11th floor onwards. Gongya believed that with this newfound information, they should be able to easily clear the 11th floor. As he prepared to leave, he addressed Paladin and asked for a walk together, seeking Paladin's advice on certain matters. Paladin agreed, stating that as long as it didn't take too long, she would gladly accompany Gongya. Gongya stated that he only needed 30 minutes of her time. Paladin smiled in response, agreeing and expressing her willingness to accept his request for a date. As Gong Ya and Paladin walked, Sword Spirit informed him that Sword Saint was following them. Gong Ya tried to sense Sword Saint but couldn't detect anything. He questioned Sword Spirit's certainty, and Sword Spirit confirmed that the old man had a stealth skill, making him difficult to spot. He instructed Sword Spirit to ensure that Sword Saint was indeed following him. He reflected on a previous encounter that left him uneasy and felt the need to resolve any misunderstandings with Sword Saint before they climbed further up the tower. He recognized that the relationship between Sword Saint and the guild leaders was strained, and if Sword Saint drew his sword against Gong Ya, it would automatically make him an enemy of the guild leaders. He understood that news of a traitor would cause significant damage, potentially leading to their downfall. He saw resolving the misunderstanding as a necessary step to avoid such a detrimental outcome. Paladin questioned where he was leading them, remarking that if they went this way, they would be going through a dark neighborhood. Gong Ya smiled and stated that there was a store he wanted to introduce to her. In his thoughts, Gong Ya revealed that he purposely made himself visible based on Sword Spirit's information about Sword Saint's schedule. His aim was to bait Sword Saint to follow him. However, Paladin was unaware of this. Confused, Paladin questioned Gong Ya about the store. Gong Ya explained that it was operated by a talented chemist who was currently nameless but had great potential. He expressed his hope that Paladin could visit the store and potentially purchase some of the chemist's products. Paladin smiled and asked if Gong Ya was serious, to which he replied affirmatively, stating that he had no reason to lie. Internally, Gong Ya realized that Paladin must have activated her lie detector skill. Paladin then asked if there was anything strange going on, expressing concern. Gong Ya assured her that he only wanted her help and that if anything were to happen, he would be the one in danger, not her. He requested her trust. In his thoughts, Gong Ya anticipated that the truth would likely be revealed by Paladin's lie detector skill. Paladin apologized for being suspicious of everything and agreed to continue on their way. They soon arrived at the store and Castellan greeted him with enthusiasm. Gong Ya expressed surprise that she was still working. She informed him that although the operating hours were over, her store was always open for him as he was her first regular customer. Castellan noticed the presence of Paladin and inquired about her identity. Gong Ya introduced her as the vice guild leader of the Vigilante Guild, also known as Paladin. Castellan was shocked by this revelation and exclaimed about her prestigious status, wondering why she had come to a place like her store. Overwhelmed, Castellan bowed down on the ground and expressed concern about a possible drug bust, stating that despite operating in an alley, she had never produced drugs or harmful medicines and lived with a clear conscience. She pleaded not to be investigated. Paladin was taken aback by Castellan's reaction and remained silent. Gong Ya observed the situation and surmised that Paladin had likely used her lie detector skill, causing Castellan's truthful statements to confuse her. Gong Ya reassured Castellan, telling her not to worry, and praised her as a capable and kind chemist. He expressed his belief that her talents deserved more recognition, so he wanted to introduce her to the vice guild leader. Gong Ya requested that Castellan provide a potion sample for Paladin to test, implying that if the effects were favorable, an exclusive contract with the Vigilante Guild could be a possibility. Gong Ya believed that supplying potions to the guild would benefit Castellan and make things easier for her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Castellan shook Gong Ya's hand and called him an angel. She expressed her appreciation for his previous help when her store was in danger of being sold and for placing a significant order with her. She was immensely grateful that he was now connecting her with others. Just then, Sword Saint entered the store and interrupted the conversation. He requested everyone except Gong Ya to leave this place. With a cold demeanor, he made it clear that he wanted to have a private conversation with Gong Ya. Paladin questioned Sword Saint's purpose in wanting to speak with Gong Ya. Sword Saint dismissed her concerns, stating that she must have difficulties hearing, and reiterated his request for everyone to leave except for Gong Ya. Paladin expressed skepticism about Sword Saint's intentions and warned him against attacking Hunter Kim Gongja, as it would be considered a declaration of war against the top 5 guilds. She made it clear that the Vigilante Guild wouldn't stand idly by. Sword Saint placed his hand on his sword hilt and commented on how all the guilds were in cahoots together. Paladin grew increasingly confused by the situation and acknowledged that Sword Saint had been reported for hunting people in the past, but emphasized that the Vigilante Guild wouldn't tolerate his actions if done openly and in her presence. She vowed to stop him with her life. Challenged by the Paladin's determination, Sword Saint questioned her confidence in stopping him. Paladin admitted that she wasn't confident but declared her readiness to fight him with all her might and die in the process. She warned that his actions would brand him as a murderer who had killed an innocent person. Paladin urged Sword Saint to bring it on if he wished to live as a murderer for the remaining time he had. Gong Ya reflected on one of Sword Saint's weaknesses that he discovered during a previous encounter: his vulnerability towards innocent people. Gong Ya brought along the only executive from the top guilds who could be considered innocent based on Sword Saint's aggressive ethical beliefs, the Paladin, who had a 0 kill count. Additionally, Castellan stepped forward and pleaded with Sword Saint, identifying Gong Ya as her benefactor and vowing not to forgive him if he harmed Gong Ya. She recounted a recent incident where gangsters had caused trouble in her shop and requested the Sword Saint to leave. Gong Ya contemplated the paradoxical situation, realizing that despite lacking the strength to match Sword Saint, kind-hearted individuals like Paladin and Castellan were the ones capable of stopping him. Paladin offered to take on the Sword Saint if he chose to proceed. However, Sword Saint released his grip on his sword hilt and started walking away, stating that today wasn't the day. Gong Ya was relieved that the conditions for Stage 2 had been met and he had managed to have a brief conversation with Sword Saint before he attempted to kill him. As Sword Saint was walking away, Gong Ya exited the store and called out to him, announcing that he would be waiting for him alone in the open area in the northern part of the city at noon the next day. Gong Ya invited Sword Saint to come or not but emphasized his willingness to reveal what kind of person he was. Paladin also joined Gong Ya outside and expressed her disbelief at encountering the Moonlight Murderer. Gong Ya asked Paladin if the Sword Saint was known for being a murderer. Paladin explained that he wasn't widely known as a murderer, but the top 5 guild leaders were aware of it. She revealed that Sword Saint had lost his daughter and son-in-law, who lived in the outside world, to a murderer. She mentioned that Sword Saint was an old man who kept to himself, and she didn't have much information on the details of his past. She admitted to keeping a watchful eye on him but acknowledged that she didn't have any evidence. Paladin emphasized that their conversation was to remain a secret. Sword Spirit confirmed Paladin's information and revealed that the Sword Saint had shared the story with them before. His grandson and granddaughter had barely survived the incident. Gong Ya questioned why Sword Spirit had only mentioned this now, and Sword Spirit simply replied that Gong Ya hadn't asked earlier. Paladin acknowledged that she understood Sword Saint's sentiment as someone who encounters criminals in her work at the Vigilante Guild. There were moments when she questioned whether it was acceptable to let such individuals live, contemplating the notion of preemptively eliminating those who deserve to die. The prospect tempted her at times. Looking at Gong Ya, she remarked that the top guild leaders each had their own stories, hinting that he would eventually learn about them now that he had joined their ranks. However, she also warned him about the existence of deeply corrupt places, wondering how he would react when confronted with such environments. She diverted the conversation, shifting to a more practical matter, and inquired about the cost of potions in that location. Budget constraints were a concern for the Vigilante Guild, so she hoped they wouldn't be excessively expensive. The following day, anticipation filled the air as people eagerly awaited the opening of the 11th floor. Gong Ya observed the atmosphere, sensing similarities to his previous attempt but with a distinct difference, and that difference was he himself. Sword Saint appeared before Gong Ya and commented on his solitary presence. He mused that Gong Ya's confidence in facing him alone likely stemmed from his extensive history of killing. Gong Ya's thoughts reflected his sympathy towards Sword Saint, feeling pain in his heart for him. He then addressed Sword Saint and informed him that he knew why Sword Saint wanted to kill him. Sword Saint reacted, noting his willingness to confront him alone and implying that Gong Ya understood the sins he had committed. Gong Ya posed a question, suggesting that Sword Saint's motivation stemmed from the detective's insight skill. Sword Saint expressed surprise at Gong Ya's knowledge, prompting Gong Ya to ask for the Sword Saint's trust in what he was about to reveal. Gong Ya recognized that earning someone's trust was challenging, as everyone had their own stubborn beliefs. In the case of Sword Saint, it revolved around his skills, particularly detective's insight. He understood that Sword Saint had lived according to his own stubbornness, and now he aimed to challenge and convince him that it was wrong. He knew it would be a difficult task but was willing to risk his life for it. Finally, Gong Ya disclosed to the Sword Saint, shocking him, that he was a prophet. Gong Ya corrected himself, clarifying that he possessed a skill similar to prophecy. Through this skill, he became aware that Sword Saint possessed the detective's insight skill, leading to the realization that Sword Saint would try to kill him and that he would inquire about the reason behind it. He explained that because of the detective's insight skill, Sword Saint saw the number 4093 above his head. Sword Saint listened silently, and after a while, he challenged Gong Ya to guess how many fingers he was holding up on his left hand, confident that it shouldn't be difficult for a prophet. Gong Ya understood his approach and thought to himself about his chosen method. Sword Saint stated that if Gong Ya failed to guess correctly, he would conclude that Gong Ya had lied to him. Just as the Sword Saint expected, Gong Ya swiftly drew his knife, but before Sword Saint could unsheath his sword, Gong Ya took his own life. Sword Saint was left shocked by the turn of events. A message appeared before Gong Ya, informing him that he was returning to a point 24 hours earlier. As Gong Ya once again stood before Sword Saint initiated the guessing game once more. However, before he could finish speaking, Gong Ya preemptively revealed that Sword Saint was attempting to hide his left hand behind his back and that he would ask him to guess how many fingers he had placed out on that hand. Gong Ya urged the Sword Saint to believe him, emphasizing that without him, it would be impossible to safely clear the 12th floor. Sword Saint pointed his finger at Gong Ya, expressing his doubts and suggesting that his skill might not be prophecy, but rather see-through or mind reading. Gong Ya acknowledged this suspicion and realized that performing the same act once wouldn't be enough to convince Sword Saint. Gong Ya then received a message stating that he had died and would return to a point 24 hours prior. Sword Saint pointed his sword at Gong Ya, demanding further proof and asking him to demonstrate that he wasn't playing some kind of trick. Gong Ya recognized that persuading Sword Saint wouldn't be easy, and just as before, he received a message indicating his death and the subsequent return to a point 24 hours prior. Gong Ya, undeterred, pleaded with Sword Saint, emphasizing that killing him would result in numerous casualties on the 12th floor. He acknowledged the difficulty of convincing someone as stubborn as Sword Saint, who had reached the pinnacle of his field. Once again, Gong Ya received the message of his death and returned to the starting point. Gong Ya, facing the Sword Saint once more, expressed his plea for belief. Despite knowing that it wouldn't be easy, he was determined to persuade Sword Saint, even if it took weeks. Each time, he received the message of his death and returned to the same moment 24 hours prior. Standing before the Sword Saint again, Gong Ya contemplated the length of time he had died, surpassing Sword Saint's own lifespan. He then proposed to the Sword Saint that he wouldn't ask to be spared for a lifetime, but instead Sword Saint to follow him, witness his actions firsthand, and decide for himself whether Gong Ya deserved to be killed. However, he recognized that Sword Saint still didn't fully believe his words. He pondered his next move, realizing that he needed to deliver a decisive blow. He revealed that he would share something with Sword Saint, a piece of information that Sword Saint himself had told Gong Ya in the distant future. Gong Ya claimed that if he disclosed this information, Sword Saint would believe that he was indeed a prophet. Curious, Sword Saint asked what the information was, and Gong Ya responded with a single phrase, "The Sword Emperor." Both Sword Saint and Sword Spirit were left shocked upon hearing this revelation. Gong Ya admitted that he didn't know whose nickname it was, but he remembered Sword Saint stating that this piece of information would be sufficient. Acknowledging the significance of his statement, Sword Saint made a decision. He declared that he would observe Gong Ya's actions, words, and behavior for the next 5 days. Only then would he determine if Gong Ya deserved to die or if he truly possessed the qualities of a prophet. Gong Ya accepted Sword Saint's proposition, expressing gratitude from the depths of his heart. He bowed respectfully to Sword Saint, appreciating the opportunity given to him. In his thoughts, Gong Ya realized that his plan had succeeded. He had made a pact with the guild leaders and established a foundation that prevented Sword Saint from immediately attacking him. Sword Saint would likely trust him for the time being, considering Gong Ya had met the condition of halting innocent sacrifices on the 12th floor. With a contented smile, Gong Ya bid farewell to Sword Saint, stating that he would see him at the next stage. He said transmit and moved to the 11th floor. Just then the voice of the goddess resounded, offering a blessing to all those who were climbing the tower, wishing them luck on their journey. Gong Ya arrived at the battlefield on the 11th floor. Just then someone warned the others to be careful of the arrows. The hunters dodged the arrows and became confused by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the commander appeared and presented them with a quest, urging the warriors to join in the effort to save the empire. Gong Ya contemplated the situation, noting that everything seemed to be following a similar pattern as before. However, at that moment, Black Witch gave a command, "Black Dragon, assemble." From this point onward, Black Dragon would take charge of the war. The Heavenly Martial Clan and Vigilante Guild were instructed to take charge of the left wing and break through the enemies, while the Pantheon and the Merchant Troop would handle the right wing. the Black Dragon would spearhead the attack through the middle. Black Witch declared that those unhappy with the commands could speak up after the war, but for now, they should focus on killing more monsters if they had the opportunity. The hunters, brimming with determination, launched their attacks on the monsters, their battle cries resonating throughout the field. Observing this display, the commander acknowledged the warriors from the other world who fearlessly engaged the monsters. Encouraging the soldiers of their empire, the commander rallied them, suggesting they join the fray and follow his lead. It appeared that the goddess was still protecting their empire. Amidst the chaos, Sword Spirit spoke to Gong Ya, expressing concern about his less prominent role and how it might affect his allure compared to the previous time. Gong Ya smiled and admitted that it might be true, but he didn't find it particularly bothersome. Sword Spirit responded with a smile of its own, remarking on Gong Ya's growth. However, Gong Ya's attention was suddenly drawn to something amiss. He turned around to find Sword Saint standing behind him, shocked by the unexpected encounter. Gong Ya asked in surprise why Sword Saint was there. In response, Sword Saint explained that he was observing Gong Ya, referring to his earlier request to be observed for 5 days before deciding whether to kill him or not. Gong Ya stuttered as he responded to Sword Saint, expressing his concern about being watched constantly. Sword Saint confirmed that he indeed intended to keep a close eye on him. Worried about the rewards that would be given based on contributions, Gong Ya urged Sword Saint to participate in killing monsters as well. In response, Sword Saint swung his sword and effortlessly dispatched a group of goblins, assuring Gong Ya that he would handle it from time to time. Gong Ya thought to himself, referring to Sword Saint as a stubborn old person. Nevertheless, he continued walking towards Black Witch. However, 2 hunters intercepted him, demanding to know his business with the guild leader. At that moment, Black Witch turned around, recognizing Gong Ya and Sword Saint. Acknowledging her busy command duties, she gave them 30 seconds to state their needs. Gong Ya informed Black Witch that he had the reward from clearing the 10th floor. Black Witch responded nonchalantly, asking what the significance was. Gong Ya then presented a mini-map as the reward, explaining that it provided a comprehensive view of the battlefield, including the locations of enemies and allies. Shocked, Black Witch turned back and verified his claim. Gong Ya emphasized that he had no reason to lie and was speaking the truth. Black Witch grabbed his hand, expressing her frustration at him not bringing this information to her earlier. She demanded to know where the boss monster was located, to which Gong Ya replied that it was surrounded by other monsters, making it difficult to see clearly. However, based on the map, he pointed out its approximate location. Eagerly, Black Witch instructed him to agree with her decision to use her skills. Gong Ya hesitated but eventually agreed, stating that he supported the Black Dragon leader's skill usage. He noted her determination and realized that her true personality emerged when she was busy. In an instant, Black Witch activated the teleportation ability, and both of them were lifted into the air. She then asked for the location of the boss monster, and Gong Ya hastily pointed towards it. After appearing above the boss monster, Black Witch asked Gong Ya if he was skilled with a sword. Gong Ya confidently replied that he was capable enough to kill the monster. In response, Black Witch dropped him and urged him to proceed. With his sword emanating a red aura, Gong Ya swung it and struck the Goblin King. He sliced the Goblin King with one strike, and the surrounding goblins were stunned by the display. Gong Ya looked at them with a cold gaze and warned them against further resistance, causing the goblins to flee in fear. Observing this, the hunters cheered and encouraged the others to chase and defeat the fleeing goblins. At that moment, Black Witch shouted in exhilaration, expressing her joy at the turn of events. She looked at Gong Ya with delight and praised his accomplishment, marveling at the fact that they had cleared the stage in less than an hour and had minimal casualties, speculating that less than 50 or even 30 hunters had perished. Gong Ya, however, looked at her and reflected on her previous emotionless demeanor. He contemplated the possibility that many hunters had died due to a lack of direction, and now she was happy because there were fewer casualties. He found it unexpectedly simple how her emotions were tied to the number of deaths. Attempting to calm her down, Gong Ya remarked that she had become too excited and requested her to calm down a little. Black Witch countered, asserting that one should be allowed to express excitement when they are truly excited. She praised Gong Ya once again, expressing her satisfaction with his performance and highlighting the remarkably low casualty rate. She commended him for being like a new hero to them, even though he could have chosen to clear the level alone and keep all the rewards. Black Witch extended her hand towards Gong Ya, warning him that from that moment onwards, the press would be swarming around him, and he needed to brace himself for it. Gong Ya shook her hand, acknowledging the attention he would receive. However, he reflected on the fact that while being treated like a hero and envied by many would bring him great joy, it couldn't compare to being acknowledged by the people who had worked hard alongside him. Gong Ya recognized the efforts of individuals such as Sword Saint, the Black Dragon leader, and others who had exerted themselves tirelessly. He desired to live a life worthy of their acknowledgement and to protect them, ensuring that they wouldn't be made fools of by beings like the Demon King or humiliated by figures like Flame Emperor. He longed for their respect and recognition, even if it seemed like an impossible dream. In this changing world, he felt compelled to change himself as well. An announcement appeared, indicating that raid contributions were being calculated, and shortly after, another announcement confirmed the completion of the calculations. Sword Spirit looked at Gong Ya and referred to him as a rascal worth looking after. The rankings for raid contributions were displayed, and Gong Ya found himself in the first place. He noted that the rankings had changed compared to the previous time. Another announcement informed the raiders that the high-ranking participants would enter the 12th floor first, and until they received their rewards, the remaining raiders would not be able to progress to the 12th floor. Black Witch looked at Gong Ya and expressed her optimism, suggesting that they might be able to quickly clear the 20th floor with the momentum they had. However, Gong Ya realized the potential costs they would have to pay if they proceeded without careful planning. He understood that if they lost their only talent who could make exchanges with the outside world, the price they would have to pay on the 12th floor would be far too high, risking the lives of not just 5,000 people but potentially tens or hundreds of thousands. He made up his mind to carry the burden and protect them. As they were transported to the 12th floor, Cult Interrogator approached Gong Ya, expressing surprise at his ability to detect the boss monster, and inquired if it was a reward from the previous floor. However, Gong Ya extended his hand, signaling for them to wait. He had something important to tell everyone. Gong Ya noticed that Sword Saint was not taking any action, and he smiled, realizing that the situation had changed. He believed that even Sword Saint would no longer attack him. Gong Ya then addressed the group, reminding them of his request from the previous day, emphasizing that he needed them to listen to him and follow his request without hesitation. He asked them to refrain from doing anything and to stay where they were for the next 5 days. With a confident smile, he made a promise. If they complied with his request, he would clear the 20th floor within 5 days. In shock, Black Witch asked for clarification, unable to believe that he had asked them to wait for 5 days. Gong Ya confirmed that he had spoken correctly, stating that it was not a joke. The room fell silent as everyone processed this information. Challenging Gong Ya's confidence, Black Witch expressed disbelief. She reminded him that it had taken years to clear up until the 10th floor, although they had managed to clear the 11th floor in less than an hour. She questioned if his excitement was clouding his judgment. Gong Ya bowed to Black Witch and pleaded with her, reminding her that he had cleared the 10th floor and shared the rewards and results with everyone. He emphasized that the development of the 11th floor's stage and the location of the boss monster had benefited everyone. He believed that he had the right to request this favor from them, regardless of whether he cleared the 20th floor or not. He asked them to wait for just 5 days. Just then, a message appeared before Gong Ya, welcoming him and informing him that he had successfully cleared the 11th floor, ranking number 1. He was promised his 11th floor clear reward, which included rewards from the Goddess of Protection and the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Gong Ya contemplated the situation, realizing that the Demon King seemed to be panicking since they were not fighting amongst themselves. A series of messages appeared, suggesting that the Demon King of Autumn Rain wanted him to accept his reward, hinting at giving up on obtaining rewards altogether, acting suspiciously, urging him to make a decision, and expressing confusion about his thoughts. Cult Interrogator spoke up confidently, stating that Hunter Kim Gong Ya had shared information about the 11th floor raid with them. In return, he had requested them to listen to one of his requests, and promised to fulfill it as long as it wasn't impossible. While dealing with the press during the 5-day wait might be challenging, it was not an impossible request, and the Cult Interrogator agreed to it. Black Witch acknowledged that it wasn't an impossible request, but before she could say anything further, Cult Interrogator reminded her that a promise is a promise. Reluctantly, Black Witch sighed and agreed to the request. Other members chimed in with their agreement as well. Viper, not fully understanding Gong Ya's intentions, still went along with it. Countess agreed, suspecting that Gong Ya had a plan in mind. Paladin promised not to take any action for 5 days. However, Sword Saint voiced a different perspective, explaining that he had only made one promise to Gong Ya, to observe him for 5 days. Sword Saint clarified that he was not obligated to fulfill any other requests. If Gong Ya chose to proceed to clear up to the 20th floor, he would follow him based on their original agreement. Gong Ya acknowledged Sword Saint's decision and expressed his relief to have Sword Saint's support. He saw no reason to reject it. Gong Ya thanked everyone for agreeing to his request and began to walk away, informing them that he would see them in 5 days. As he opened the door, Sword Spirit noticed that none of the NPCs were moving. Gong Ya explained that it was because the quest hadn't started yet. Perplexed, Sword Spirit asked about the quest, seeking clarification. Gong Ya explained that nobody had chosen a role within the Empire, resulting in the absence of a Chancellor or a Night Order captain. Originally, the hunters were supposed to embark on a quest from the 12th floor to the 20th floor. The quest should have been given the moment they entered the 11th floor stage, following the correct order. However, they had already entered the 12th floor some time ago, yet the quest had not been given. He emphasized that they needed to choose their roles first before the quest could be initiated. Without selecting roles, the invasion of the Demon King would not commence, and the Empire would not have to face the invasion. However, Gong Ya posed a hypothetical scenario to the Sword Emperor, asking what would happen if he were to kill the Demon King in their current state. He suggested that if he eliminated the boss monster before the quest even began, nobody would be able to choose the Demon King's reward, and there would be no traitors or tricks to contend with. As Gong Ya contemplated this, a message appeared before him, indicating that the Demon King of Autumn Rain was furious at him and was manifesting himself. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky, and black rain poured down from it. The Demon King materialized from the portal and spoke in an eerie voice, admonishing Gong Ya for his audacity. The Demon King urged him to follow the proper order and deemed it impertinent for him to come without making a choice. Gong Ya smirked in response to the Demon King's confusion and declared that he had already made his choice. He pointed his sword at the Demon King with a confident smile, explaining that he had decided to kill the Demon King before the quest even began. By doing so, he would prevent the Demon King from harming any hunters or people in the Empire, and there would be no traitors to worry about. Maintaining a calm smile, Gong Ya expressed his preference for happy endings and his aversion to bad endings. He saw killing the Demon King before any harm could be done as the best decision. He reasoned that the Demon King's interference was preventing him from achieving that happy ending, and requested the Demon King's demise. Enraged, the Demon King protested his attempt to stop him without any assistance from the Empire. In response, Gong Ya raised his sword and dismissed the notion of needing help, stating that warriors often fought alone. With determination, he launched an attack against the Demon King. In a frozen world, with only his sword that resembled a needle on a clock, the eternal 5 days began. That day, when the rain fell, the mysterious black entity opened its eyes. It approached a frog and consumed it, leaving only the frog behind. The black entity vanished, longing to experience more of life. The Demon King swung his sword at Gong Ya, who received a message indicating his death. In response, Gong Ya drew a black line on his hand. As he prepared to fight, Sword Spirit informed him that the Demon King's sword techniques were not exceptional, relying primarily on brute strength. Nevertheless, the strength was still intimidating. Gong Ya realized that if he knew the direction of the Demon King's attacks, he would be able to dodge them. He received another message stating his death and drew a second line on his hand. Despite dying multiple times, Gong Ya persisted in his fight, continuously marking lines on his hand. Within the prison of time, Gong Ya contemplated the consequences of the quest proceeding as usual. He wondered how many soldiers would perish on the battlefield, which seemed inundated by torrents of violence. Each soldier's death represented the loss of at least 20 years of their life. If 20 soldiers fell, it meant a loss of 200 years, and 100 deaths equated to 2,000 years. Gong Ya chose not to assume any roles in order to save those potentially lost years, but he knew he needed to brace his heart for eternal entrapment. Sword Spirit expressed doubts about Gong Ya's ability to dodge the attacks, even with knowledge of their direction. Frustrated, Gong Ya pleaded for silence. Once again, he received a message stating his death. During the ongoing battle, Sword Spirit remarked that he still lacked experience in using aura and needed to balance its flow throughout his body. Gong Ya voiced his frustration, but he received yet another message indicating his death. The Demon King stood before him, expressing his outrage at the warrior's actions and arrogance, which he believed stemmed from the Empire. Undeterred, Gong Ya attacked and proclaimed that they would start with a strike today as well. Confused, the Demon King questioned his statement. Gong Ya struck the Demon King and declared that the warrior had slashed the Demon King. However, he received a message indicating his death. Smiling as he held his sword, Gong Ya defiantly taunted the Demon King, proclaiming himself as the sword of the Empire. The Demon King swung his weapon and challenged him to prove his claim. Gong Ya accepted the challenge, receiving another message stating his death. Despite dying repeatedly, Gong Ya continued his relentless fight against the Demon King. In his thoughts, he realized that his sword was the only needle on the clock, and for a second to pass in the world, his sword had to move. He understood that even though he was just a sword moving for a second, the world could breathe another breath because of that second. He likened his existence to a single drop of water that had to flow no matter what, even if it meant living for eternity. Gong Ya had lived his life. Having filled his entire hand with lines, Gong Ya drew a line on his wrist. Black Witch smiled at Gong Ya and commended him on clearing the floor in less than an hour, with fewer than 40 casualties. Gong Ya drew another line on his wrist. Black Witch looked at Gong Ya happily and praised him for clearing the stage in less than 50 minutes, particularly commending his suggestion to join forces with Tomund, the veteran shield soldier. She mentioned that fewer than 30 hunters had died. Gong Ya drew another line on his wrist. Black Witch exclaimed that they had cleared it in less than 40 minutes, with fewer than 20 hunters dying. Gong Ya drew another line on his wrist. Black Witch expressed her amazement, stating that they had followed his instructions to heal Jeshua the Knight and fight the golem together, resulting in possibly fewer than 10 casualties. She marveled at the achievement on such a treacherous battlefield. In anger, the Demon King questioned Gong Ya's laughter, asking if dying soon brought him happiness. Gong Ya calmly replied that he felt happy and stated that the Demon King wouldn't understand, just like no one else would. The Demon King prepared to swing his great sword, calling him arrogant. Gong Ya simply stated that he was a simple man. The Demon King referred to him as pitiful, and Gong Ya received another message indicating his death. However, he didn't give up because he saw no reason to do so. He believed his sword was faster today than yesterday, and would become even faster tomorrow because he was alive. Black Witch caught Gong Ya's hand and whispered to him, confirming that not a single person had died. She checked with Pantheon and tearfully expressed her gratitude, thanking him profoundly. The Demon King looked down at Gong Ya and angrily questioned his audacity to try and stop him alone. Gong Ya pointed his sword at the Demon King, reminding him that warriors fought alone. The Demon King attacked, proclaiming that his shadows were composed of Gong Ya's wickedness. Gong Ya prepared to block the attack, but suddenly a mirror appeared in the sky, blocking the Demon King's strike. Gong Ya turned around and saw Black Witch there. She apologized for not following his request to stay in the audience chamber and admitted that she had become impatient and decided to follow him. Gong Ya jokingly commented that he was trying to act like a warrior, finding it incredibly awesome. Black Witch acknowledged his sentiment, summoning her mirrors and expressing her intention to join in the fight. Gong Ya playfully remarked about her potentially stealing his kill when he was almost done with it. Black Witch countered, stating that stealing someone's kill was the best feeling in the world. They both agreed and started laughing together, embracing the thrill of the battle. Demon King looked at Gong Ya with contempt, calling them bastards. Gong Ya apologized, expressing his initial desire to fight the Demon King alone, but realizing that warriors have always fought in groups. He suggested that the Demon King should let it go since it was tradition. In response, the Demon King accused him of attempting to take over the heavens with petty tricks and declared that he would no longer engage in a sword fight. He summoned monsters like goblins, causing surprise and concern for Black Witch, who realized they couldn't handle the situation on their own. Black Witch urgently called for the Sword Saint's assistance, expressing her frustration. Sword Saint explained that they had only been fighting the boss monster for less than 30 seconds, intending to observe a little longer before intervening. Gong Ya agreed, stating that he had planned to hold on for a minute and ask for help afterward. Black Witch, exasperated, insisted that both Gong Ya and Sword Saint should grab her hands so they could escape from the situation. However, Gong Ya smiled and declined, raising his hand and activating a skill. In shock, the Demon King questioned what he was doing. Dark energy radiated around Gong Ya as a message appeared, indicating the activation of a skill. The entity slowly grew in size, each new body it obtained bringing a new kind of happiness, even deriving pleasure from killing. Suddenly, it came across a small girl who ran for help, desperately calling out to her father and anyone nearby. The creature, driven by its predatory instincts, hunted down its prey, enticed by the girl's scent. It consumed her with an almost bewitched fervor, assimilating her memories as it devoured everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. But a few moments later, the girl stood up again. Just then, her father's voice resonated. He called out to her as Estelle, and expressed his concern and scolded her for venturing out alone. He mentioned her weak health and questioned her tattered clothes. Smiling at him, the girl reassured her father that she felt better now. That was the first name the Demon King had ever acquired. Gong Ya, surrounded by dark energy, activated his skill 100 Soul Summon, causing numerous skeletons to emerge from the ground. He then turned to Sword Spirit, explaining his reasons for choosing this skill. Sword Spirit expressed curiosity about Gong Ya's choice of the 100 Souls Summon skill, to which Gong Ya replied that he was initially drawn to its potential for creating a massive light like the Demon King. However, his perspective had changed since then. Gong Ya opened his skill card, revealing the information about the 100 Soul Summon skill. It was an SS ranked skill that allowed him to summon the people he had killed as monsters. These summoned beings wouldn't retain their original skills or memories, appearing only as creatures like goblins, orcs, zombies, and skeletons. However, he could only summon them once a week. With a hint of mystery, he posed a question to Sword Spirit, asking how many people he thought Gong Ya had killed so far. After some contemplation, Sword Spirit guessed that it was the Flame Retard and Gong Ya himself, totaling 2. Gong Ya affirmed that Sword Spirit's assumption was correct, acknowledging it as the most logical conclusion. He smiled confidently and questioned why Sword Saint's detective's insight showed 4,000 kill counts over his head, suggesting that the tower calculates kill counts differently. He then asked Sword Spirit how many deaths he thought Gong Ya had caused. Sword Spirit looked at Gong Ya in shock, and he continued to smile, admitting that he had killed a great number of people. Black Witch, astounded by the multitude of skeletons, asked if it was Gong Ya's skill. He confirmed her suspicion, explaining that his skill allowed him to summon thousands of monsters. Black Witch realized that this was how Gong Ya had managed to clear the 10th floor by himself. Curious about Gong Ya's possession of the same skill as the Demon King confronted him. Gong Ya, unfazed, refused to divulge the reason, leaving the Demon King resentful and vengeful, believing that the goddess had betrayed him. Gong Ya turned his attention back and requested Sword Saint's assistance, asking him to fight alongside the skeletons, assuring him that they wouldn't be easily pushed back. Reluctantly, Sword Saint agreed, expressing his preference to fight with monsters rather than with Gong Ya. Gong Ya then turned to the Black Dragon leader, asking for her help in confronting the Demon King. Black Witch agreed, emphasizing that he should not hinder her during the battle. Gong Ya raised his sword with determination, commanding the 100 souls to demonstrate their prowess. The skeleton army charged forward, engaging the Demon King's forces. Even if a skeleton's head was destroyed, they relentlessly rose again and continued their relentless assault. Observing the tenacity of the skeletons, Sword Spirit expressed both awe and fear, questioning who these skeletons took after. He marveled at their unwavering determination, an army of monsters unafraid of death. Enraged, the Demon King confronted Gong Ya, incredulous that a mere human from another world could oppose him. He questioned how Gong Ya, devoid of ill intentions, resentment, or a stake in this world, dared to stand in his way. Gong Ya pointed his sword at the Demon King, dismissing the relevance of his origins. He asserted that he was present at that moment and, if the Demon King insisted on questioning his qualifications, he should cease talking. At that moment, a message appeared, announcing the tower's bestowal of a nickname upon Gong Ya. It read, "The Death Sovereign." Emboldened by the tower's acknowledgement, Gong Ya launched a fierce attack on the Demon King, proclaiming that the tower provided proof of his qualifications. Another message appeared, paying homage to the sovereign who reaped death. That thing remained timeless, growing more beautiful with each passing day. Its captivating scent enchanted many who encountered it. People referred to it as Estelle Nim, the saintess of the border. A mother, holding her newborn baby, approached Estelle, desperate for her help. She believed Estelle possessed the ability to cure any illness and implored her to show mercy and bless the child, who was suffering from a fatal ailment. Estelle, abiding by a certain rule, instructed the mother to leave the child and return at sunrise the next day. The mother entrusted her child to her, bowing before her and expressing her reliance on the saintess. Estelle cradled the crying child in her arms and remarked on the fragility of a human's desperate love. She acknowledged the mother's choice of rags to cover the child, emphasizing that even amidst hardships, life could be brilliant. Estelle assured the child that they would no longer experience pain, proclaiming that happiness existed in the world thanks to this miraculous person. As Estelle consumed the child's flesh and bones, their memories flowed into her. Many people brought their children to her, seeking the same treatment. Once Estelle returned a healthy child to a mother, she comforted her, stating that the child would grow stronger and no longer suffer frequent illness. Grateful, the mother expressed her thanks to Estelle, addressing her as the saintess. Numerous individuals stood before Estelle, praising her as the bringer of miracles. They thanked her for helping them walk again, restoring their health, and granting them the gift of sight. They hailed her as their savior, grateful for her presence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man examined a scroll and questioned whether the farmers had fled in groups to join the saintess who saves. A commander led a group of soldiers, lamenting the diminishing authority of the goddess and urging his troops to take action against the cultists. They were instructed not to show mercy to the followers of the witch and to burn down her base. The soldiers obeyed their commander's orders, setting everything ablaze and engaging in merciless killings. In shock, Estelle observed her followers being massacred, fueling her anger. She shouted at those who dehumanized their fellow humans, condemning their wicked hearts and invoking their ultimate demise. Death Sovereign engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King, attempting to predict its next move. He pondered whether the attack would come from the left or right side. Suddenly, a message appeared before him, announcing his death. Undeterred, Death Sovereign thought about the left side just as another message appeared, informing him that he would return to a point 24 hours prior. It also indicated that he had to wait for 6 days, 23 hours before he could use the 100-soul summon again. Using the returner's clockwork watch, Death Sovereign's memories and stats would remain intact, including his skills. Similar to how Sword Emperor shared his memories after he returned, his skill abilities and cooldown times would remain the same. Receiving the message of his death and subsequent return, Death Sovereign persisted in fighting and dying repeatedly until the cooldown for 100-soul summon ended. Despite Black Witch's worry, Death Sovereign assured her that he was alright. In frustration, the Demon King confronted Death Sovereign, calling him a mere human bound to die and questioning if he possessed the eyes of prophecy. Death Sovereign simply replied, something like that. Then, Death Sovereign received a message indicating that he could now use the 100-soul summon. Activating the skill, numerous skeletons materialized, shocking the Demon King. The skeletons fought against the Demon King's army as Death Sovereign launched an attack on the Demon King himself. Sword Spirit expressed admiration for Death Sovereign's persistence and suggested that he try repeated summonings in the future, becoming a zombie king by hiding and summoning again after a week had passed. Death Sovereign brushed off the idea, urging the Sword Spirit to focus on the present battle. As Death Sovereign blocked an attack, Sword Spirit continued speculating about the consequences of repeated summonings. However, before their conversation could progress further, Death Sovereign received another message, informing him of his death once again. Death Sovereign, frustrated with the situation, expressed his frustration to Sword Spirit, blaming him for the need to repeat the process for another week. Sword Spirit, wearing a smug smile, retorted that Death Sovereign should blame his own weakness rather than pointing fingers. Receiving a message indicating the countdown until he could use the 100-soul summon again, Death Sovereign swore to beat up the Sword Spirit one day. Sword Spirit laughed, reminding Death Sovereign that he was already dead and couldn't be beaten. As Death Sovereign prepared to confront the Demon King, Sword Spirit urged him to quickly defeat the Demon King, boasting about clearing the 20th floor alone even without cheat-like skills. Death Sovereign instructed Black Witch that the Demon King would be approaching from the right. Black Witch summoned her mirrors and arranged them in a star formation. She combined their power into one and launched a powerful attack on the Demon King, causing a significant blast that tore through its body. Death Sovereign praised the Black Witch for her excellent shot, to which she protested being called Madam and claimed to still be young. Death Sovereign humorously responded that he knew she maintained her youth by consuming elixirs. They agreed to have a talk after killing the Demon King. However, the Demon King's body began to regenerate. Death Sovereign anticipated the next move and shouted to Black Dragon Leader that the Demon King would be coming from the left. He then instructed Sword Saint to dodge to the left, planning to charge in once the Demon King's body was vulnerable. Following Death Sovereign's instructions, Black Witch attacked using her mirrors once again, blasting off the Demon King's body. Frustrated, the Demon King attempted to reconstruct its body and expressed anger at Death Sovereign and the others for interfering with its resentments. Death Sovereign was taken aback as he witnessed the skin underneath the dark liquid body of the Demon King. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that the Demon King of Autumn Rain had decided to retreat. Death Sovereign exclaimed in shock, questioning the sudden turn of events. Another message followed, indicating that the Demon King had retreated to the 13th floor. Death Sovereign couldn't believe that the boss monster would escape just as he was about to defeat it. The Demon King assured him that it would return. Frustrated, Death Sovereign shouted at the Demon King, calling it a black sesame shake-like bastard. Before their eyes, the Demon King vanished from the 12th floor. Death's Sovereign pondered the purpose of his efforts and placed his hand on his face in frustration. A series of messages appeared, indicating that the tower had recognized his decision and was setting up a hidden quest. It also mentioned that quests on the 12th to 19th floors would be revised. Death's Sovereign was shocked by the revelation that quests could be revised. He faced another message, presenting a new quest titled The Warrior of a World Which Time Has Stopped. The difficulty of the quest remained unknown, and the mission objective was to resolve his heart, deciding not to let a single person lose their life. The quest emphasized a justice that required no recognition or rewards from those he saved, demonstrating both a sense of justice and devotion. The message addressed Death's Sovereign as a warrior, acknowledging that the people on the continent may not understand his justice or recognize his devotion. However, it affirmed that justice and devotion remained significant, even in a world where time had stopped. The message also mentioned that the Demon King had sustained injuries and had not gone far, giving Death's Sovereign the option to pursue him. Yet another message appeared, asking if Death's Sovereign would accept the quest. With a smile, Death's Sovereign confidently replied, yes. As he accepted the quest, a series of messages appeared, indicating that the hidden quest had been activated and naming it the Warrior of a World Which Time Has Stopped. The messages wished Death's Sovereign luck on his journey. A bright glow enveloped the area as messages appeared, stating that the Demon King could not be detected on the 12th floor and that his retreat had been confirmed. Black Witch was shocked by the revelation. She turned to Death's Sovereign, seeking an explanation for what was happening. Death's Sovereign admitted that this was also a first for him, and even the Sword Spirit was unfamiliar with the situation. Death's Sovereign then directed his attention toward the castle and noticed a significant decrease in the number of flags on the castle walls. Black Witch agreed with his observation and grabbed Death's Sovereign's hand, urging him to hold on to her as they needed to investigate further. Death's Sovereign agreed, and Black Witch utilized her teleportation skill, transporting them to the top of the castle walls. There they witnessed a remarkable transformation as the once dark and dreary city turned into a bright and radiant one. He realized that history had been altered, as the Demon King's invasion of the Ejim Empire, which was previously fixed in history, had now become non-existent in this world. A message appeared, indicating that the quests on the 11th and 12th floors would be revised due to the change in history. Death's Sovereign contemplated the unseen forces at play that had caused history to shift, realizing that it was because of his actions. The streets, once filled with sadness, were now blooming with happiness. However, their moment of observation was interrupted as the commander of the castle walls noticed Death's Sovereign and shouted at him, demanding to know who they were and admonishing them for daring to set foot in their castle. Death's Sovereign recognized the commander as Sarbaz Ejim and addressed him by name, which surprised the commander, and questioned how Death's Sovereign knew who he was. Death's Sovereign, in his thoughts, understood why the commander, who was a friendly soldier on the 11th floor, treated him like a stranger. Suddenly, Death's Sovereign burst into loud laughter, shocking both the commander and Black Witch. Even the Sword Spirit was taken aback. However, he continued to laugh. With a smile, he looked ahead and shouted, expressing his pride and joy. He declared that he had protected the Empire and fulfilled his promise without shame or regret. He proclaimed his pride in himself, knowing that he had accomplished what he set out to do. Reflecting on his past, he realized that he had lived a wasted life, filled with envy, mockery, and aimless drinking. He used the world's coldness as an excuse to harden his heart and threw away his own life. But now, he stood proudly, even if the world looked up at Black Dragon Leader and the Sword Saint. He was proud of his achievements. A series of messages appeared, announcing the stage clear and reiterating the completion of the 12th floor. The number of raiders was calculated, and it was revealed that there were a total of 3 raiders. The rankings for raid contributions were displayed, with the Death Sovereign taking the first rank, followed by Black Witch in second place, and Sword Saint in third place. Confused, the commander looked at him and questioned what he was talking about. Death Sovereign waved happily at Sarbaz Ejim and entrusted him with taking care of the Empire. He apologized for his role as a warrior ending and emphasized that defeating the Demon King marked the end for him. Despite acknowledging that there were still areas in the Empire that needed improvement, he expressed his belief in their ability to carry on and wished them the best. In response to his cheerful demeanor, Sword Spirit started laughing and remarked on his unpredictable nature. Death Sovereign smiled and acknowledged that he couldn't help it, jokingly claiming to be too lovely that day. Sword Spirit joined in the laughter, appreciating his refusal to act like a loser. Death Sovereign then turned to Black Witch, urging her to join him in proceeding to the 13th floor. However, she looked at him with disappointed eyes and remarked that there were no normal people among the high-ranking hunters. Death Sovereign was taken aback by her statement and asked for clarification, but she grabbed his hand and initiated teleportation. Death Sovereign, Black Witch, and Sword Saint stood side by side as they prepared to move forward. Sword Saint instructed Death Sovereign that the right to enter first always belonged to the rank number 1, Death Sovereign. He requested that the Death Sovereign, representing them, use the command transmit to proceed. Death Sovereign, with a smile on his face, agreed to the request. He said transmit, and they were instantly transported to the 13th floor. As Death Sovereign arrived on the 13th floor, a message appeared, informing him of his teleportation and welcoming him. The Demon King stood before them, enraged, and screamed at them for daring to take away the children he had spared and taken in. He accused them of mocking him and expressed his intent to curse them. Sword Saint and Black Witch were taken aback by the horrifying scream and wondered what could have caused such a reaction from the Demon King. Meanwhile, Death Sovereign prepared for battle, and Sword Spirit, shocked, looked at the Demon King and questioned his current state, noting that he seemed weaker. Death Sovereign was puzzled by this observation. Sword Spirit explained that although the witch woman had pierced the Demon King with her aura, his diminished power seemed more than just the result of an injury. It appeared as if his level had dropped, comparing him to a lower-ranked version of himself rather than the powerful SSS-ranked Great Goblin King he should have been on the 12th floor. The Demon King now seemed closer in strength to the Great Goblin King they defeated with minimal effort on the 5th floor. This reversal was unexpected since boss monsters were supposed to grow stronger as they ascended the tower. Sword Spirit speculated if the witch's aura burst had a leveling down effect. Amid these thoughts, a series of messages appeared, calculating rewards and declaring it impossible to calculate them fully until the 19th floor was cleared. However, an unofficial reward could be given currently. Additionally, the Battle God's blessing had been enhanced, and all the maps from the 11th to the 20th floor had been revealed. Death Sovereign, shocked by the world map and the unfolding events, exclaimed that he understood something significant. Both Black Witch and Sword Saint turned their attention to him, curious about his realization. Death Sovereign spoke up, explaining why the Demon King was acting the way he was. He asked the Black Dragon leader to consider the previous stage, where the history of the Demon King invading the capital, and the existence of the refugee camp had ceased to exist entirely. He pointed out that the refugees must have escaped from either the Empire or another part of the world, yet the camp had vanished completely. Black Witch understood and added that not only had the history of the Empire's invasion changed, but the history of the entire world's invasion had been altered as well. Death Sovereign continued, stating that they had returned to an era where the Demon King had yet to invade the continent. This was the time when the temple was under attack. He asked Sword Spirit about the Demon King's level decrease. Sword Spirit was confused at first, but Death Sovereign explained that the voice that informs hunters of their level up also mentioned their existence. It seemed the boss monster's growth had been linked to slaughtering and hunting, which had now ceased to exist, resulting in its fading existence. A message appeared, indicating the Demon King of Autumn Rain's rage and the fading of his existence. Enraged, the Demon King prepared to attack. Death Sovereign declared their intention to raise the beacon fire of counterattack, and the Demon King summoned his minions, instructing them to kill their enemies. Amidst the battle, Black Witch expressed her disdain for zombie movies. Death Sovereign, engaged in combat, proposed a bet to Sword Spirit, guessing how many times he would die before reaching the 19th floor. Sword Spirit agreed, wagering on less than 100 deaths, while Death Sovereign aimed for less than 99 deaths. They agreed that since it was a bet, Sword Spirit wouldn't provide any assistance this time, allowing the zombie bastard to face his own kind. Death Sovereign smiled and agreed. Just then a message appeared stating that he had died and was being sent back 24 hours prior. Amidst the battle, Death Sovereign expressed the urgency of dealing with the overwhelming numbers. He asked Black Dragon Leader if she could do something about it, to which she replied that she was already doing her best with her wide area skill, being the only one capable of such an ability. Death Sovereign mentioned that he could only use his skill after 3 coins, but quickly brushed it off and called upon Sword Saint, asking him to break the cover of a sarcophagus-like object. As Sword Saint followed his request, Death Sovereign himself was beaten by a zombie and received another message informing him of his death. He instructed Sword Saint about the secret pathway hidden beneath the sarcophagus. He revealed that there was a hammer there that was highly effective against the undead. Urging Sword Saint to retrieve it and use it, he explained that infusing the hammer with aura and striking the ground would eliminate all the zombies in one blow. When Sword Saint questioned how Death Sovereign knew this, he simply declared himself a prophet. Unfortunately, Death Sovereign was bitten by a zombie once again and received another message of his death. With Sword Saint now holding the hammer, he acknowledged that they had managed to somewhat handle the zombies with it. Death Sovereign stated that now they would have to fight the Demon King. Just then, a massive monster with a single eye appeared before them. Sword Saint expressed his surprise, questioning the nature of the creature. Death Sovereign explained that it was a giant that had turned into a zombie, likely once the protector of the temple, but transformed into a demon after being killed by the Demon King's subordinate. He mentioned that they could have learned more if the cult interrogator was present. Sword Saint declared his intention to face the giant, and Death Sovereign allowed him to do so. As the giant swung its weapon, Death Sovereign received a message stating that he had died. Sword Saint reiterated his determination to take on the giant, but Death Sovereign interrupted, emphasizing his role as a prophet. He then turned to Black Witch and instructed her to use her beam to target the giant's eye. Black Witch, with enthusiasm in her eyes, expressed her desire to hit the giant's eye. Death Sovereign approved of her eagerness, and they prepared for the confrontation. The zombie giant unleashed a laser from its eye, and Death Sovereign once again received a message of his death. Undeterred, he activated his skill 100 Soul Summon. In shock, Black Witch commented on Death Sovereign's seemingly cooldown-less skill. He acknowledged that it did have a cooldown time. Death Sovereign then explained that he needed Sword Saint and Black Witch to face the giant, but he cautioned them not to hit its eye, warning of a terrible consequence. Black Witch questioned his decision. She pointed at the giant's massive eyeball, questioning if he had a beam-like attack. Would he be able to stop himself from hitting such an eye? Understanding her perspective, Death Sovereign agreed with her, but he implored her not to do it, citing time constraints and lacking an opportunity for further explanation. Sword Saint supported Death Sovereign's request, referring to him as a prophet. Although disappointed, Black Witch reluctantly agreed to do her best to avoid hitting the giant's eye, and Death Sovereign expressed his gratitude. Soon, the zombie giant was defeated, and the Demon King exclaimed in distress, mourning the loss of his general. A message appeared, indicating that the Demon King of Autumn Reign had retreated to the 14th floor. As the Demon King departed, the previously empty and dark temple transformed into a bright atmosphere, where small children played and priests cared for them. The zombie giant, which had been fighting them moments ago, now peacefully slept as a guardian of the temple. Death Sovereign smiled and announced that it was time to continue their journey. Black Witch held the hands of Death Sovereign and the Sword Saint, using teleportation to transport them. As the trio continued their battles, messages started appearing, stating that the Demon King of Autumn Reign had decided to retreat. They fought in forests, water, and fire, encountering the Demon King on different floors. Death Sovereign noticed that history was regressing as they pushed the Demon King back. The messages kept announcing the Demon King's retreat, with each floor mentioned as the location of his retreat. The Demon King, who was once formidable in size, now appeared pitiful and weakened, his existence fading. The Demon King looked at Death Sovereign with anger and blamed him for the current situation, stating that if Death Sovereign had followed the proper procedures, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He expressed disbelief that a mere swordsman from another world could have caused such chaos. Death Sovereign calmly responded, noting that he could finally see the Demon King's eyes. The Demon King questioned what he meant, and he explained that it was a tragic occurrence that a warrior had never met the Demon King eye to eye. He then pointed his sword at the Demon King and challenged him to come at him with everything he had or run away again. Death Sovereign taunted the Demon King, questioning how much weaker he would become if he chose to retreat once more. He emphasized that unless the Demon King gave his all in the battle, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning against him. Enraged, the Demon King mocked his words, calling him a hyena that tears away at his flesh. He questioned what Death Sovereign truly knew about the situation. Death Sovereign then addressed the Demon King as Estelle and delivered a warning. He reiterated that the Demon King should come at him with all his strength. If the Demon King failed to do so, his time would become longer than the Demon King's history. The first time Death Sovereign died at the hands of the Demon King, he received messages notifying him of his death, and the penalty for his skill taking effect. The penalty aimed to recreate the trauma experienced by the enemy who killed him, specifically the Hungry Demon's journey. The level of the penalty was deemed medium. Death Sovereign and Sword Spirit arrived at a place engulfed in flames. Soldiers around them shouted to burn down the witch's lair without showing any mercy, labeling all its inhabitants as cursed monsters. Amidst the raging fire stood Estelle, who questioned the cruelty of these people, wondering who they truly were to burn fellow humans. Within the fire, a mother embraced her crying child, acknowledging the suffocating heat and urging them to hold on a little longer. In another scene, a man hugged an old man, reassuring him that everything would be all right. Estelle witnessed as the people she had once helped departed from the world. Overwhelmed with grief, she fell to her knees and called out their names in pain. She grabbed a handful of soil and consumed it, expressing her sorrow for their plight. Then, she spoke of their humanity, emphasizing that they were born as humans and understood the beauty of life. They had even shed tears for others, but she couldn't comprehend how other humans could so readily label them as monsters without hesitation. As Estelle lamented, black energy began entering her body, and she questioned the unfathomable reason behind humanity's lack of empathy for those they once called their own. Covered in black miasma, Estelle confronted the others, questioning their belief that they were humans while her children were condemned to be monsters forever. She challenged their notion, asking if they were the only humans in their world. To her, it seemed that humans only acknowledged humanity in others if there was proof of it. In response, she vowed to curse them all and consume their evil intentions, which were the very cause of her existence. On that day, resentment fell like rain, and the heart howled. As the rain poured down, Estelle declared that no more villages would be burned from that point onwards. Sword Spirit glanced at Death Sovereign, lying on the ground, and urged him to wake up, assuring him that this was not his hell. A series of messages appeared, indicating the completion of trauma recreation, confirming the subject's self was intact, and signaling the end of the penalty. As Death Sovereign struck the Demon King, it cried out in pain. Sword Spirit urged him to strike at the open head of the Demon King. With a powerful slash, he hit the Demon King, causing it to recoil in agony. Death Sovereign observed that the Demon King's body had indeed become smaller, and much of the malevolent substance was gone. A message appeared, stating that the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain was fading. Desperate, the Demon King lamented the resentment and grudges of its children, but it couldn't hold on. Death Sovereign commanded a retreat, instructing the Demon King to go back to the 20th floor, as victory was no longer possible. It was time for the Demon King to return to where it belonged, the Demon King Castle. The Demon King cursed in frustration as it disappeared, and a message confirmed its retreat to the 20th floor. The history had changed, and the stage of the 19th floor had been opened. Death Sovereign bowed and addressed Sword Saint and Black Dragon Leader, expressing his desire to face the Demon King alone on the 20th floor. He thanked them for their assistance thus far and requested to proceed solo. Black Witch agreed to his decision, acknowledging his significant contribution and mentioning her willingness to wait, having broken her promise of not moving for 5 days. Sword Saint informed Death Sovereign that once the current day was over, it would mark the 5th day, and if he managed to clear the 20th floor, they would meet separately to discuss various matters. Death Sovereign accepted the arrangement, expressing gratitude once again before using transmission to move to the 20th floor. Upon his arrival, a message appeared, welcoming him as Death Sovereign and indicating that he had entered the boss stage. The message stated that he was the sole challenger, and wished him luck. It also mentioned that rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor would be calculated together and acknowledged his great accomplishments. Death Sovereign's authority was adjusted, granting him the limited authority of an apostle, which allowed him to modify all his skills except for the X-grade skill. Contemplating the situation, Death Sovereign wondered about the purpose and origins of the tower, as well as the presence of otherworldly organisms within it. However, he speculated that the tower now existed to observe the choices made by those within it and remembered his own decisions. Pointing his sword at the Demon King, he declared that it was time to bring an end to everything. The Demon King responded, claiming ownership of the village and warning Death Sovereign not to ruin their paradise. Just then a message appeared stating that the boss stage will commence. The sky was clear without a single cloud in it. That day there won't be any rain. The Demon King, filled with anger, shouted at Death Sovereign, expressing his refusal to forgive. The burn marks inflicted upon him and the memories associated with them were still fresh in his eyes and mind. He questioned Death Sovereign about his intentions, wondering if he wanted to erase the evil deeds of those who sought to harm his paradise. The Demon King recalled the tires and the sinister plans they represented. Death Sovereign, deep in thought, considered this world to be the smallest stage yet harboring the most evil boss monster. The Demon King charged toward Death Sovereign, brandishing his sword and launching an attack. However, Death Sovereign effortlessly blocked the sword strike and reminded the Demon King of their past roles. On the 12th floor, the Demon King had been the invader, and he had stood as the warrior who halted his advance. He then punished back the Demon King and acknowledged the strangeness of the world, as now their positions were reversed. With a battle cry, the Demon King attacked once more. Death Sovereign swiftly slashed the Demon King and dismissed his words as meaningless. The Demon King cried out in pain, and a message appeared indicating the fading existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Unfazed, Death Sovereign struck the Demon King again, insisting that he must become even weaker than he currently was. Another message appeared, reiterating the diminishing existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Continuing to deliver powerful slashes, he emphasized the further weakening of the Demon King's presence. Each strike caused the black miasma to peel away from the Demon King's body, prompting a distressed outcry. As the black miasma began to dissipate, Estelle shouted in protest, pleading with the tower not to allow such an outcome to occur. Death Sovereign spoke with a cold determination, acknowledging that Estelle had weakened enough. Estelle, filled with fear, pleaded with Death Sovereign to stay away from her and not to come any closer. Unyielding, Death Sovereign challenged Estelle to stop him, be it through her authority, sword, or any means available. He warned that if she failed, he would strike her down. Estelle, overwhelmed with anger and grief, expressed her outrage at the atrocities committed against her children. She questioned how they could do such things to her. Death Sovereign retorted, reminding Estelle that she had claimed him to be a foreigner from another world. He emphasized that everyone in this world, including the Alliance, the Temple, the King, and even the Emperor, had joined forces and burned her village. According to Death Sovereign, there was no one on the continent free from blame. However, he stated that hunters like them, who came from another world, were exempt from that blame. He asserted that Estelle had no right to hold him accountable for the actions of others and that she lacked the strength to oppose him. Estelle, in a trembling voice, denied any intention of causing harm. She insisted that her only desire was to heal the sick. Death Sovereign countered, revealing that the real Estelle had feared her as well. He accused her of devouring a precious child entrusted to her and then boasting about saving it to deceive others. He accused Estelle of betraying the people who had placed their trust in her. Estelle, struggling to find her words, attempted to defend herself. She claimed that she had no memories of being human and lacked knowledge. She insisted that she hadn't known the consequences of her actions at the time. Unmoved, Death Sovereign pointed out that Estelle had kept the truth hidden from others, assuming the identity of Estelle and consuming the child. He argued that she had chosen silence out of fear of being treated like a monster. Estelle, in a desperate plea, admitted that she didn't know, highlighting her lack of understanding at that time. She expressed regret, stating that she wouldn't have killed Estelle if she had been aware. Death Sovereign drew a parallel, suggesting that humans who had committed atrocities might have used the same excuse. He questioned whether all humans were alike, pointing out soldiers who merely followed orders and commoners forced to evacuate. He wondered if there were individuals among them who, like Estelle, could claim they didn't know what was happening. He stood in front of Estelle and expressed his apologies, admitting his lack of knowledge and ignorance. He mentioned that the only form of justice he believed in was karma. He questioned Estelle, asking if she considered the things she expelled after devouring them with her shadow to be humans. He suggested that she should experience the same fate herself for fairness to prevail. Confused, Estelle asked Death Sovereign what he meant by his words. In response, Death Sovereign called out to the tower, invoking a clear reward that allowed him to change one of his skills according to his desire. A message appeared, affirming the tower's acknowledgement of his request but stating that unreasonable changes were not possible. Death Sovereign clarified that he wanted to modify the 100 Souls summon skill, specifically the aspect where memories couldn't be inherited. He wished to be able to choose a summoned soul to retain the memories of its previous life. Shocked, Estelle questioned his motives and what he intended to do. Death Sovereign explained to the tower that his request was reasonable, emphasizing that he wasn't asking for the dead to retain their abilities or reduce the cooldown time. He solely desired the inheritance of memories. A message appeared, calculating the level of his request, and the tower acknowledged its reasonability. Approval was then requested from Zirakua, and it was granted. The skill was named 100 Souls Reincarnation, categorized as SSS rank. It allowed Death Sovereign to summon the people he had killed as monsters. The dead would not inherit their skills from their previous lives, but if Death Sovereign wished, their memories and appearance from when they were alive could be retained. However, if he didn't desire it, they could only be summoned as monsters. The skill could be used once a week. Deep in thought, he acknowledged that this was his first SSS grade skill. Death Sovereign, after closing his skill window, informed Estelle that he was going to kill her. He drew a parallel between his act of devouring her and what she had done to Estelle and the sick. He expressed satisfaction that she had become human, as if she had remained a monster. She wouldn't have been eligible for the 100 Souls reincarnation skill. Estelle charged at Death Sovereign with a sword, but he effortlessly evaded her attacks. Sword Spirit commented on Estelle's clumsy posture and lack of focus, criticizing her swordsmanship skills. Estelle, panting heavily, mustered her strength and charged at Death Sovereign once more. However, the Sword Spirit urged Death Sovereign to show her the end, emphasizing the importance of mastering the basics and relying on one's hands and legs in their final moments. Death Sovereign attacked, successfully cutting Estelle's sword in half. She fell to her knees and shouted in despair. In his thoughts, Death Sovereign recalled the words of the Demon King, the one who harvests death, realizing the accuracy of that description. As he prepared to swing his sword at Estelle, Sword Spirit interrupted him. He apologized sarcastically for interrupting, but insisted that Death Sovereign should refrain from killing her and wait for a moment. Frustrated, Death Sovereign questioned Sword Spirit's motives. Sword Spirit explained that they couldn't be certain if Estelle was truly a human now that she wasn't a monster. He raised the possibility that she might have become a normal NPC instead. He questioned whether an NPC could be targeted by the 100 Souls reincarnation skill. Death Sovereign hesitated, considering the plausibility of Sword Spirit's argument. Sword Spirit urged Death Sovereign to gather his thoughts and emphasized the tower's strictness regarding such matters. He warned that if Death Sovereign were to kill Estelle without considering the implications, and the tower subsequently declared that NPCs couldn't be targeted, Death Sovereign would be held responsible. Speechless, Death Sovereign was unable to respond, and Sword Spirit continued to assert his point. He directed Death Sovereign to review his skill card, which specifically mentioned the people you've killed without any reference to NPCs. Death Sovereign grumbled, claiming that an NPC was still a person. Sword Spirit challenged his belief, asserting that it was merely his own perception. Seeking clarification, Death Sovereign called out to the tower, asking if the 100 Souls reincarnation skill also included NPCs as the deceased or if it only applied to hunters like himself. However, the tower's response was unable to confirm and stated that the question fell outside of its authority. In shock, he questioned the meaning of the tower's response. Another message appeared, confirming the authority of Death Sovereign as the questioner and acknowledging his question as an official topic. Death Sovereign was enveloped in golden light, and another message indicated that the tower was requesting a meeting of decision by the majority to the 6 pillars of life. In a state of panic, he shouted and pleaded for a moment, but he suddenly disappeared from his position. As Death Sovereign arrived in the underworld space, a place he used to access after his death, he found himself questioning why he was there. Suddenly, a series of messages appeared, confirming the participation of various entities. The messages revealed that the 6th pillar of life had joined in, followed by the 5th pillar of life, the 4th pillar of life, and the 3rd pillar of life. Finally, the 2nd pillar of life also joined. Death Sovereign, unable to see anyone around him, felt an overwhelming sense of existence emanating from them. Another series of messages appeared, indicating the confirmation of the attendance of the 6 pillars. The tower then shared the question posed by Death Sovereign. Does the skill 100 Souls reincarnation also affect NPCs? Participants were asked to vote either in agreement or objection. Death Sovereign experienced a strange sense of discomfort as he listened to the discussion among the pillars. He couldn't comprehend their language and realized that unlike within the tower, where all languages were automatically translated, these beings existed outside the tower. They might even be on a level incomparable to the Demon King or potentially the ones who designed the tower itself. Yet another series of messages appeared, announcing the beginning of the voting process. The 6th pillar of life, the Staff of Ancient Times, voted to object, while the 5th pillar of life, the Princess that Walks Across Mirages, voted to agree. The 4th pillar of life, the Moon that Takes Care of the Blind, also voted to agree. However, the 3rd pillar of life, the Legislator of the Beginning, voted to object, and the 2nd pillar of life, the God who dances in the void, chose to forfeit their voting rights. In the end, the final results showed 2 in agreement, 2 in objection, and 1 who forfeited their vote. Death Sovereign pondered why these powerful beings, who held the ultimate authority over his skill, had made an invalid vote. The question of their motivations lingered in his mind. As Death Sovereign contemplated the missing vote, he realized that one person remained who hadn't participated, the Master of the Tower, the one who resided in that very place and possessed omniscience. Death Sovereign acknowledged this and spoke, stating his belief that the inclusion of NPCs should be agreed upon. He reasoned that if NPCs were not included, then how did the Demon King summon numerous monsters, considering all the people killed by the Demon King were NPCs in the Empire and the Kingdom? Death Sovereign continued, addressing the concerns that had been raised. He acknowledged the worry that he might indiscriminately kill NPCs and then summon them again. However, he assured them that he had shown what kind of person he was and had no intention of living in such a manner in the future. A decorated message then appeared, conveying mixed sentiments. Not bad, but it's complicated, and Death Sovereign, speak not from your head, but from your heart. Undeterred, Death Sovereign smiled and confidently asserted that the Demon King was his prey, asking them not to interfere since he was the one who caught it. A message followed, announcing the vote of the first pillar, the Master of Life, who voted to agree. With that, the voting concluded. The space began to break apart, and a series of messages appeared. It was declared that 3 agreed, 2 objected, and 1 forfeited. As a result, the Skill 100 Souls reincarnation of Death Sovereign would now be able to target NPCs. Furthermore, his temporal apostle authority was removed. The meeting came to an end, and a final message wished him luck. In a dazed state, Death Sovereign stood as the Sword Spirit called out to him. The Sword Spirit addressed him as Zombie and inquired why he suddenly went into a daze. He reminded him to ask the tower for answers. Seeing no response from Death Sovereign, the Sword Spirit called out once again, using the term Zombie King, and asked if he could hear him. Lost in thought, Death Sovereign contemplated the time that had passed, feeling like both an instant and an eternity. He called out to the Sword Spirit, who responded with surprise, noting that he had finally started to respond and jokingly mentioning his previous taunts about being a zombie. Ignoring the taunts, Death Sovereign asked if the Sword Spirit had heard or seen the events that unfolded in the tower, such as the summoning into the underworld and the references to life pillars and the Tower Master's laughter. The Sword Spirit looked at him with confusion and apologized for teasing him too much, urging him to come back to his senses. In shock, Death Sovereign realized that even the Sword Spirit, the legendary figure who had cleared the 99th tower in another world, was unaware of those entities. He questioned who he had just met. However, he decided to calm himself, acknowledging that while there were many things he didn't know, there were also things he was aware of. He resolved to deliver the final strike to his prey, and believed that he would discover more when he reached the 100th floor of the tower. Preparing to swing his sword, the Sword Spirit interjected, questioning his intention to kill without consulting the tower. Death Sovereign reassured him, stating that it was alright and that he already had the answer. After killing Estelle, Death Sovereign commanded the 100 souls to bring her back to life. From the black liquid, Estelle's body reconstructed itself. He then instructed her to get up. He looked at Estelle, recognizing that although she appeared the same as before her death, she was a newborn life. He understood that as the one who brought life into the world, he held responsibility, starting with giving her a name. Addressing Estelle, Death Sovereign expressed that the name she had taken, Estelle, was nothing more than a stolen name and not one she could use anymore. He decided to name her Hungry Demon and declared that she would serve him as her master. In his thoughts, Death Sovereign reflected on Estelle's past as the Saintess of the Border and the Demon King of Autumn Rain. He believed that she, who didn't deserve to have a name, now had one. Hungry Demon bowed to Death Sovereign and acknowledged him as her master, pledging to follow his commands. Death Sovereign contemplated that on the promised 5th day, one of the 2 kings had fallen. Confused, the Sword Spirit observed Hungry Demon crying and questioned why she lowered her head to Death Sovereign without resistance, considering what he had done to her. Death Sovereign cryptically replied that he would soon understand the reason. At that moment, a series of messages appeared, indicating a search for the existence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. However, it was discovered that the Demon King no longer existed, signifying a change in history. As a result, the burned and silent village transformed into a cheerful and lively one. The Hungry Demon cried out, and she pleaded not to destroy the village again. Just then, soldiers from the Empire arrived, and the general issued an order for everyone to halt. The Hungry Demon, on her knees, pleaded with Death Sovereign, expressing her willingness to obey and do anything he commanded. She implored him to save her paradise, emphasizing that she would not harbor resentment or seek revenge. The Sword Spirit, realizing the motivation behind the Hungry Demon's actions, remarked on this revelation. Death Sovereign acknowledged it and stated that he would take action. The Sword Spirit acknowledged the responsibility of a lord to protect their subordinates, and apologized for not recognizing it sooner. Death Sovereign then walked towards the Empire's soldiers and informed the Sword Spirit that he had also lost the bet, suggesting that the Sword Spirit start considering what to do next. Death Sovereign stood in front of the soldiers and shouted, commanding everyone to stop. The general, named Sarbas Ejim, responded to Death Sovereign, asserting his authority as the general and expressing his indignation at Death Sovereign's interference. Death Sovereign smiled and inquired about the reason for their presence in the village. The general explained that they were there under the emperor's orders. They had received information about a witch who was inciting the commoners of the continent to rebel. The people were said to have fallen into the witch's trap and transformed into monsters. The general argued that they couldn't simply leave them be and needed to purify them with sacred fire. Death Sovereign, opening the minimap, contemplated the situation. He realized that the people standing in front of him were the very ones he had saved from the 12th to the 19th floor. All of them expressed their willingness to punish the evil witch. In a loud voice, the general questioned Death Sovereign, demanding to know who he was, the person blocking their way. Death Sovereign received a message stating that the humans of this continent would remain unaware of his commitment to justice and devotion. However, justice would continue to be justice, and devotion would remain steadfast. The message asked whether he would still choose to be a warrior in a world where time had come to a halt. In response, he addressed General Sarbas Ejim, who claimed to have come to the village under imperial orders. The general, filled with anger, protested Death Sovereign's informal address, asserting his status as someone under imperial orders. Death Sovereign, shocking the general, pointed out the general's knowledge of the emperor's pathetic state, and questioned his constant reference to imperial orders. Confused, the general denied any understanding of Death Sovereign's claims and accused him of being sent by the witch. Death Sovereign, with knowledge gained from the general's trauma, recognized the general's past actions of dethroning the crown prince and attempting to put the third prince on the throne. Death Sovereign, realizing this information, remarked that the general should not live in such a manner and reminded him of the emperor's kindness. The general, frustrated, identified Death Sovereign as being from the Amber Palace and accused him of attempting to manipulate the minds of the gathered individuals from around the world. Death Sovereign vehemently denied being a puppet of a deposed queen and criticized the general's poor judgment of character. In a cold tone, Death Sovereign demanded to know who had sent the general. He asked the general to see for himself and raised his sword high, emitting a bright glow that illuminated the entire area. Death Sovereign confidently declared himself as the emissary sent by Lefanta Ejim, the great founding emperor. He acknowledged the chaos within the imperial family and the evil deeds of the crown prince. Death Sovereign understood that General Sarbas Ejim had aligned himself with the third prince out of loyalty to the empire. He revealed that his condemnation of the general's obsession with authority was a test of his personality, and questioned if the general was upset about it. Taken aback, the general denied being upset and expressed regret for losing his temper. Death Sovereign then challenged the general, asking why he hadn't dismounted from his horse if he wasn't upset. In response, the general immediately got on his knees, asking for forgiveness and pledging his loyalty to the empire. Other soldiers followed suit, paying their respects to the emissary of the founding emperor. The sword spirit remarked to Death Sovereign about his skill in bluffing, and Death Sovereign playfully acknowledged the observation. The sword spirit went on to teach the Death Sovereign that what matters most when you wield a sword isn't just your abilities, it's trust and confidence. The trust you have in yourself is crucial. Similarly, this applies to bluffing. To trick your opponent, you must first be able to deceive yourself. Remember this, bluffing is all about confidence. Meanwhile, the people from other floors began discussing whether Death Sovereign was truly the emissary of the founding emperor. Death Sovereign noticed their skepticism and realized that the lies he told with the holy sword only worked on the empire's soldiers. The general approached Death Sovereign and respectfully asked why he was present, as they had come to subjugate the witch. Remembering the sword spirit's words about bluffing, Death Sovereign confidently proclaimed that he had already subjugated the witch. The general, shocked, exclaimed in disbelief. Death Sovereign pointed out the hungry demon, Estelle, and the people recognized her as the Witch of the West. They immediately called for her execution, demanding that she be burned and killed. Death Sovereign then ordered the hungry demon to come forward and kneel down, which she obediently did. He further instructed her to lower her head, look at the ground, and place her forehead on the ground. The hungry demon followed his orders. Next, Death Sovereign commanded her to kick off the ground in that position and perform a forward roll. The hungry demon hesitated for a moment but eventually executed the maneuver. Death Sovereign continued issuing a series of physical tasks for her to perform, including a handstand, jumping 20 times, sitting down and standing up 10 times, 10 push-ups, and maintaining a plank position for 20 seconds. Exhausted, the hungry demon fell down, expressing her inability to continue. Death Sovereign then addressed the people, asserting that he had already subdued the witch. He emphasized that she no longer possessed the power to harm the continent, and assured them to be at ease. However, a paladin interrupted and questioned the general's actions, reminding him that they had come to subjugate the witch. The general, following Death Sovereign's claim, stated that the witch had already been subdued. The paladin, skeptical, asked how they were supposed to believe it. The general argued that the sword was proof of Death Sovereign being the emissary of the great founding emperor of the East. Frustrated, the paladin questioned the significance of a mere sword. In response, the general became angry and accused the paladin of questioning the empire's authority, stating that the sword was a symbol of the goddess's favor. As they continued to argue, Death Sovereign recalled the conflict the hunters had faced on the 12th floor and realized the reason behind the hungry demon's attempt to sow discord among them. Interrupting the argument, the magician Lizardman called for everyone to step away. They proposed a simple solution, confirming whether the young man was truly the emissary of the founding emperor, whether the woman was the witch, and whether the emissary had truly subdued the witch. They suggested using the Jade of Soul, given to them by the wise king of the merfolk, which could determine if someone's blood was kind or evil. The Lizardman presented the Jade of Soul and asked Death Sovereign to accept the test if the woman truly was the witch of the borders and if he truly was the emissary of the founding emperor. Lizardman explained that the Jade of Soul was a gift given to them by the wise king, capable of revealing the nature of a person's soul. If the blood of someone with a kind soul touched it, the jade would emit a white light. Conversely, if the blood of someone with an evil soul touched it, the jade would turn black. This would serve as proof of the good or evil acts committed by the individual. Death Sovereign, upon hearing the description, compared it to the lie detection ability of the vigilante captain and the detective's insight of Sword Saint. Sword Spirit concurred, remarking on how human-like creatures possess great skill in creating such tools. Death Sovereign, undeterred, agreed to be tested by the Jade. Lizardman warned him not to regret his decision, emphasizing that deception would be futile in front of the Jade's judgment. Lizardman then turned her attention to Hungry Demon, catching her hand and making a small cut to extract her blood. She poured the blood onto the crystal, and the crystal ball turned black. Lizardman proclaimed that Hungry Demon possessed an evil soul, accusing her of committing numerous evil acts and taking countless lives. Lizardman identified her as a cursed existence, likening her to the Demon King. She tossed Hungry Demon aside and turned to Death Sovereign, instructing him that it was now his turn. Approaching Death Sovereign, Lizardman confirmed his self-proclaimed title as the emissary of the founding emperor and asked if he was ready. Death Sovereign extended his hand, expressing his perpetual readiness. Lizardman cut Death Sovereign's hand, assuring him that it was useless to try and deceive anyone. She then dropped drops of his blood onto the black crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball began emitting a brilliant glow that surprised Lizardman and everyone present. The intensity of the light made it difficult to look directly at it. The general present at the scene, along with everyone else, was shocked and baffled by the extraordinary phenomenon. They lamented and wondered aloud about the reason behind such a radiant light emanating from the Jade. In shock, the Lizardman expressed her awe at the purity of Death Sovereign's soul and speculated on the number of lives he had saved. She declared him to be the embodiment of light itself. Confused, the paladin questioned this notion, unable to perceive the light bursting forth from Death Sovereign's soul. This angered Lizardman, who exclaimed that it was impossible to communicate with low-grade humans. She insisted that a person with such a soul would never lie, and if they did, it would be for their benefit. Lizardman went on to assert that Death Sovereign was likely the apostle of the goddess. With confidence, Death Sovereign affirmed Lizardman's claim, proclaiming himself as the goddess apostle. As the soldiers and people from other floors engaged in discussions, they debated whether Death Sovereign truly was the emissary of the founding emperor and the embodiment of light. Paladin was taken aback by the conversations and shouted a reminder that their primary objective was to burn down the place. He emphasized the need to not only target the witch but also the followers of the witch, preventing their escape from divine punishment. Paladin urged Death Sovereign, if he truly was the apostle of the goddess, to take charge of the divine punishment and lead the way. Hungry Demon, seeking support, held onto the back of Death Sovereign's clothing. Sword Spirit reassured Death Sovereign, stating, "It's all right." He reminded him that the best lies often contain 90% truth and 10% lies. In response, Death Sovereign addressed Paladin, cautioning him to watch his words. He asserted that he would be the one to decide how the divine punishment would be administered. Death Sovereign raised his finger, declaring that he had already carried out the divine punishment since he had absorbed all the evil. Just then, an army of skeletons emerged from the ground, shocking the soldiers who labeled them as demons. The soldiers wondered in fear about the origin of these horrifying creatures. Death Sovereign placed his hand on Hungry Demon's head, explaining that he was responsible for summoning these evil beings. He revealed that the witch was not the sole evil existence in the world, and that these creatures were the evil beings he had taken in, including demons almost as wicked as the witch herself. The soldiers exclaimed in shock at the sight of the monstrous army. Death Sovereign declared that the goddess had tasked him with annihilating the evil plaguing the earth. He considered it his mission to subjugate all the evil and imprison the demons in hell. He proclaimed that what they were witnessing was his version of hell. Lizardmen, taken aback by Death Sovereign's unwavering dedication, marveled at the fact that he had been carrying out these acts while they remained unaware. Death Sovereign affirmed that it was indeed the case. Lizardman's eyes filled with tears, and she acknowledged him as the apostle, and recognized the burden he carried as a mere human. Confidently, Death Sovereign asserted that it was his duty. Lizardman, with tears in her eyes, declared him to be the light. Death Sovereign assured them that there was no need for separate punishment for the witch, as he had already imprisoned all the evil beings. He claimed that they would forever suffer under his shadow, as he became their hell. Lizardman expressed her gratitude, realizing that Death Sovereign had been saving them in ways they were unaware of. Sword Spirit, speaking to Death Sovereign, mentioned that there was nothing left to teach him and proposed that they leave. He claimed to be as pure as a young child and could no longer bear the sight of someone like Death Sovereign. Death Sovereign replied to Sword Spirit, acknowledging its humility and stating that he still had much to learn from his wicked personality. Death Sovereign addressed everyone, reminding them that what was happening was the will of the goddess, the divine punishment. He questioned if they intended to defy the stern command of the goddess. Paladin hesitated, expressing concern about the demons escaping and causing harm to the world. He asked Death Sovereign about his intentions regarding the skeleton. Death Sovereign assured Paladin that he would dispel all doubts once and for all. He uttered the words, "Oh, 100 souls, remember." Suddenly, one of the skeletons transformed into the human form of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor erupted in anger, cursing Death Sovereign and grabbing him by the collar. He accused Death Sovereign of transforming him into his current state and vowed to kill him, regardless of the consequences. Death Sovereign pointed out to Paladin that the Flame Emperor was as evil as the witch, if not worse. Everyone watched in disbelief as the Flame Emperor continued to curse and threaten those around him. Death Sovereign then snapped his fingers and commanded the Flame Emperor to dance. The Flame Emperor, shocked, started dancing while still expressing his intent to kill him. Death Sovereign affirmed that demons couldn't go against his orders and questioned if they still had concerns after witnessing this demonstration. Paladin, now on his knees, humbly asked for Death Sovereign's name. Death Sovereign revealed himself as Gongja. In unison with Paladin, everyone present bowed to Gongja and pledged to follow his orders. Then a series of messages appeared, congratulating him on clearing the normal stage, completing the hidden quest warrior of a world which time has stopped, and clearing the boss stage. Death Sovereign received a series of messages proclaiming that there was only one raider present. The messages continued, calculating the clear reward and informing him that the rewards would be given 24 hours later on the 21st floor. Sword Spirit burst into laughter, unable to comprehend how a boss stage could be cleared in such a manner. Death Sovereign, however, remained unaffected by the remarks, stating that he had cleared the stages up to the 20th floor in his desired way. He proudly shared that not a single hunter or person from the Empire or continent had died during his raid on the 20th floor. Placing his hand on Hungry Demon's head, he mentioned that he had even taken in a rascal. He believed that even if he had merely observed, the 20th floor would still have been cleared. He explained that the village burning and disappearing was just one possible outcome, emphasizing that the tower didn't care if the ending was happy or sad as long as it was concluded properly. He pointed out that Flame Emperor wouldn't have been able to clear the 40th floor if the world was fixed by the tower. This was not an ending forced upon them, it was a choice they made. In his thoughts, Death Sovereign noted that the sky didn't rain and there was no fire on Earth that day. Then, he declared that this was the ending he had selected. Sword Spirit observed Flame Emperor dancing and asked if it was a part of the chosen ending. Death Sovereign smiled and expressed his admiration, finding it beautiful. Another series of messages appeared, making an announcement to everyone that the 20th floor had been cleared and the 21st floor would open in 24 hours. Death Sovereign glanced at his mobile phone and expressed disappointment that the internet didn't work in their current location. Sword Spirit reminded him of his previous statement about not caring how people viewed him anymore. Death Sovereign questioned when he had made such a statement. Sword Spirit recalled his desire to be recognized by the witch and the grandpa more than ordinary people. Death Sovereign clarified that he wanted recognition from both sides. Sword Spirit playfully remarked on his greediness and questioned the reason behind it. However, before Death Sovereign could respond, Black Witch leaped onto him, embracing him tightly. She exclaimed his name with excitement and praised him for his incredible and daring actions. She couldn't believe that he was still a young person under the age of 30. Death Sovereign winced in pain as Black Witch's hug grew intense. She showed him her phone and revealed that he had indeed cleared the 20th floor within 5 days, causing a tremendous uproar in the tower. She proudly presented a screenshot she had taken while briefly descending to the first floor. Apologizing for not being able to capture all the articles due to their abundance, she stressed that the tower and even the outside world were abuzz with discussions solely about him. Death Sovereign paused to inquire if Black Witch had personally taken all those screenshots. She confirmed that she had indeed done so. Surprised, he questioned her motive for going down to the first floor just to gather articles about him. Black Witch simply replied, acknowledging that she had done it to show him. She advised him not to read the comments, cautioning that there would be jealous individuals who would leave malicious messages. She emphasized that his accomplishment of having no casualties was an incredible feat, and urged him not to pay attention to insignificant individuals. Death Sovereign gazed at Black Witch and pondered if she was an angel or perhaps a goddess. Sword Spirit remarked that anyone who treated him nicely would be considered an angel in his eyes. Death Sovereign's attention returned to Black Witch as she presented a newspaper, displaying the headlines from the previous day. He was astonished to see that he had jumped to rank number 3, marking the first instance of someone outside of the ranking achieving such a feat. Black Witch congratulated Death Sovereign and highlighted that he now represented all the hunters. She cautioned him to be mindful of his actions, now that he held such a significant position. Perplexed, Death Sovereign inquired about how he should act. Black Witch explained that he had entered all 5 top guilds without officially belonging to any of them. As the rank number 3, he would be regarded as a guild leader. She expressed that although he had affiliations with the top guilds, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to merely be a member. Black Witch added that if he desired to go on his solitary path and clear the tower like the grandpa, she wouldn't force him. The Sword Saint overheard their conversation and questioned if he was being badmouthed. Noticing the presence of people on the floor, Black Witch inquired about them. Death Sovereign explained that they were soldiers from all over the continent. He acknowledged that explaining the situation would take too much time, but revealed that after defeating the Demon King, there was an invasion event involving those NPCs. Using his skills and items, he deceived them into believing that he represented the Empire's founding emperor, convincing them to stand down. Black Witch acknowledged Death Sovereign's skill in deception, recognizing that it allowed him to clear the 20th floor without shedding any blood. She expressed that her earlier comments were not meant as criticism, but rather to highlight the positive outcome. Thanks to his actions, they could now trade with the continent without bowing down to the old figures in the outside world who always tried to negotiate prices with rations. They anticipated that this new trade opportunity would change the dynamics. Sword Saint chimed in, emphasizing the fundamental unfairness in trade between the tower and the outside world due to the tower's superior resources, funds, and techniques. Black Witch pointed out that rations were always a problem in these negotiations. Death Sovereign reflected on their relationship, realizing that despite their initially unfriendly encounter, they had grown much closer. He then posed a question to Black Witch, seeking confirmation that they could indeed start trading with the continent. She affirmed his assumption. In response, Death Sovereign offered his name, presenting himself as the emissary of the founding emperor and the goddess apostle in this world. He proposed that it would be beneficial for them to disguise themselves as apostles of the goddess. Black Witch expressed gratitude for the offer but suspected that it wouldn't come without a cost. She inquired about what he wanted in return. Death Sovereign made his request, stating that he wanted the entire 20th floor. More precisely, he desired ownership of all the land on the 20th floor. In exchange, he would relinquish any claim to the rewards obtained from clearing the 11th to the 19th floor. He also allowed for the sharing of commerce rights with other hunters regarding the continent. Black Witch acknowledged that Death Sovereign's offer was excellent but explained that she couldn't make the decision alone. She needed to gather the other guild leaders to discuss the matter. She also mentioned that the 20th floor didn't seem valuable as it was small and not suitable for farming. In her experience, sharing the harvest from the 11th to the 20th floor would likely be more profitable. Death Sovereign, however, expressed his preference for owning properties over money, emphasizing the value of the land. Black Witch agreed to gather the guild leaders so they could meet and discuss the proposal. Before they teleported to the first floor's city, Black Witch pointed at Dancing Flame Emperor and asked about it. Death Sovereign cryptically replied, instructing her that she didn't see anything there. Upon arriving at the first floor's city, Black Witch asked if it would be okay to meet at the previously mentioned cafe. Death Sovereign agreed. In his thoughts, he contemplated the 5 days from the perspective of others, realizing that for him, it had been several hundred days since his return. He sighed, and Black Witch inquired about what was bothering him. Death Sovereign replied that he was starting to truly feel the impact of clearing the 20th floor. As Black Witch opened the door, she warned Death Sovereign that he would soon experience even more of the effects. She reminded him that he was the sole topic of conversation throughout the tower, and advised him to prepare himself. Stepping outside, Death Sovereign was met with a throng of media people waiting for him. Camera flashes illuminated the area as they all shouted in excitement and hailed him as the Death Sovereign. Season 1 of SSS-class Suicide Hunter concludes here. Please like and subscribe to stay updated for Season 2 of this series. Once this video reaches 5,000 likes, the next season will be uploaded here.